Positive numbers to start right across the board. Futures looking to continue the positive move we've seen over the past couple of days, especially late in the afternoon, as we look to snap a 5-week losing session for futures and stocks overall. Back to the upside despite an earnings miss in the tech sector this morning. NVIDIA back to the downside after a weaker than expected forecast from the chip maker. We'll have a look at NVIDIA coming up. Some interesting comments from the company as well regarding some supply chain issues going forward. Just got the weekly jobless claims numbers down slightly, actually, 210,000 versus 215,000 week over week on the jobless claims. Snowflake shares also tumbling this morning after, I guess, to be expected, a miss for snow. On the other hand, retail earnings better than expected. Both Macy's and Williams-Sonoma trading higher here in the pre-market after both reports better than expected. And we'll talk a little bit about Apple shares as well. More possible production issues for Apple when it comes to the iPhone. It's Thursday, May 26th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Futures back to the downside here on GDP. Q1 preliminary GDP just out, guys, down 1.5% versus negative 1.4% expected. So a little bit of a miss there when it comes to, again, Q1 preliminary GDP. Again, a negative number on that reading 2 months in a row now for that reading back to the downside. So a little bit of a negative move there at 8:30 for the overall market. Overall, we got Canadian retail sales there as well that were better than expected. Overall, though, pretty positive start to the morning. We'll see if this move continues back to the downside. We can bring the guys in here and get going because a lot to discuss. Good morning, guys. Going to be interesting here with some positivity surrounding the retail sector once again, and a little bit of a surprise when it comes to NVIDIA.
Well, I mean, positivity in the retail sector, not once again. It's been a disappointment for a lot of them. And yeah, well, we're seeing Nordstrom started it yesterday with a solid report. Both the dollar names very strong to the upside. I mean, just incredibly strong. So welcome to what is right now an update in the market. The guide wasn't great for NVIDIA, Snowflake, their guide, you know, maybe not the best, but the retail strength, you got to definitely love that. And we're going to see some of the Chinese names strong. Baidu and Alibaba both breaking out. And we do have to say it, GameStop took out the high already. That didn't take long. Yesterday's topped at 115 already through. AMC has a lingering breakout here, 12 to 12.25 on the move. The squeeze plays were pretty crazy yesterday, whether it was GameStop or DKS. Certainly, they got to be back on watch again today.
Yeah, what's up? Just getting the sticky note out. We've already, look, I mean, this is going to be a monster day. I'm already like in panic mode here. There's so much to trade. It's going to be like another banger day, man. I mean, AMD, NVIDIA, we already took $1 on Alibaba. I mean, we're in Macy's. There's Twitter news. There's everything. Like, I'm going crazy over here. This is going to be another absolutely fantastic day to trade. I love coming into work for you guys every single day. And let's just keep this party rolling, Brendan. Working on the sticky note as we speak. And yeah, I'm just super excited. Lots to go, man. I didn't even get to it. That Apple report is a joke. Everything else, like, whatever. We're ready to rock and roll. I'm going to forget about dollar stocks, but I have so many other ideas here today, Brendan. It's going to be fantastic. If you love trading, today, this week, this year is for you. I just can't wait to get this started.
Yeah, going to be a busy day, obviously. The sticky note might need an extension today because we got, a ton of names to discuss. Let's jump right into what you need to know this morning here. Yeah, Sean mentioned it briefly there. Let's get right to Twitter because Elon coming out saying, another $6.25 billion in funding secured here to get this deal done. But wait a minute, didn't you say it's on hold until they figure out how many spam accounts there are? But I guess he's still shopping around for money to get this done. So big move upside here for Twitter this morning.
Yeah, I mean, up to 4%. It's basically back to the top of where it's been settling for quite some time, which is below $40, right? Like for a $54 potential deal, this is trading at a serious discount, obviously. So there's still a lot of risk that either in the the price comes down or it doesn't happen at all. That's what the price action right now is telling you, that most of the market is betting that it isn't going to get done for $54. And whether that means a lower bid or whether that means not at all, that's just what the market is saying right now. If this was firm, everyone would be buying it hand over fist below 40, because that's just way too good of an annualized return. The deal has to close by, it's like October 26th, or otherwise you have the two-way breakup fee, right? $1 billion in either direction. So that's a deadline set. You know, we're getting into summer here. It's starting to get a little bit closer. Great that he got that extra funding. Great that he's lining up, you know, rolling over some shares for existing shareholders like Dorsey so that they can be involved. That's going to be good for them. What I'm actually surprised about here, and I don't really see, there might be a floor, there might be a temp floor on Twitter. And I'm looking at like $38 just for a trade sake today, and then 40's been resistance. But what you like to see would be, with the funding secured and the better chance the deal goes through, with the Tesla shares pledged, Tesla shares weren't under pressure. You know, I'm going to call them up here. They're still up about 1%, but not under pressure right now, despite that. So it feels like they've sold off to the extent that, you know, this has been weighing down on them. They might have sold off, and now you're just maybe talking a little more about valuation for the Tesla story. It is still right at that price from last night, 666. But, you know, overall, I have to imagine that most people are very skeptical about this Twitter deal. Otherwise, if that news isn't taking it above 40, you know, it tells you what the market thinks.
I didn't even look at it. I mean, there's so many better stories here. I don't even like Twitter. I don't even want to be part of this story. I'm already long the stock. I'll get it at 54.20 and then go from there. But yeah, you know, if you want to trade it, great. But for me, I don't know. It's too headline based. But I mean, normally I like that. We will look at Twitter, but honestly, didn't get enough time to look at it. Didn't have enough space on the sticky note there. And there's just so many other ideas today. But yeah, Twitter's doing volume. Great story. I tweeted it out yesterday when it came through. So yeah, I don't mind trading it, but I haven't looked at any levels.
Just checking on this GDP report. There's some interesting numbers when it comes to that. So heads up, guys, on that second quarter in a row, or second report in a row, I should say, that GDP number comes on the negative side of things, more negative than expected as well. Again, 1.5% to the downside versus 1.4% expected. Other M&A news to talk about this morning. This one a little more finalized. We mentioned this earlier in the week. Yeah, the Broadcom and VMW deal gets done. 61 billion total in value, and it's cash and stock right across the board. So, I mean, if you're a shareholder of either, one's going to the upside, the other, as expected, downside today if you are AVGO.
Yeah, look, it's pretty much what's always going to happen when you have a deal like this, and essentially, you know, you're watering down, you know, the value of the purchasing company. Probably more exciting to watch VMware, although you have to look at them lock in step from now when you have a cash and stock deal. Every now and then, and I mean very, very rarely, do you get those sort of ARB opportunities where things get out of whack. Trust me, everyone looks for them and they don't really ever happen anymore. It used to be that every now and then you would actually get something along those lines. But I expect this to trade in a relatively tight range. Just keep in mind, you might see the AVGO move. Obviously, with the space moving around a little bit here today with NVIDIA, you might see a little bit of volatility, but I'd expect it to be almost a nothing burger. It's probably going to have a decent premium, so trading away from the fair value because of how big the deal is and how long it might take to close. But just from an excitement standpoint, like if you were looking to trade something, trying to get like scalp trades in there, and looking for opportunities for holding and making something out of it till deal closing or some risk, you know, Twitter obviously is going to give you a little bit more excitement than I think this deal is going to. Probably a good one for AVGO, although I was surprised by the overall price that they were willing to pay. A little bit of a shocker, just given where VMware was trading. But then, you know, I was shocked by ATVI and that price as well. Twitter price seemed like it was a little bit high. I just feel like people are paying up, I guess. So who am I to say that's too much to pay?
All right, let's bring in Luis Barbado from Barcelona, Spain, the Daytrade the World office over in Barcelona to talk a little bit about a busy week. Once again, Luis, great to see you as always. Thanks for jumping on with us. Let's jump right into things here because a lot of different directions we can go today. Lots of retail earnings, obviously, going to be very active. But I want to start off with some short squeeze type talk here because we've had obviously, GME and AMC come back to life yesterday on that report that cost of borrows going through the roof. Huge moves for both of those. There was also this red box. It's been on and off, RDBX, on and off over the past couple of weeks. Very active again yesterday. It's up here again this morning in the pre-market, 8.5%. Give me your thoughts here. Where are you focused this morning?
Yeah, RDBX, as you say, red box is in our watch list, of course. It's trading now very near to 750, which will be the high of the pre-market and a very important level to break. If it breaks, then we go to the previous maximum around $9. I think that's the pivot point, important pivot point around $9. High of the other day is 11, but I think $9 is the first resistance that it might hit. 750 for the pre-market to look. I haven't checked locates. Probably you already have, Brendan. So if it has locates and it tried to reach to that 9, we might try to short it with very, very carefully. But that's one of in our watch list. The other one is CBO. Yesterday and the last 3 days is holding. 150 is important level. Yesterday it tried to break. It didn't break. Let's see if it fails finally in 150 and it goes sub-dollar in few days, or we see some consolidation about 150.
What was the ticker there on the second one you mentioned?
CBO, Catalyst Bioscience.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we'll jump into that. I want to talk a little bit about the short side of things here when it comes to RDBX. Last I saw it was about 8.5 to 9%, but also very, very low float type of stock. I believe it's under 10 million on the free float for RDBX. When it comes to the short side of a trade like that, how do you approach a trade when it's highly shorted and very, very low float? That can get out of hand very quickly.
Yeah, it can get out of hand. You really have to be aware, 10 million float and 24% short float. That means like 2-3 million shares in the short side. So you have to be very careful. Don't try to anticipate the movement. Don't try to go in the resistance. Wait for the squeeze on the short side, and then you can try to go short when they are starting to cover, and the people who trade more on the back side of the movement. So don't go front side on these kind of stocks with 10 million float only, 24% short float that I said. Already have traded 500,000, but if you go back for the last weeks, we have traded like 2-3 times the whole float of the company every day. So don't go front side when it goes through the resistances.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive even yesterday afternoon, right into the close with a decent move. It's one of the hardest things. I mean, it's easy to say, wait for the backside, wait for the backside. I find myself sitting here every single day, wait for the backside, wait for the backside. But you have to let the stock show you that it's ready to, go down before you actually try and step in front of it. Let's go to GME and AMC. Big moves yesterday on heavy volume once again on that Ortex report. If anyone missed it, again, the cost of borrows starting to creep back up again for GameStop. That seemed to be what kicked off this move yesterday. Did you trade it yesterday? A. B, what are you doing today?
I trade GME, GameStop. Shouldn't have traded. Actually, I traded a little bit when it failed. First, I was wrong, shorting it front side on the $110. I thought it might fail there because AMC was not so strong anymore. It didn't fail. And then I traded backside on the 115, 114, 112 for the breaking on 110. It's a very bad risk-reward stocks, let's say. You can have nice trades, but if it goes squeeze against you, no matter if it's long side or short side, it's a very bad risk reward. So we try to avoid being very active on these stocks. We are very selective on these ones. Yeah,
let's shift gears here. Speaking of liquidity overall, let's talk about the retail sector. Obviously very active this week. JWN, Nordstrom's yesterday with all kinds of volume. We're looking at Macy's, obviously, this morning off a report. Talk a little bit about your approach here when it comes to trading earnings reports. I mean, it's very, very different type of trade than it is when you're looking at a red box or some of these low float type stocks.
Absolutely, very different. And for a trader, it's very difficult to change your mind and how your brain works when you approach the trade. So if you trade this kind of a small cap, very active, very big size, and then you trade earnings, it's very difficult to change the way you are thinking and the way your emotions grow in this kind of trade. So what I try to do on earnings is try to be very sure of the bias of the stock and be very selective with 1 or 2 trades a day. It's not the kind of stocks like yesterday, BKSY or Redbox, as you say, or CBO. You have to be very selective. Yesterday in JWN, once it tried to go red and it failed, I saw it was going higher, of course. It tried to break, I think it was 2050s, and then $21 round number. That was going red for the day with the earnings. It failed there, and when it broke higher, you have to go with the trend. And that's very difficult for people who trade small caps to change this, as I said, this kind of behavior.
Let's have a look then at Macy's. What are your thoughts here this morning for M?
Honestly, I don't like the way it moves, Macy. Every stock has their own personality, let's say. I'm sure Neil and Sean know a lot about this. Every stock has their own personality of how they behave, how they move, what the rhythm of the stock. And I don't feel comfortable trading Macy's because the level 2 used to be very thick. It moves very slow. There is no noise. And I don't feel I have an edge with the level 2 of where are they buying or selling, where are the strong hands moving the stock. You have the feeling like you are wrong all the time, and suddenly you are right, but it's not about you having an edge. It just feel a little bit random because the level 2 doesn't give me an edge. So it's an avoid ticker for me. Sorry for that.
Yeah, no, it's as we said, right? It's a different type of trade, which is fine, but not everyone, should be looking at something along those lines. Quickly before we let you go here, the monkeypox stocks popped up at the beginning of the week here. Speaking of backside, you can apply that theory or that idea both on an intraday basis and also on a higher time frame, on a daily type of chart. You wait for the backside of the move on a daily chart. This GOVX, SIGA were 2 of the bigger monkeypox stocks. It seems like they have kind of given up the ghost here and gave traders, a couple of days worth of pretty good fades.
Yeah, GOVX was a difficult stock to trade, kind of random movements, suddenly 20 cents up, suddenly down. There was something going on, a lot of manipulation on the level 2. You could make money, but you didn't have the feeling like you have the risk in your hands all the movement. Suddenly, finally, yesterday, they did this offering and dropped like 50, 60 cents in a couple of minutes. That's where most of the traders were looking for 2, 3, 4 days before, checking the feelings and looking for this offering and being short on the short side. Of course, they do it when no one is around anymore, but it was a difficult stock to trade. I think today we might check BKSY. It was very active yesterday, very nice stock to trade. Let's see, we have our first red day today on this ticker.
Yeah, interesting on that contract news for Black Sky. Great stuff. Luis Barbados from the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain. Best of luck today. Thanks for doing this.
Thank you very much, Brendan.
Have a great day. AMD, guys, just, well, it's not really doing anything. But I just saw a note here talking about a data center deal that they've expanded. I'll read through this, but it looks like a $1.9 billion transaction there for AMD. But as I said, the stock not really doing anything.
No,
maybe not. You know what? I really love one thing Luis said there, and the stock having personality, and you just have a feel for it. It's like the same thing we'll say. Some people like trading the SPY over the futures, over the ES. Some people might prefer to trade NEO over Tesla, and it's just, you've got to find what works for you. Where do you get a bit of a read on? And it's somewhat true. Like, I don't think I ever look at Macy's outside of when they have earnings, or sometimes when there's a bit of a squeeze, but you've got to ensure that what you're looking at makes sense to you, and you can trade it. Some things in the pre-market are no-fly zones, and then other times you take them, as I sit here and watch I'm in Snowflake, by the way, and I just want to note there is now twice been an iceberg at 117. The first time when it broke this down, I took the short, and it's right back on the bid again. So it's sort of just sitting there like 100 shares displayed, and then maybe 200 or 300 shares displayed at times, and just sort of taking a few thousand shares. So there's some buyers in here on this range in Snowflake at 117. We'll see if it actually holds at the open. We have a lot of time until then.
Look, AMD's, I mean, no, it's almost like Lewis is watching Trader TV Live. I say the same thing every day. Trade the names that you're comfortable with. And that's why it's been such a banger month for me. It's like every day you're seeing the same names, AMD, Facebook, Apple. And then we sprinkle in there the big runners, right? Yesterday, the best trade, I think, was the JWN long. And I didn't trade that at all throughout the whole month, right? And so you got to trade what you know, but then at the same time, get involved. Like we just took a $1 winner here on Alibaba. Like here's the 86 break, boom. First out, 86.50. Next out, 87. That's $1 right there, right? We didn't trade Alibaba at all this month. We're trading it today. They had earnings. So for me, I like to go back to the well, trade the same names, but also have the ability to get in there, know what levels you like, be confident in your trading, and then you can put that forward to as many names as you want, right? And so that's what I'm doing every single day. We're here to trade. We're here to make a little bit of money. Look what I'm in already. I'm in AMC long. I'm in Alibaba long. I'm in Macy's long. Sure, I always trade AMC, but the other two are very, very day specific. And then we look on here. We even write down on the sticky note. We have the AMD 90 print on here, right? We have NVIDIA on here. We'll be looking at Facebook, Microsoft, Apple, all that stuff. So that's why I came in here and I sat down and I was like, wow, this is going to be like an overwhelming day. And I already feel like that because there's just so much to look at. And it's like, pick your poison here. We're going to do that. I've already done it. So we're getting ready to rock and roll. I really feel like today's going to be a very, very big day. Let's go over and have a look at the board with upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, a few of those on here this morning on that side. Unfortunately, NVIDIA top of the list after that miss. Morgan Stanley to the downside. DKS here from yesterday. They're piling on after negative report. Snowflake to the downside as well. Bristol Myers, top of the board. Barclays, there's nothing else terribly exciting. To the upside, guys.
Yeah, I mean, DKS was ridiculous. They had that guide that wasn't great, and then it was down at $55 at one point in the pre-market. The gapping down from 70, just insane. And then it broke out in multiple levels. It broke out in the pre-market, then at the open, you're taking 70. Got all the way back up to last week's resistance. So that's going to be in play today, 81.82 on DKS. I'm not touching it unless it tests that level or breaks back down below 76. This is one that can definitely move. Yeah, sure, it caught the downgrade. That has to do with the earnings, not necessarily reflective of the price action yesterday. It's not very often you will see a stock go bottom to top about, what was it, like 40-something%, and then catch a downgrade the next day, but that's just because of the guide that they had.
We're going to talk about AMD, NVIDIA, all that stuff. So that was on the other side there. Snowflake, obviously, with the bad earnings there. I don't know. Like I said, there's just so much to talk about here. Let's just go back over to AMD because you asked about it last segment, I guess, when you talked about that data center deal. Look, AMD's bouncing right now off that 90, so it's going to come down there again if NVIDIA fails, right? So I'm not in NVIDIA yet. I think NVIDIA, I'm bidding 160. I don't think that's way too low, but if it comes in, that will happen. And if that comes in, so will this 90 most likely. So I'm almost thinking that AMD's a better trade right now than NVIDIA. AMD off of their earnings was up 18% the 2 days after. So, their earnings were much better received. I don't know if they were actually better, but, NVIDIA did have some sales forward guide issues there. But right now, all three positions that we have are in the money. And I'm looking to get this AMD long near at that 90. So if it does come in, that's going to be a level. Yeah, the daily doesn't really look like anything. It's more, if I can find it, which I can't right now, the 20-minute chart there for AMD. But I guess we can zoom in a little bit here. Like there's 90. It's bounced off there the last week or so. When we went underneath, we did go underneath pretty good, down to 85 and change. I don't think there's enough negative news to even get this thing back near 90. So we'll continue to look at that. And AMD is definitely something that's on my radar here again today.
Yeah, here's a note. I was mentioning there just before we went to, or after, I guess, we went to Lewis. So they picked up this Pensando company for $1.9 billion. which continues their expansion into the data center side of things. It's worth noting as well, Datadog, DDOG lower on the snow report, it would appear. There was a couple of negative notes on the entire group really after Snowflake tumbles, but Datadog also under pressure. We looked at that one going back a couple of weeks around earnings as well.
Yeah, this is, I think we always try to sift through like what you want to trade and what you don't. And look, nothing against Datadog. I just think Snowflake has a better opportunity trading on what is the leader. But we've seen sympathy plays work out before. As I pull it up, you're going to very quickly see here, not a lot of pre-market action. It's got a floor that if it goes, it gets ugly on Datadog. And that'll be probably this 84 level. Forget about the aftermarket action. Like when you have a report aftermarket and it gets dragged, sometimes those levels matter, but it hasn't traded down here in the open market. So you can look at 84. If this is a stock that you're interested in, it's got a big floor that's about to get taken out on the daily chart at 84 even. But the one doing volume and actually trading a little more heavily is Snowflake. That's why we're going to stick to that. But there's so many names that look exactly like this, where it's been falling, it's trying to catch a bid, and there's air below it. Some of them have bounced. NVIDIA has bounced off that. We talked Micron has bounced off a level like that. Uber is bouncing off a level like that. But yeah, Datadog, that's one that could take it because of the sympathy for Snowflake.
Yeah, Datadog is, I remember their report, or at least their last report there was really, really solid. So I'm like excited to maybe buy any dips there in Datadog. But right now, we're rocking, man. AMC is starting to go back up. We did get a reload there on AMC at 12. So, we're only long at 12.03 here. It's at 12.10, but we have a better position now than we did before. So I'm going to look at that. I'm just loading up my charts here. I did have continuous issues here with that. So I'm just going to be doing that right here. But yeah, Datadog, Palantir, Snowflake, all these big data analytic firms, data warehousing, obviously in trouble there. Snowflake is really been crushed. I mean, out of all of the names, I mean, I know Palantir's down to $8 as well, but I mean, Palantir's real value was like in the 20s at the time was when you sort of were in there. So you're kind of cut in half and then almost in half again there. And Snowflake is actually, they were at $400. So I mean, this is like not even during, meme craziness or anything. So Snowflake today comes out. John Reinhardt yesterday said there was 3 or 4 straight quarters of beats. Not now. You see it just took down that 130. We talked about this yesterday. This was a very, very dangerous position to be in for Snowflake. So yeah, downside on this name. I probably won't trade. Like I said, I have so many other things to do today. I probably won't be into Snowflake, but hey, if it starts to rally or whatever, I know Neil's already in it, so you got some coverage there, but I'm in 3 positions right now, all to the long side. I think today's a long day again, so I'm going to try to stay away from as many shorts as possible.
Here we go, back above 4,000 for the S&P, trying to hold here, so definitely showing all kinds of strength. Saw a few people talking a little bit about crypto and Bitcoin specifically, as we saw there in the pre-market down with Ethereum. Ethereum a little bit worse off this morning, but some of the crypto stocks, I mean, big moves yesterday, back to the upside with the overall market. Here's Coinbase. Down about 3% right now, but really nice day yesterday, back to that 68 area on the daily chart. Definitely a thing, but holding up a little bit better, in fact, than some of the cryptos right now.
Well, it was mostly Ether overnight. Like that was not a good result. They got trashed overnight to the downside, but I keep saying that term diddle in the middle because it's the first thing that comes to my mind every single time I look at one of these charts and see just not very clear levels. You can see where I like trading on Coinbase here when we load it up. It's like when it gets up toward that 70 level, I think there's all kinds of opportunities there. Previously, it was good like 2 weeks ago at 65. So I liked it back then, but once we made that top at 70, it was a short up that price. Didn't really like the longs till we got to 60. So yeah, in the middle, I don't love it. I mean, $60, fine. If we hold 65 today, there's a chance you can rally back into 70. But that would be more of it shakes out at the open, and in the first 5 or 10 minutes, you hold that 65 level, reestablish it as a significant level, and just go long in front of it. So, I'm not, the name that's not on the watch list that I'm actually looking at, oddly enough, is weirdly Airbnb, because after yesterday, when the travel space, when we saw the breakouts, CCL, all those off the bottom, they're all gorgeous. And then I look at Airbnb today, and it's the bottom end of this channel. And if it breaks this 112, it's like, look at the room if it can break out. So there's things that set up a little bit better at better levels, that if I'm looking at something that isn't doing volume or has specific news to it, I know where I want to go. So just an example there, like I looked back at CCL and NCLH in the morning yesterday and was like, crap. Like those were really, really good long breaks, and I'm seeing at least a little something similar for Airbnb here. So I mean, we're talking about Coinbase, but for a rando name, I'd rather go to Airbnb.
All right. Yeah. Look, so Coinbase has this 60 bottom. I mean, I don't know where it's going to go from here. Obviously, you see Ether today down to 1,800 right now, so that sort of broke a little bit below here. If we go to let's go to like a 1 hour chart here. You'll be able to see. So there's 2,000. It danced around $2,000, went to 2,200 or so, and then it's already been down here. So this is again that wick that you're looking for. You're also possibly bouncing right now off of that level, right? So there we go. Let's zoom it back out. You do have 1,800 down there. It's something to look at. You're printing rate. This is off Kraken, so probably pretty accurate. 1,809 or so right now being printed. So
stopped it.
I don't know if. It could hold. So that's the one thing right there, that if you take down 1,700, then I think you get worried. But 1,800 to 1,700, big deal, but in the crypto universe, not huge. You're going to look here at Bitcoin as well on the 5-minute. That's just broke down through a shelf as well, broke down through 29.5 right there. Now testing that 28 again, and there's that bottom when, was it Luna? No, this is only May 24th, so I got to zoom in a lot more to get those other bottoms. But let's just do that right now quickly. I want to see how far did it go down when all that. Yeah, so actually, I guess that maybe was what we're looking at right there. May 12th. I guess was the day that we collapsed there in some of the space. 25.5 or so there on Kraken. So, you could get down to those kind of levels right now. But as I said, if you look at a daily chart, you're still in. And again, I don't know. I guess I can zoom in like that. I was going to say I don't know how to zoom in, but that's what the wheel's for. Right there. So you're still in this range for BTC, right? So that's a 31 top. That's a 29 bottom. And I was just talking about this yesterday with, first of all, nice. Here goes Alibaba, now 50 cents back in the money. We already took $1 on that name. We'll see if we can hold it for a bit more. But crypto has been holding up well. I mean, obviously if you look back and, people say, well, it's dropped from 50,000 in March. Yeah, no, it has. But in the last, 3 or 4 weeks here, I guess, however many data points this is, you're really like holding out strong when you have the NASDAQ like up, down, like, very, very sketchy when you do have crypto holding out. So this could be the next shoe to drop. Like there's always two thoughts to this, right? Is that crypto maybe was ignored because of all this action that's happened in the NASDAQ. There's so many other stocks to trade, people not really focusing on BTC, and I haven't heard too much about it. But that means that, hey, now when focus shifts maybe over to Bitcoin, people will realize, wait a second, if we smash this level of 28.5 to the downside, where do we exactly go? So, there could be some tests lower here for BTC. So I am nervous about it over the long haul. I think I'm a crypto bull, but still, you got to be I'm still in it, but you got to be very, very careful with these plays. I, definitely lightened up some of the crypto exposure that I have. But hey, Bitcoin, Ethereum, I think you got to buy the dips. I don't think it's worth a significant amount of your investment, but just for that fun ride, like we don't know where it's going to go. If you can afford to lose a little bit of money and you want to trade some dips, I mean, Bitcoin down to that 23, 24 has been talked about by some experts that we've had on the show. And then Ethereum down to that 14 or 15 are other levels that I've heard of. So, if you want to play a little bit of a dip in these markets, if they do crash, then that's where I'd put my orders. So 25 for Bitcoin, 15 for Ethereum. And then if that does happen, then you go back over here to Coinbase, which is still down that 3% today. And then you look at this 60, right? It's going to break through 60. The funny thing about Coinbase is, and we talked about this yesterday, 2 weeks ago, it was $40. So today it's 65. So you're already up 50% in 2 weeks on this name. It doesn't really get interesting to the long side, obviously, until you break 75. I think we can all see that. So right now, Coinbase figures itself out, and we'll go from there. But I sold this name 360, which was so lucky before one of their reports like a year ago. So I'm very, very light in this name, and I probably will never buy it back.
All right, let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market, brought to you by the Small Exchange. They're making it so easy to get into futures trading, guys. Check out thesmallexchange.com. You can use the QR code on the screen. No PDT rule, less capital required. Sign up today. Go to thesmallexchange.com. Here comes Arun. We were talking a little bit yesterday about 4,000, Arun. It gets rejected pretty hard there at the end of the day yesterday, but here we are back above. What do we do today?
Yeah, this one's a little tough here. You know, although we were at 4,000, my level wasn't really at 4,000. It's a big round number, so you pay attention to it. My level is 40.50, so we still have a chance that this market can turn away from this 4,000 again. It seems to stall again for the second time now after dipping down to 85, now taking a shot back above up to 05 and now coming back underneath. We're kind of floating around here. I'm going to give it a chance to actually figure out what it wants to do going into the open. Then we'll decide whether we want to fade this or not. But for the time being, strength is to the upside, so we'll respect it for the time being. 40.50 is going to be the top end level of resistance. So anything from pretty much 4,000 going on up to 40.50, I'm willing to short if I can get the right read on it. Right now, it's stalling, but not enough to go for a short. So we're going to wait on this one here. Preferable trade, though, was the long. It may have, that window may have closed with this attempted move above 4,000 for the second time. The long against for 39.50, that would have been the ideal trade. But again, like I said, this market wants to play around with 4,000, so I guess we're going to have to play around with 4,000 as well. So 39.50 down below, 40.50 above. We've got a shot for a potential fade against any up move, but respect the strength. So you're going to have to wait for the shorts to set up to go for the short. Versus the long side, you don't need a whole lot. The trend is to the buy side. So as long as you can dip down a bit and just slow down, as soon as it slows down, the option to go for a long is available. But preferably what I would rather have is this 40.10 get taken first, just because that's been the overnight high. Let's get that 40.10 taken. And then from there on out, we'll figure out whether it's a fade or it's actually something that we have to respect in terms of strength. And from there on out, we'll just play against that 40.50.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Yeah, the last time we were here, remember, we spent a couple of days kind of back and forth around that 4,000 area up to 40.50. Before we get into the watch list, Joby, Joby, which makes these crazy drone helicopter taxi things up big time this morning after the FAA actually gave them a license to fly these things as taxis. So Joby, one to watch this morning as well. But as I mentioned, let's get into everything else you need to know heading towards the open. Wow, it's 9:07. Let's go. We'll have that link in the chat for you if you require it. Macy's, the first up here, better than expected, guys, right across the board.
Yeah, Macy's is the #1 stock on the sticky note. So those of you that have been watching forever, you know sort of how I play off the sticky note there and what I look for. So, these are big levels. We just actually took 25 cents there. Sorry, we were long at 65. We got out at 80. So 15 cents on the first part. We don't even want. I didn't even want to take it. It just ripped up there, so I got some out. But again, this should be an easy trade today. A beat on Macy's, 12% short, support at 21. I mean, let's go. Like, there's nothing else. What are we doing here? So, I mean, you got to be long Macy's right now today off some of these numbers. Look, could fade out fine. We have our outs. We have our ins. We're ready to rock and roll. Watch out for a 22.30 break. EPS, 25-cent beat. I mean, how often do you see that, especially in retail? So Macy's has gotten taken down with the dogs in Target and Walmart, basically brought everybody down. We knew we'd miss the boat if he didn't get into Costco, so that's probably too late to get into that. Macy's, beautiful move to the upside on the daily chart here, trying to take down that 22. This is the kind of, how it's been beat down with some of those names, obviously coming out not deserving that. We know high-end retail has been super great. Nordstrom's yesterday, Williams-Sonoma today. The rich are still rich, let's put it that way, and they're willing to go out to these places and spend cash. So there it is, man. Dollar Tree, though, I mean, to go the other way there, the Dollar Tree and Dollar General today both come out with great stocks and stories as well with great quarters. So, hey, maybe the consumer's better than we thought. Thanks, Walmart and Target, for that. But we'll wait to see here where it goes. But, hey, I think it's a no-brainer trade. I sat down and just got long. I didn't even care about the price. I wanted to get long on Macy's here today. Then it fell back into 21.60. I think you just kind of play off some of these levels. There's not much here on the 20-minute, but there's 21. You have some back testing support back to the 17th. So, there's some love there for that name. There's the dip downs over the last couple of days with retail getting wrecked. it's going to look unbelievable that you could have got Macy's down here at 17 bucks. When you come in today, it's at 22. But that's what's happening, man. In 1 week, you're getting 30% on this name, and they only reported today. So a great little move for Macy's, and they caught JWN wins yesterday. That was, should have been the trade of the day, but obviously we use search engines for that. But this was just an easy one, and I feel like it was the same thing as yesterday. Here's my JWN trade, right? We had this dip down in, long 2050, bang, bang, long that 22 break, right? And so that's kind of what we're trying to do here in Macy's. Find key levels that we liked. It was 22. It was this pre-market high right there, 22 bucks. We hit that. We took it out 22, 23. And at the end of the day, we got the very best print we pretty much possibly could at 23.50. So we absolutely destroyed JWN yesterday. Willing to give it all back today on Macy's if it doesn't work out. So those are my levels. I'm excited to trade this name. I don't know why I went back to AMC there, but yeah, look, I'm long this name. If we break back down through 21, then we'll have to reassess. Maybe that's when we'll get out. Therefore, it won't be that big of a hit, and then we can look at it again. I've played this over and over again where, my biggest hit of the month wasn't even that big, but was Apple coming back through, right? We talked about that yesterday, almost losing that 20% or so of my daily net. We made it all back, and we were actually turned out to be positive that day. So that's kind of how good trading's been. And I don't want to make that same mistake for Macy's. Like, if it just keeps on falling, then we're going to have to figure that out, right? On the sticky note, I wrote down, and I'm going to just listen to myself because yesterday, I think it was 6 for 6. Watch the support at 21. If it breaks, we got to get out. So willing to take a hit on Macy's, but it's going to have to break through 21. If it doesn't, we're loading up, and we're going to hit the bang button a whole bunch of times today.
So I think about Macy's pretty much similar to Nordstrom's yesterday. I didn't like the breakout on Nordstrom's. I preferred that whole 930 type of play. Like, what happens at the key level? Can you hold that at the open? It was 21 on Nordstrom's. It popped down, tried to hold below it, then got above that. It's a similar story here with about 2130 to 2150. If you look at the last time, it trailed down from that 21 even area, where was most of the consolidation in that gap, and it's in that price range. So, there's already a couple of icebergs that got broken. So on Nordstrom yesterday, the only way I wanted in pre-market was support from larger orders, and that already happened here at about 2170. So this is a channel I like. I think that's where I want to be a buyer of Macy's. The short interest matters. Obviously, it's not as big as some of the other ones that have gone the last couple of days, but you've seen it. Like, the biggest moves yesterday were names that had a decent short interest, and Macy's is definitely part of that. That's why we've been waiting for Macy's all week long. And I love Costco. It's a great company, and we're going to get them after market tonight, but truth of the matter is, like, it's not likely to have as good a day trade on it as something like a Macy's. Although I could be wrong. We saw what happened to Target, but that's my guess. So Macy's, you got to have it as a trade today. When it does earnings, almost every day trader is going to watch Macy's that day.
Quickly, before we go to NVIDIA, a lot of people talking about Redbox here, RDBX. We mentioned that 750 break on with Lewis there. Wow. Huge volume spike through 750 there for RDBX, doing things already. NVIDIA, forecast. An issue here.
It was all the forecast was the issue because they got beats top and bottom. And it's worth mentioning because they said because of Russia, they missed $500 million on that forecast, which if you add that to the 8.1 that they projected, then you end up getting just slightly above expectations. However, that's still not a great growth rate for them if you sort of look at just from a revenue growth standpoint. So it wasn't a fantastic report from a company that you're always expecting to blow out earnings, right? Like, it's just hyper growth is what they've always been about, and that's not what you got. But you can see what the reaction was here. It's always, whenever something falls in the aftermarket, it's always further than you expect. Because there's just a lack of a bid. And that's exactly what happened to NVIDIA. And it's showing you all kinds of strength above these pre-market lows at 159. Just going to note, not split adjusted all the way. We do have a low that's still in play because it only broke this 155 in the aftermarket. You can look at the higher low that it had put in the last couple of weeks, at 158, 157, 70 or so, but about 158. I think that's like your key dip price. I mean, if it gets down there, that's where your support still lies. Aftermarket trading on low volume, it matters at the periphery. Obviously, 150 will matter, but I think the other levels are still going to be established. If we try to break to the upside and fail, it is 164, which we're pretty much at right now. Like, that's the level. If it can't break that out at the open, and this market doesn't go that NVIDIA is a short in front of 164. I mean, however, as Arun probably mentioned, like you start climbing above that 4,000, you get a couple of points above it, you're not going to want too many things to the short side that actually are going to bother to follow the market.
All right, so I saw someone ask about posting that on Instagram, my sticky note. So I just did that. So if you guys wanted to go check it out, but I posted it as a story. So here's Instagram. I don't know what we're doing, but hey, I put this. Did I put that on my? Oh no, this is tagged. Okay. Yeah. So here we go. Some posts right there. Shout out to Nelson. Shout out to Playmaker. They're all on here as well on my Instagram. But check it out if you want to see the sticky note. Is also now up on Instagram stories. I don't know what I'm doing. So I put a link to Twitter and everything like that. By the way, there goes Macy's again, back up to 2180. Look, NVIDIA. If you want to talk about sticky note, we're doing it again right now. And it's just, this is NVIDIA. I might as well just give you guys the notes that I wrote down here, right? Strong EPS beat, right? 136 versus 129. Revenues came in light. Huge support at 160. This is another no-brainer trade. There's not even anything, you know, the more success I have, the more honestly simpler trading becomes. It's like you just got to wait for some of these levels. And if they break, you lose. And if they hold, you win. It's literally, nothing is rocket science here in this business, to be honest with you. You just got to have, I mean, if it was, I wouldn't be good at it, right? So, I mean, it's just like, there's the 164 right there, as clean as day. And then there's 160, and the 160 goes back, all the way, right? I mean, you have that little dip down to 157 right there. There's a 158, there's a 160. So I'm going to play off that 160, see if it holds. Hopefully it does. I'm already sitting there waiting. We're waiting to like absorb NVIDIA shares to the downside. But remember, the one thing that's always going to be true for me, and I keep saying this over and over again, and what's up to everybody in the chat, guys? Hope everything is good right now. Alibaba, I will average back into that one. I've already taken out 2/3, right? And so Alibaba can fall down. If you want to see some more levels on Alibaba, that again is on the sticky notes. So find that at TraderTVSean or at TraderTVSean Instagram. Watch out for all the fakes, man. There's so many fakes out there. It's ridiculous. Yeah, so I like NVIDIA. I like the quarter. This is the future. I'm all about this. Yeah, but don't let my bias get involved there, right? I mean, it's only down 4%. I think this name turns green today, so we'll see where it goes. I mean, but for now, NVIDIA is starting to head to the downside, so you know, watch out with the NASDAQ now turning red. That's obviously going to influence what some of these stocks do. Remember when I write the sticky note, man, it's like I write it between, you know, 7:30 to 8, something like that, you know? We get there, we start writing them down, we're looking at key levels. So in that next half hour, which is like right now, 9 to 9:30, when the futures actually start making moves, all this can change, right? So we'll look at 160. I'm still sitting there. I want to sort of absorb that, see what happens. Even if I have to hold this down to 159, I mean, I'm not taking a big position when it first comes down. If it can hold 160 and go back up, I'd rather than punch the 161, punch the 162, make sure that we're right on this play. So NVIDIA definitely on my radar. It has to be on yours. And again, just like I said, the more success you have trading, the easier trading becomes. So watch your levels, stay with them, and just trust yourself, right? And so I like NVIDIA to the long side. If you like the shorts, there's tons of levels to short, man. 164, 166. Like there's amazing short levels. For me, I don't want to be short. But remember, if this market fails, I flip like on a dime. Like that's part of, you know, where I consider my strength is too, is being able to hopefully reread the charts and then go with the momentum of the market. You saw me the last couple of days talking about how choppy the NASDAQ was at the end of the day, and we didn't take anything until it started to break out. And we've had back-to-back successful closing shows on the Power Hour because we've adapted to our strategies, right? And so let's just continue with that today. Let's wait for key levels. Crypto's gonna hurt, man. As crypto goes down, remember, NVIDIA still involved in mining, still involved in those big, huge cards that people are buying for that purpose. So, you know, watch out. NVIDIA could fall here if Bitcoin continues to fall as well. Like, I know that relationship should be like unpinned now, but it's not. So let's wait to see where that goes. We're also averaging into AMC. There's so much, Brendan, to talk about today, but we have to cover AMD and NVIDIA as those two are motoring.
Let's throw in oil here on top of this as well. OPEC just saying they will, here's the oil chart. Big move from 111 there up to 112. OPEC just saying they're going to stick to their prior guidance for June and July, basically saying that no cuts are coming, no increases are coming. So If you're watching any energy stocks this morning, they could be moving on that. Snowflake is next. Another one to the downside here, trying to reject 118 currently. Again, both a miss top and bottom, and a weak forecast, to say the least.
Before we do Snowflake, let's do something that's cash money right now. That's not working. There we go. There it goes. We'll fire both of them off. Get that. Right now. Macy's is in the building right now. So the number one name on the sticky note, the number one name that I talked about as it was falling down, we sat there open arms. Let's go Macy's long 2160. We just got some out right at key levels. I was just sitting here, man, 2210, 2208. We got out right in the middle of this. Let's see if it does take that 2230 now. Macy's getting spicy to the upside. So already, man, we're already rocking here. AMC's falling back down. Hopefully that's not going to be a mistake. But Macy's right now, good little bump there. No idea what that's about. Quickly to the imbalance locator. Then I'll throw it over to Neil, who's in Snowflake. Nothing right now. Macy's, I mean, it's here as a bid, but 120,000. We've already done 3 million shares today. So let's see if Macy's can go. And then just as a tease, there's Snowflake to the sell side as well. 90,000, well, 82,000. But nice little move downside for Snowflake. I'll pass it over to Neil. But Macy's right now, the number one trade today. We'll just get out now and be done with it. But no, we have more fish to fry here with M.
I'm not in Snowflake anymore. I had a 120 stop on it at a 117, and there was an iceberg on the bid of 117. So I don't want to get back in. The channel's still very valid. Here, above that 120, you have a lot of room to the upside for a potential move to the upside. And then, of course, if it breaks down, I think you got room down to a 112, 110 area. But with an iceberg at 117, you got to see at the open, can it actually take that level down and exhaust through that buyer? And again, 930 will tell a lot of stories. Redbox is pulling back, so I want to quickly jump over to that one because you got to go to what's moving. And RDBX, $9 big key level on the upside, $11 also pretty well. But I just drew these. Well, that's right. If you flip away from the stock, they disappear. Okay, so anyways, as it pulls back, 775 to about this 750 channel for potential dip buy. It's on the break, but it didn't quite get to that $9 level on the higher time frame. So 9 and 11 on RDBX, still very much in play. It's still a wick off top for now, but that's pre-open. I'd like to see this, since it had the $7 break, I'd like to see it try to hold the 750 to 775 channel for one shot to bounce. If it gets back below 750, I think it's in trouble.
Brendan, let's just, if you want to, skip over to the meme stocks or something because they're starting to go right now a little bit. People asking on the chat here about that. So I'll leave it with you, but we can do that. Or if there's, I mean, there's a lot of big stories here. So we're at the, we're actually at there. GME and AMC Day. Okay, good. All right, I'll just, Brendan, any quick words on this before we talk about the trading?
No, I was just going to say, conveniently, they were next. Anyway, Sean, go ahead.
Okay, good. Yeah, so okay, I didn't even notice that. I got to pay attention to this board. Yeah, so look, AMC yesterday, obviously a big move there. We called it. Our spidey senses were there, but we don't have the long. So that's the most embarrassing thing. But at least we're working it out, and we got that figured out. So first of all, Macy's is up to, I'm going to get some more out at 17 if I can do this, man. 70 cents in the pre-market. We'll take it. But we had the bid at 10.25, man. The lowest it got yesterday was 10.30. We missed that. It ripped up. I don't know what sent me off there yesterday. I know Neil traded GameStop. It was our trade of the day yesterday on that name. It was that 115 level. That's broken now today. It might be back as AMC's coming down. I have to look at GME. Not yet. But Neil will look at that. I paid for shorts extremely cheap on our end, so I don't know what's going on with that Ortex report, but our broker, no problem there for that. Oh, you know, we got out of too many Macy's there, but that's okay. That's a nice little move. All right. So I'm looking today. Let's just go over this real quick. We're already long here at 12, so that's fine. We wanted to see if 12 held. There's the pre-market top of 1190. The issue is 1150. I don't want to get out until we break through 1150. So, you know, we ripped up there. We came back in. We looked at 1150. It danced around here. I sort of have the opposite feeling today that we want to test a little bit lower. So I will get out. Look, I'm going to get out if it breaks 1150. I have orders to average in. First one's at 1180, right into here, right into the pre-market teeth of where we sort of battled with before taking off. So we're going to get long at 1180, then we'll get long at 1160, and then we're going to see what happens at 1150. So the real trade, you can see, I'm considering this as our first in, not like we've averaged in a bunch of times here. That was a light trade. Then our bigger one was at 1202. So that's why my average price is 1203 right now. I think you're doing the wrong thing by getting out too early on AMC. So I'll leave it at that. Whether or not 1150 breaks to the downside and I get out and then it rips up, sure, then I got out too early. But I'm going to give this 50 cents at least to the downside down here to 1150. I think it's a little foolish to not do that because, I mean, you can have these moves. I mean, look what happened yesterday. Ripped up, came right back into the pre-market, and then ripped again. So I just feel like this could do the same thing where we come down, we test some of these levels, and then get going. So if I'm wrong, it's going to be an 1150 break. And honestly, I'm completely fine with that one. And then we'll pass over to Neil for GME. But we got out of, I didn't realize I had 2 orders sitting here at 22.20, at 22.17 actually. So we got out of both of those. So now I'm only in 40% of this Macy's. But I mean, I'm glad for that because now I can average in. Macy's still to go. Thoughts on GME?
Yeah, well, I mean, GME had already broke, like you said, 115 already went. That was a big short price at the high yesterday. And 12 hadn't broken on AMC. 115 had gone pre-market here. So that's why I like the 12 break. I took the 12 break when I saw GME had gone on AMC. And the reason our broker is cheaper, like we're paying for locates who short it intraday, and then we're flat by the end of the day. That's much different from shorting and holding it overnight. Right? Like to borrow and then holding it for multiple days is a bit of a different story. That's why it's super cheap for us to do it, and it's expensive and getting more expensive for everybody else there. But look, GameStop is getting a bit of a proxy for me. AMC, I'm getting out of the long at about 1185 or just a couple of shekels below that price, and I'll re-engage at 1150 because if we break 115 to the downside, I don't want to be holding AMC when that happens on GameStop. And I've drawn you the 120. That's the next level up that we're watching for resistance on GameStop. It gets through that, and it's got some air above it to be sure. But you can't ignore the meme stocks today. Look, sorry, whatever you want to call them, it doesn't really matter. You can't ignore these today. Both of them.
I'm fine with meme stocks.
I don't know what the correct name is for them.
I don't think anybody's upset by that.
Squeeze stocks, meme stocks. Yeah, you can't ignore them. Yeah. Like GameStop was crazy yesterday. You got to be watching it. AMC didn't do as much, but it could today.
The best memes I think are on these stocks.
I
like it.
I mean, I don't know.
And we have.
I don't know.
I mean, what is even a meme, anyways? I don't know. There probably is a definition for it, but there we go. Ape Nation. Hopefully, we ride together today on these stocks, Brendan.
Yeah, the OG meme stocks even. SPRC popped up a little bit late here with one of these recent IPOs, tiny float, 3 million shares on SPRC. This is just going back to the end of March. This thing came to market, so a heads up. Already coming off a lot, so watch $3 here, trying to hold as support. 450 was the top, which is this kind of consolidation on the daily chart. But SPRC, low volume, thinly traded, 3 million float, should be exciting.
There you go.
You guys mentioned GovX there very quickly, and I know, I understand Luis didn't want to trade it, but it already put in a wick off top there, and I was looking at that when he said it. And wick off top, I just mean like you can see like parabolic move up, puts in top wick, consolidates at 210, and then there was a chance to get right in there at 210. It flushed back below 2 even. Below that price off the open, I do want to be, well, I am short. I do want to be short, but 210 is really the key price level, I do think. And if it gets to that price, if it tries to put another wick in, I want a second shot at it. If it gets to $2 at the open, I'll probably just take it out and then look for the short closer to 210 with like a 225 stop, preferably on a failed breakout. I love those for a curl. Much better than just sort of sitting in front of the level like I just did here with 2 on GovX. Always watch out for that float. It is absolutely tiny on this name. I mentioned Airbnb. And the chance that we get a breakout here, the market pulled back below 4,000. So obviously you're not going to see that come in for 112. If it does try to go Tesla, just going to quickly run through some names here. Still 666 is a bit of resistance. That zoomed way too far out. Still a bit of resistance for the stock as it just got back below that price. Every time it breaks it, it can't even get to that 680, which is the next level up. So watch for 650. If that holds its support, you can still be bullish on Tesla. Of course, the setup I wanted, NVIDIA. Whatever. Like, I choose Snowflake to sit in pre-market over in whatever. Snowflake is too crazy pre-market to just sit in that one. Sometimes it runs the stop. But I wanted NVIDIA on a pop and fail at 164. It doesn't even give you that at the open. With now 90 seconds to go, that would have been the level. I'm not chasing NVIDIA $4 down. It's just not going to happen. So I'll try to be patient. If I'm shorting it, I know where my out is going to be, and I want a better price than paying down at 160 and then giving it to 164. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, we're already long NVIDIA here, so we're in that spot. And that's what I was putting in the chat, like that snowflake. I said that to Neil, like when I was sitting here. It's like, it's just a crazy stock. It's going to you got to watch out for those levels. It's been hit down so hard. Like, it's just, you get no liquidity on some of these names. That's why I chose Macy's, NVIDIA, AMC, Alibaba. There's a little bit of liquidity here. So let's see. This is, again, we're just following our sticky note, right? We want to get logged through 160. We're going to have to hold this one. And I was just looking at it as we get ready with Tony on the bell. 155 or so is where I'm going to hold this one down to. Look, I'm here to play. So if we get hit on this, we get hit on it. But NVIDIA definitely in my toolbox right now. I already have an offer out at 162, so I think it's going to get a chance to get up there. But let's just quickly look at the imbalances because that's obviously sent something to this downside here. The NASDAQ came out, there's TQQ as a buy, so that's good for the NASDAQ. I don't see NVIDIA on here, but either way, it's going down regardless. So here we go with only now 15 seconds to go. We are long NVIDIA. Let's see if we get a pop. Remember, we are waiting for AMD as well to see what that does on the downside. So let's go,
man. A little slow there.
Alibaba, $1 in the money. Let's go, Tony.
We got him on the bell. He's rocked and loaded, ready to go. 3, 2, and 1.
There we go. Thank you, Tony. The Tiger is in the building. Thank you, Tony, for that one.
Immediately AMC goes through that 185. I'm watching GameStop. It's still above 115. So GameStop holding up. Now that second level is going to come in. I didn't want to be long, one time. I wanted to try to take it twice, save a few shekels if I can get it. AMC still holding 115. If we're going to hold that price, the second long is going to be valid in AMC here. Well, at least I hope it's going to be valid. We'll see if we can't put that one in there. It's bouncing off of 160. I'll pay up a little bit to get that 160.20, maybe take a few more shares there. Tesla down to 660, bit of a bounce in NVIDIA, not to my price, but certainly trying to make a bit of a move.
Bit of a bounce. Let's bring that money back down. We're $2 in the money now on NVIDIA as it's Rip City, man. Sticky Note Nation wins again. Let's go. NVIDIA to the upside now. $1.50 in the money on NVDA. 63 cents in the money on Macy's. And there it is, the bigger play now in on Macy's. Let's see where we go now as it takes down our price, $22.30. Maybe that was the top, but we're going to play Macy's to see where we go here. We're long on that one. There goes NVIDIA. Let's go, Sticky Note. You are in the building right now, up to 163 there for NVIDIA. Believe in your shit. There it goes to the upside. There goes NVIDIA now. So here we go. We're also averaged into AMC, man. We're down 10 cents on this one. Again, believe. Here we go. Back to the upside. There goes AMC. Let's just rock this, man. If we can get out like 80s, 90s, O's, we'll take this to the upside. Bye-bye. NVIDIA, $3. We're rocking on that one. Only problem right now is Macy's, and it's 99 problems, and now Macy's ain't one. There it goes back up to the upside. Big time trading again today. Let's go, Neil. Let's go, stocks.
Yeah, we got out of that AMC just to get right back in. GameStop held 115. Yes. That's what validated the trade for me. And the second it happened, we got back into it. AMC now back up to 12 even. I'm taking some more shares out of AMC there. Tesla just got to 650. The market's going to bounce here. 650 was a long price we liked. I'm going to try and get some Tesla shares. Oh, it already got to 52s. I'll take some 55s if we can get them, but Tesla making a big bounce.
Are we entertained? Are we entertained? These moves, man, we are higher than yesterday. It's 932. It's Sticky Note Nation right now. I mean, $5 in the money on NVIDIA right now, as that is Rip City. This is just an amazing, amazing day. Look what happens when you believe in your trades. Look at AMC, 12.14 right now, as that's going to the upside, right? So big time trading over here, man. Couldn't be happier with the day. We are pumped up, as you can see, and we're half a coffee in. This is natural. Let's go upside. 12.19 coming now for AMC. Let's go Ape Nation. I'm with you guys. I stuck here with it. Let's go to the upside, man. Diamond hands on AMC. Let's see where it goes. We're already out. Well, not that much diamond hands. We're out of half of the trade already. But if diamond hands can hold out for this move, let's go to the upside. Back up to pre-market highs. AMC rocking. NVIDIA rocking. Everything working. Alibaba $1 in the money. Man, today, another good day.
I hope you guys got the 120 break on GameStop. I tried it twice. no liquidity there. I mean, AMC's continuing to rock to the upside. I tried twice to get the 120 break on GameStop.
Yes,
it's
sir.
now at 122, just absolutely moonshotting. I just tried to get Tesla as well, but yeah, it just bounced off 655 pretty nicely. Looks like that's going to be the big bid on a Tesla. I kept looking back at Airbnb to see if it actually made the break for me, but it's continued to go to the downside. Got to cancel that order. You don't want it if that's the way that it's going to come in. You don't want it if that's the way it's going to come in. Why is that even canceling? There we go. But Tesla is definitely going to be one for me here. It's holding this 4,000 level on the ES, and we still have a chance to get it at 655. But wow, AMC. GameStop and AMC, so the break at 1225, the high of the day just came in after the dip buy. That's why you see my average price change. But wow, GameStop. 125 on GameStop, if that goes, 130 to 138. When I was looking at it on the higher time frame, which I know that's like a crazy thing to say, but I don't know if I like it till 130 for a short trade on GameStop. So I might be sitting out of that one for a long time because that was a huge miss on that 120 break. We only like 2 levels on GameStop. This is what I mean. If it gets any higher, 130, 138. Maybe we get there.
Yo, congratulations to my boy Luca. I don't know if that was a sticky note trade or not, but big trade for Luca on NVIDIA as well. Catch him on the midday show. Man, wow, NVIDIA, let's go. I don't know what to do. Let's just run the fruit salad again right now. We talked about, remember when NVIDIA was down 5%? I said this name probably goes green. You're only down 1% right now on NVIDIA. This is $7 in the money right now and still going to the upside. Did I say 7, Luca? How about 8 right now into the money? How about Alibaba? How about $2 into the money now on Alibaba? And again, what is this? Say it out loud. Yell it. Let your friends know. This is Sticky Note Nation giving you monster plays today, man. Couldn't be happier with the way this has all turned out. Obviously, as you can see, we're just, this is what happens. I'm really excited about trading. And what did I say today when I came in? I was like, there's so much to look at. There's so many plays that I have pegged to go here. And now we just sit back, relax, watch them all come through. And there it is again. We are on one this month. We're on one every day, it seems like. And here we go, man. I'm super excited to bring you guys all of these bangers, man. I mean, I should be over there looking at GME, but I mean, I'm just like,
125.
Thrilled with what's happening right now in this market. But Neil talking about 125, so we'll go over and have a look at that as well. But there goes NVIDIA, guys. $8 now in the money on NVDA. It's Sticky Note Nation, and it's live.
Yeah, it came right back to that 170 level. So, I mean, if you thought it was going to come in there, pretty crazy that it did. I already just scalped it off of 170. GameStop turned at 125, so if it pulls back, maybe there's a reload opportunity in AMC. We will see $12 the key level on that price. But 170, this is NVIDIA, 170 to 171. This is your top from yesterday's action. Can it pull back in? We'll see. I like 165 to 166 for that pullback. I never got Tesla. 650 was a key level. Up to 662. So it got to that 666 number, which for whatever reason is a bit of a thing here, and now starting to pull right back in. So we might get a second chance at 650. This is what I mean by GameStop getting to that 125 and pulling back. It's really pulling back in here. That's a rug pull almost. I thought it could go to 130, but it's a huge rug pull now happening on GameStop, which does put the breakout trade on AMC into a bit of pressure. I just finally got into Macy's on the dip. I like that same channel, 2130 to 2150. That's what I wanted to see after the open. Oh my goodness. I think GameStop might be able to bounce off this 120 level. It was such a huge breakout price. I'm going to go for the dip on GameStop, which I haven't said that in a very long time, if ever. Brendo?
Speaking of bounce, BKSY, big mover yesterday, trying to bounce off of support late in the day, 240. Saw some big volume come in. Also trying to bounce Snowflake with a huge reversal there off 112, straight back through 118.
All right, I'm just tweeting these all out, man, because I want everybody to, all these plays. Alibaba's on the sticky note at 86. NVIDIA's on the sticky note at 160. And AMC's on the sticky note all the way back down to 1150, which is what we had. And we have 10% of AMC left. And then the only one that didn't work, look, we're up huge on Macy's. Actually, we're up more on Macy's, believe it or not, than AMC. But Macy's has pulled back down in. We will look for some more longs on Macy's right now, including maybe right now, but I got to do a little bit more work on that one. But look at Alibaba continue, man. Alibaba is just March City right now to that upside. So, I mean, this is a $3 winner, Alibaba, AMC. They're all right here and still rocking. So there it goes again, man. Big time trading today. And I told you, remember I told you, the better trader, you know, the more success you have, the easier things become. So right now, like, these trades were just, for me, easy to push the button. I believed in what I was talking about, and when you do that, you can stay strong, right? Stay strong with what you're trading. Alibaba, $3. NVIDIA is now a dime piece in the money. I also said that NVIDIA would turn positive. Did I or did I not say that? Where's Liz? I gotta clip that, I gotta find that. There goes NVIDIA all the way to positive. We are now up on the day on NVIDIA. Shout out to Baxter back there. I hope he took the long. We talked about this on our ride in today. There goes NVIDIA. There goes Alibaba. There goes AMC. Man, what a great day this has been for us, man. I don't know. We'll just keep tweeting these out for you. I'll look to engage in something else, but wow, very, very extended moves here, guys. Yeah, I'm just going to try to hold as much as we can.
And while all that happened, guys, there was a chance to get the reload at AMC at $12. Remember, GameStop came back to $120, said if it bounces from there, I wanted to try to cash the long. Couldn't get it at $122, so again, just reload AMC instead. Able to catch that at 12. You're seeing it already start to come back into 12 and a quarter. Macy's as well came right in at the open. I wanted that channel after the open. It gave you that shot in front of that 2150 and 2130. Already taking some 80s and then 22. See if we can continue this channel to that upside. GameStop is not stopping. That's a crappy pun. 130 is the next level up. Maybe 138 going to be in play. We talked about RDBX there. As the small caps don't want to ignore these. It's now put in a double top at 850 and a wick high. If you got this one to the long side, watch out. Like, it just failed an 850 break big time after a double top. So this one tends to pull back really heavily just in a flash. So watch out for that 850. That's the key price. I know I like $9, but it has yet to actually get there, guys. So keep your eyes on that RDBX. For now, it's a meme stocks on the run. Macy's is trying to go. I don't want to ignore Nordstrom's. This is one that actually had some levels on, and it did make a little bit of a break here, but I liked it down to 2350 to 23 even for the channel. I got to cancel that bid because it's already jailbreak to the upside.
Okay, about NVIDIA going positive. Can you find it? Okay, right there. By the way, NVIDIA now $10 in the money and still going. Look at Alibaba. I mean, you want to talk about a trade that's just super hot fire. Like, this one's even better than NVIDIA, to be honest with you. 86 longs, it's at 90 right now. $4 in the money on this $80 name. We'll take it. Let's see where we go. 20 minutes looks like this. So you are coming up to these tops one more time. I think 90 might be good enough here for Alibaba. I mean, we'll choose the trade of the day. I don't know. You guys tell me. You want NVIDIA, you want Alibaba, you want AMC. Hopefully we can get GameStop again going through on that. But we just got out some more AMC as well as it's starting to rip upside. This one I should have held. Like, it's crazy that I'm not up way more on this, but still nicely done to the upside here for AMC. We've been holding it, so we just got another piece out right there. And I think we should take Alibaba, man. Alibaba's at 90. It's right at this range right here. I mean, maybe we just keep on going. This is part of the problem. It's always a good problem to have when your winners are just too much in the money that you don't know what to do with them. So so far so good here. This has bounced off 170 a couple times. I think we can get a pretty good target here for NVIDIA. So let's take out NVIDIA now. If it continues to climb, fine. But we already touched 170, 171. That high yesterday was 171.25. So maybe we wait to see if it can touch that one more time and take that out. But we are at some resistance levels now for this. I mean, I can't remember when 160 came in. I was just like, bring it. Well, I mean, just like The Rock and the People's Trader, we're here. Let's bring this in. If you want to give us these prices that we love, we're here to yam those up. So there it is. It's a nice trade there. And there goes Alibaba yet again to new day highs. So we'll find that one out, but it's maybe fading. Watch out for the NASDAQ. I think Alibaba, I don't know which one to get out of, Alibaba or NVIDIA, but they're both right at resistance levels right now, guys.
So I grabbed the Tesla off the current low. It just got me that entry around that 655 area, but GameStop went to 130. Put the turn on there. I got some more shares out of AMC when I saw it happen, and then tried to catch the short on GameStop off that 130. It was 130 and 138 that we liked for the turnaround on GameStop. So if I can't be long into those numbers, well, then, like we said yesterday in the trade of the day, then I'm going to short off those numbers. Brendo, what's up, buddy?
DD Global, guys, catching a bit of a bid here today. Ever since they said, hey, guess what? We're delisting in June. This thing's done nothing but go straight to the upside, like 8% for DD on the back of that Baba and Baidu earnings.
All right.
DD, remember DD's actually, they're the ones that are actually getting delisted. But remember, you can still trade them in Shanghai and wait a minute. No, they're not going to both. They're just trying to get to Shanghai. Anyways, I did get into GameStop eventually, but I've already missed the curl. Like, this came back down to 126.5. So it's a bit frustrating because, like, when you try to get that trade, like, it's a 129 into 126 and you want to grab it. I end up with a 128 paying down as the spread opened up, but I'm still going to maintain the same range here, guys. Like, if it breaks out the high, forget about it. Going to be gone. That 130 is the key level. Could come back into 125. And of course, it means AMC's coming back as well. Like, you can't ignore this. If GameStop's turning around, like I said, when I saw GameStop turn, I was taking shares out of AMC because right now GameStop is the meme stock futures. So that's what we're going to look for. And we already talked about the borrowing. So we're day trading here. So for us, the borrow costs are not what it would be for other people holding it overnight. That is entirely different, not game, but entirely different strategy or way of borrowing shares. And it's just going to be lower for day traders than it is for people that have to hold their positions overnight. We're out of these at the end of the day, if not in 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking right now, so Alibaba, you guys asking about outs. I was going to use 89.75, but this is still ripping. So I don't know. Maybe it's going to be 90 flat. I mean, we're just loving this trade right now. We're also looking at NVIDIA again. We got to start looking at these now. Why we got them out at 163 was because that was the pre-market high. But again, we're still in 25% of this. So this is a big day for your boy right now. Like I said, we're at 3 times daily goal right now. So yesterday we got about 2.5, and then we couldn't get going. So right now, 168 drop. We're going to get out of NVIDIA if it does take that out. So unfortunately, that's going to suck. There's no doubt about that. But hey, we can take, you know what? Let's go 167.50 if it does go down. We'll miss. Look, we're going to give up $2 on this, right? So the high was 170. We want to test it. I mean, that high was pretty obvious right there. Should have took it out. We talked about that. Hey, we still might have a chance, man. This still could go back upside. And here comes right now back to the downside. We are going to get out of Alibaba very, very soon, as far as I know. 69er break on that one, and we're going to get out. So far, so good, man. AMC's trying to go upside. Come back in. That's going to be good for your GME stock, as AMC's coming back. And then there goes NVIDIA. It just resisted that break of 167.50. So maybe we got something there. Another chance to get out at 171 upside. I think we should probably do that right now. 170 target for NVDA. What's up, Brendo?
Just watching some of the airlines, guys. Delta just saying they're going to be canceling some Memorial Day flights because of ongoing staffing issues. I mean, they're positive on the day anyway, but that just out for Delta.
We'll ring the register. You're right. Like, it did pull back at GameStop. I didn't get the 29s. I got the 28s. Just took some out at 126. It's holding 125 for now. So as long as we're holding, above 125 now, it was 120 before, then AMC is still valid. I don't want to reload on AMC just yet. Not when GameStop has rejected that first level at 130. I did get into Tesla very quickly there. We got that one. Wanted to see that 650 hold at the open, right? So it did hold, managed to make another bottom. I took some out when it had resistance at 660, and now it looks like it might take out this low. If we can continue bouncing here, the market is still trying to go to the upside, so I do want to try to have a piece of it, but watch out for that downside on Tesla. Relative weakness, market going up. Tesla still in the red.
All right, wow, GME, Neil, just took that 130 right now. We are long GME, 130. Let's go. Let's see if we can take it out already. Did we get it? Bang right there. Let's keep going to the upside. There goes GME, another ripper, man. We have also AMC. Let's not fight any of this. AMC to the big time to the upside. Hey, it's at 50? Okay, we'll take a piece out at 50 if you're going to give it to us. And it does. There it is, man. Green market, green day. Let's just keep on rocking this market right now. We are just going nuts. We took that GME 130. I like even dollars. We get out at 130.50 there, 131.50, on that. So it could still fall back down, man. I got got out of 2/3 of that. I don't trade these that well. I just play the breaks, and let's see if we can hold it. Maybe we get some more action here to the upside. But AMC was really the one that I said, you got to believe in something. And there it is, man. We did not get out. AMC, ding, 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 averaging. We got 1160s into that 1150, man. I mean, there's so much for Liz to be clipping today. All these calls. There goes AMC out at 1250. So, hey, holding GameStop and AMC, definitely a risky proposition. We're not heavy.
Watch the messaging, man. I didn't get out and long on GameStop until well after it had gone. So I'm like, where's my stop? And it's like, oh, I'm long. Okay. So I did get the reversal on GameStop there. That's crazy. But anyways, 138.
Yep, let's go.
138?
Let's go 138, 132.50. I like it a lot. We're in the money on this GameStop now at $1.50. Let's see if it keeps going. 80 cents in the money now. There goes NVIDIA. Did we get the high side? Bang, 170 for NVIDIA. We got that. We'll do Brendan the GOAT right there. I hope you have this long as well. That's a $10 winner right there for NVIDIA. Put it on the board. Yes. There's a nice little one for that. And there goes Alibaba as well. Alibaba rejects the downside move. Wow. 3.5 times daily goal now as we continue to climb. You want the bangs? You got the bang today. Let's go. Nice little day today for us. This is just a monster. I don't even know what to do anymore except for just continue to trade. Hopefully continue to entertain. That's why we're here at Trader TV. Sean, send some love and I'll send it back. Today, as we said, rewind the tape, man. Rewind the tape to 8:31 when I told you this is what was going to happen today. Big time trading. Let's go trading. Let's go.
So crazy price action. Even Tesla just bounced. Remember Tesla was like the weakest stock? It holds at 650. Oh, I got to cancel this order. It holds at 650. We're now in jailbreak territory. Remember what Arun said? I'm just going to throw it out there. 41.10. Oh, great. Now my ES chart just went. 41.10 gone. 40.50 the upside on the ES. You want to be long in this market. If I take a short, it might just be 138 on GameStop, but it has to get there first. I'm now thinking 666, 680 on Tesla, the next two levels up. But look how much room we've got to go to the upside. Pretty much everything long is working. Yet somehow, one of the breaks that I wanted today was Airbnb. Oh, give me a break. That didn't. 112 on. Come on. 112 on Airbnb. Hopefully somebody got it. Yeah, but that didn't fill. But anyways, Airbnb up at 113. So that eventually did make the breakout. Everything is rising to the upside. We'll see what happens and how far we can go. As far as targets go on AMC, I talked about where I think GameStop could go. AMC's got just as much air to the upside. However, this here at 1250. Previous support could be a bit of an issue for AMC. It's chewing through it right now. And as long as GameStop's going up, you kind of want to hold on to this one. I feel like they're both going lockstep.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. These guys behind us getting pumped up. Like, this is amazing. NVIDIA out. Best out we could possibly got. BABA right now, $5 in the money. AMC, $1 now in the money as Ape Nation is back in the building. We talked about you guys being here yesterday. I missed it. Net pas today for my French friends as we continue to go. And how about what we're doing on GameStop right now? $5 in the money on GME without any, nothing. Air up there. Where does GME go from here? This is going to be a huge day for Day Trade the World. I'll tell you that right now. People are crushing this for sure today. GameStop, free money alert. There it goes to the upside. AMC and GameStop today, just absolutely unbelievable. This is why, if you can't tell that I love my job, then I think there might be something up with this stream, because this is what we're talking about. I come here every single day, kiss the wife, kiss the kids, grab the coffee, come to the casino, make the sticky note for you guys, throw it down, cash out, let's go. This is what we're doing, man. The best show on YouTube is right in the building right now. Yes, Neil, let's go.
Nah, I'm just pissed off. That was the turn on GameStop.
Where?
I was trying to get out of the long. Remember 130, it got to 136. And I was trying to take the long out above 135. Because this is the point where it just costs a couple of dollars. But anyway, it's not a big deal. As it gets to this level at 138, that was the one that I said was worth a short. So I don't want to be in a long when it comes up to that price, right? It gets to that price at 138, and I want to be thinking about the next move, which could be that bit of a pull. I understand it's squeezing. AMC's still going, so I can hold that to the long, but I don't want to miss out on this. So Tesla's about 10 in the money. I don't care. I care about GameStop. Yesterday, that was the only short that I wanted, and this is the only short that I want right now. 120 was great, but it's on to the next. Brendo?
Amazing move so far, guys. 5-minute chart for the S&P. No red candles since the open. Baidu, another one that reported from the Chinese ADR group. Same story, almost no red candles. Went from 122 to 132 as well for Baidu.
You can't. I was telling Sean, like, you almost can't hit levels on GameStop.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. It's like when DWAC would trade. Like, it would go, and then the spread would just open up, and you can't. Like, you're trying to get in. It makes the turn. I tried to punch out of the long and then tried to punch short. I didn't even get the punch out of the long when I was like 99.9% sure that it had cleared for me. Come on, Tesla. Tesla's having some trouble here, man. Like, I don't understand. Like, I'm getting out of Tesla. Like, the market is going ham. We're at 12.1 in the NASDAQ. We're at 40, whatever the heck we are in the ES, and Tesla can't get through the high of the day. Like, forget you, Tesla. I might be done with that one. It's just, if it doesn't want to go, I love trading Tesla. I'm not Ms. V, but I love trading Tesla. Macy's is another one here that's a bit frustrating. It can't seem to get through that 22.5 to the upside, so not going to be reloading on this one. GameStop is still in the pocket, so that's going to be the next trade, but I'm telling you, man, like, I got to get into this bad boy. It just put a wick off top up there, and this is what I meant. Like, this is where I wanted to be inside of the short. And the thing about it is, if you don't get it, 135 half here, well, you've already missed on $2 of the move. And if you chase it, you're risking $5 on GameStop. And I'm not risking $5 on a short. I want to risk $1, $2. Like, that's what makes it actually safe to be able to play. Otherwise, you're driving yourself nuts and holding it too far against you. Brendo?
Another little one moving, guys. APYX, few people mentioning FDA approval for, or clearance, I should say, for this Renuvion cosmetic technology from this one. APYX starting to go as well.
All right, our out's going to be, excuse me, a break of 130 downside. So we'll just give up everything on the last 2/3 just to hold it. So let's see where it goes here on GameStop. I do think it's probably going back down, which is why I put that order out. But hey, let's just see. This is what happens. Like I said, you make the money early, can afford to take a little bit of a gamble, which is why I took the 130 long in the first place. We already got out of AMC at 50. AMC went as high as 70. We only have a small piece left on both of these. We actually have a third still left on GameStop. So this is really the one that, if it does moon, I still got a piece on. We only have like 5% left or 10% left of AMC. So not a big deal. We did have, like I said, we had about a quarter left. Once it hit 50, that's a key level for me. So we get out there. So that's why we're out of AMC, holding a small piece. Look, still to hold it all the way. That'd be nice all day, no doubt about that. Alibaba's trying to come back in a little bit. I'm wondering about this 90 peg right here on Alibaba. Like, I was giving it a little bit lower. I think we can still do that down here into 89. The level, I guess I got to zoom in to have a better look. I was giving it to this, 89.70. Let's just make sure that's where we are at right now. Yeah, we are. We're at 89.70. So probably there goes GameStop down to the out now on the downside. Still a good trade, man. We have no negative names today. That's going to be a good one. But 89.70 breaking right there is where we're going to get out of Alibaba. I think I'm going to put an offer at 91, in and around there, 90.80 or so, just in case that comes through. The biggest trade today by far, NVIDIA here, as that is now $12 in the money. We took out a $10 clean right there on that. So watch out for Macy's, for NVIDIA, for all that stuff. I am going to go do some more work on Macy's. You can see every time it pops up, we're getting out. Unbelievable that we're still net positive here on Macy's. And this can drop forever and we'd be net positive. So we're still happy with this trade. But again, definitely gave some money up on that high side trade. And look, we get out at 130 and look what pops again, right back to 132 on GameStop. I'll probably leave this alone until we revisit that 136.
Yeah, it's got to come back to that high. Like, that's the thing. If you miss a level, don't chase it, right? Like, in this market, sometimes it's going to come back to you. And if it does, then you can pounce. Don't worry about it there. I might have taken Tesla off too easily. We'll see if that ends up being true. It just took out the high of the day, but it was relatively weak and it was giving you $10, so I just took the $10 when it was there. AMC's holding up pretty well, though. Right, like, we just saw GameStop pull back. AMC is still above that 1240, so I see no reason not to hold on to this. It gave you multiple chances. Long in front of 12. I stopped it out at 1185, like I mentioned, and I wanted it to be two separate trades, so just essentially saving this 25 cents in there, and then it gave you the 12 long again anyway, so it even gave you the breakout style trade. I didn't have levels I liked to the short side on AMC the same way I did on GameStop. That's why you don't see me in it. Just to come back to another one from yesterday, all kinds of relative strength. This market is obviously bouncing. Zoom was a monster at the close yesterday, and one of the stronger names. And we're saying, yeah, we got to come back to that level. never forget about the key levels from the afternoon, the trades that worked, right? Because this is what will happen to you. I said Airbnb 112, and then of course I don't actually catch that trade. Hopefully somebody got it. Zoom was the same thing yesterday off that 100 and then 102 late on in the session. And then you see it breaks to that 108. That's basically what we're talking about. You can come back to these. It's like as a day trader, you got to be flat at the end of the day, but you can come back to those same trades if they're there for you. Now Zoom is at resistance, so it's already there. It's already at that 108. All you can do is think turnaround if you like it. Maybe you can catch a bit of a dip buy. There's a part of me that wants to short Zoom in here, but I'm going to stay away from it. I don't really see any shorts that are fantastic at this point, unless it is shorting GameStop at that high. I'm going to check in on Dick's Sporting Goods because I know the level I like for Dick's. Yeah, it's there. So Dick's Sporting Goods, we like this 81 area. If it does fail through that price, that's not a bad one. You can see it's already put a fail at 82. If it tries to hold below 81, that's a pretty key level, but it's too strong to short as well.
Okay, quickly, before we go over to happening now, Alibaba's coming back up to those levels, so we'll check out for 91s right there. Check back in on NVIDIA was 170. Our AMD print, man, I mean, it's a good thing we were all over NVIDIA, so I'm not going to hate on that one, but we were very, very, I don't know where that tick went to. 90 on AMD, 90.75. Wow, we're at 90.50. If that just ticks down just a little bit more, what kind of a day are we even having here? Up $5 on AMD. Thank you for checking the sticky note. And you guys said no more coffee for Sean. I think I need more coffee. I basically don't even, Valeria used to bring us a coffee, so I have a cold ass coffee here from 8 o'clock. So half done. I'm going to take this time to go grab some more. But we're going to watch out for Alibaba right now at 91. So I'll put an offer there. If it gets hit, it gets hit. We'll see. But I'm going to put an offer there, go reload the coffee up, and throw it over to Brendan for happening now. I like that green board, buddy.
Hey guys, yeah, finally some follow through to the upside. Here we go. Ones across the board. It's nice to see. S&P 500, 1.3%. The Dow, exactly the same. I did notice some of the small caps starting to come off early, but back to the upside now. So 1.3 and 1% for all three of the Russells. The NASDAQ here leading the way, 1.4 for both the composite and the 100. Here in Toronto, about 0.8 for the TSX, being dragged along with the rest of them as well. A couple things we were discussing in the pre-market this morning. Even Snowflake with a bounce. I mentioned there was a huge volume spike that came in as it retook 112. So we broke to the downside, and as it retook 112, a huge volume spike back to the upside right through to essentially day highs here for Snow. Even Apple waking up, trying to play along as well, getting to day highs. We held some of these lows from early on yesterday right through to yesterday's highs now for Apple, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, I just took out of AMC, and when I see this market and what it's doing here, you're in breakout territory. But really, for the meme names, you got a wick top. I'm like, what would I be doing if I was flat on AMC? I'd be thinking about shorting this 1260 level. Let's be honest. That's what I'd be doing here. So I'm going to take the money and run on AMC. And it's the other thing too. I talked about GameStop being the meme stock futures. What am I thinking at this price level up here, that 135 to 138? Again, I'm thinking that this could be a little bit of a shorting opportunity. Doesn't make it right, but it does mean I don't want to be holding the long in that particular situation. Macy's came back into the channel, so that's the only long that I'm going to have left. And I was asked about that, not GovX, but RDBX, if I got it. I didn't get RDBX. I know there's some small cap names that are making those moves. It did come back into that 775 area just now. It's only now made that move into that 750 to 775 area. So this is where I wanted to see it potentially consolidate before I grabbed along. And it's got that double top at 850 that you also have to be concerned about. Oh, move over Tesla. So Tesla now just put a wick off top. You don't want to jump into this, but it just put a wick off top at 675. Not 680, but 675. If it does put a little fail off this level, that would set up for a little bit of a pullback short on Tesla. It was relatively weak before. We'll see if that's still true. GameStop, pennies away. Well, $1 away from that 160 level. 138 level. I got to pick and choose here. Do I want GameStop or do I want Tesla? I want GameStop. I'm going to have to go over to GameStop. I'm not going to sit there and say that, the stock that was the number one to trade or the first thing we looked at, which was those memes, and I'm not going to jump over to it. So I'm going over the GameStop short. If Tesla at 165 was the right call, then I'll have to live with it. But I just grabbed the 135 on GameStop. I'm going to try and scalp it back into that 130 range. You guys kind of know the drill here. You're not thinking home run, this is going to fall to 120. But I am thinking this is a bit of a pullback range for GameStop. It was a 138 level that we liked pretty much all morning long. And we sort of talked about this. I don't know how far I can go back on the 15 minutes so that you guys can see it. You got to go all the way back. Oh, yeah. Now, you can't even go back far enough. But 130 was the first level, and then that 138. Maybe on the daily chart you can see it. But I've already rang the register once, right there at 134. 133 half. So grab about $1.50 to $2 on that. Make sure you're going to bank something around that 1-to-1 range. And then if it falls into 130, great. But this is the style. Like in the long trade, yeah, you can hold that long for some of those upsized targets, right? But the short side of it here, you want to grab your profit when it's there. So grab that profit. 130 is next level down. That's where I want to make sure I get my bid. But just understand how big these ranges are. Like when 120 rent, there was 130, there was 138. That's pretty much all that we saw there, guys. So that's all we traded off of. And you got to pick and choose. I'd be $4 in the money in Tesla if I took that. I decided to take GameStop because $3 on GameStop is better than $4 on Tesla.
All right, it's always nice when you come back. Yeah, we did. We reloaded the water, obviously, and yesterday, 100% right. Neil hit that one on the head. Yeah, it was a little dark, and it started raining, cloudy, so that was the headache problem. Really. But today, obviously, we're going to be reloaded up on the water, and it's always nice when you come back and can hit this, because there goes Baba. We just got out at 91, as promised, $5 winner right there out. We're done now from that one. Should we still be long AMD or NVIDIA? I don't know. Good out there, maybe at 170 as that's pulling back in right now. GME, honestly, mistake there for sure. Getting out at 130, whatever, that was the price I got in. It ripped right. I said would see you at 136. Obviously, going to go grab that coffee there and water. Hits me a little bit, but I was talking with Greg there. They had a great time golf. How was golf, Prad? He's listening to his jam right now. He can't hear. He's literally 5 feet away from me. 136 right there. Good take on that short. I assume you had that. I think that's what you're just talking about. Yeah, so that's a good trade back in. We're still long AMC. And again, those are good prices to get out there, 1270. Maybe it's exhausted, maybe it isn't, but you're right back down near a reload level. Did I mention Palantir before I got up? I think I did. Come on, AMC. Oh, I'm on AMC. What am I doing? There's AMC right there. Okay, just to get back in, we'll see what it's going to do. What levels do we like? I mean, we're right here at VWAP right now, trying to respect that 1210. Let's take... the thing is, we're long 70 cents in the money. I don't know, it's fading back down. We just wick bottom that 25 there. Let's see if it wants to go back to that level, okay? Let's put a bid around 26 right now. See if we get picked up down there. Then if we do, I'm very, very cautious of this level in here, 2010. So I think, 1210. 1210 right there. If we break back down below 12, then we can get out of everything. So we'll take a little bit of 25, then we'll take some 1210-ishes, and then we'll get out if it breaks back down below 12, not letting it fall too much further than that. So yeah, very, very good today. Couldn't be happier with a lot of the trades. We missed AMD to the downside. We talked a little bit about that. But now it's cruising to the north side. So AMD only up that much. Is NVIDIA starting to go now as well? Yes, it is. Right back through 170. Look, I just sat back down. I'll do my best to find some more opportunities for you right now. But what's up with Brendo?
This move in oil, guys, getting a little intense at this point. Right back to 114 on huge volume here as well. This is the futures, remember, 3% now for crude. Just notice some of these little tiny energy-related companies, HUSA, INDO as well, starting to catch a bid. But wow, oil on a run.
Yeah, you got to pick your poison, right? It's oil. If you're watching oil or any of the oil-related names, I would trade Oxy, but you can't do that and watch oil futures, but also be trying to watch NASDAQ, ES, meme stocks. It's not happening. I just got out of GameStop on that curl, and I'll tell you why. There was a 132.50 iceberg order, right? So you can see what it's doing. It's a trend to the upside. And I said it wasn't a home run. And if I think the rest of that trade, I want to get out at a 131, and it wants to make higher lows, icebergs, I'm going to respect it and just grab out of that trade. It still hasn't gone to 138. That's close. That's 137 here, but it hasn't gone there just yet, right? So it's still in that upward channel. And this is what I mean. Sometimes you've got to watch that tape. That's why I was trying to give that color when it was making that top. You got to watch that tape, because when the iceberg steps in and it's already put a floor lower than that and it hasn't gotten to that resistance level, it's just going to melt up to that price. So wait for it. It comes to that price, and you can always take that trade again. It's a similar reason why I got out of AMC up there, right? Like it wick off top. What would I do if it got there? Go short. Just get out of your trade. If it gives you a chance to get back in, okay. That pre-market breakout price that we liked at 12.25, it's now starting to hold that. And GameStop is heading toward the high. So what do I want to do now? I want to jump over to AMC, and I want to buy that dip on 12.25. If we reject 138 again and flush, I can cancel my bid. I can have a tight stop at 12.20. Lots of options are available to me. And I was talking Tesla 675, just to come back to it here. It worked. It did give you that $4 or $5, right? But that's not a huge opportunity on Tesla. Realistically, you want it dropping back into VWAP. So, probably the right call not to go over to Tesla. It still has a chance to break, but it's really lagging the market. Just in terms of percent move, it looks great, but everything else was taking out resistance, and it's still trying to do that. Like the NASDAQ has broken through and is continuing to go. Tesla still has yet to hold above the top. Brendo?
Anybody watching these dollar stocks, DLTR, DG, the earnings call on now. So heads up, some comments coming through on that.
So right. I just want to quickly, Brady, thank you for saying you love the chat. Love it we're focusing on the meme stocks. The truth of the matter is when you're a day trader, you focus on what is giving you opportunities. And today, GameStop put a huge break from 120 that had room to 138. It's you're not going to see 15% moves intraday off of the open on stocks that give you the chance to get in and are very tradable. It doesn't happen every single day. So when it happens on a GameStop, we're going to cover it. If it happens on DWAC, we're going to talk about it. If it happens on, I just want to throw something that's garbage out there. Like I wanted to say RDBX, but that's not a garbage stock. But anyways, if it happens on RDBX or Veru, we're going to cover that. It just doesn't matter. It's about opportunity first and execution after you get them.
Yeah, exactly. And we've been looking at AMC. I mean, we are not going anywhere on these names. So as long as they're still hot, we're going to trade them. Okay, so I did say that it's impossible to turn negative on Macy's, but this name is falling down more than I thought it would. So it is indeed going to be possible. But we averaged in right now to this level. We're going to get out here if it takes down. I mean, I was going to do 25, but there it goes, breaking down through 30. So we will get out of Macy's on that little flush.
That was my stop.
I want to get back in, man. To this, but that
just ran the 2130 stop. Like that's so frustrating. Like that was my stop. The channel I liked on Macy's 2130 to 2150, long in front of it, and then stop out at 30. So it just ran the 30 stop and came right back in. Sometimes that's what the market does to you. It runs your stops knowing that that's a pretty key level, and then it decides like it wants to go. So if that's a wick off bottom,
it might not go though.
Yeah, it's such a weak name. Yeah, it is kind of weak. I mean, if it holds a bit above 2130 again, then you can get back in. I don't want to rush into it.
I already got back in, but but it doesn't mean that it's right. It's just I'm doing that same strategy again, where you get run there and then
take your eyes off
get right back in right now. There goes GameStop back up to 138. Oh shit!
Oh my goodness, you can't take your eyes off.
I should have never got out. Like the plan was to not get out, but it goes right back to where I was in, and I was like, I didn't want to turn this name negative for me, so we get out at 130. But these have been easy holds today. I feel like great. I mean, Neil's making money on the short and the long, so it goes both ways there. And I mean, I think just holding AMC is definitely right. I mean, I said to get that reload at 13.25 there. We should have just done it at 12.25. We should have just done it at 12.30 right there. I don't know. I was staring right at it, so duh. I don't know why I didn't do that. But okay. All right, so let's do some more work here on Macy's quickly as that's falling back in here. So I still like the long. That's really the problem. And I mean, it's on the daily chart, actually pretty useless to look at this. We're not even anywhere near any of these levels, so we're kind of in the middle right now. That bottom 2120, I don't know. I don't really, that's where we're at now, so we can pass on that. Remember I said sometimes the reloads just won't give it to you? It looks like that's what's happening now on Macy's as this has come right back in. No levels yesterday because we're way up on this stock, but maybe just 21. So let's wait to see what happens at 21. I hate to say that, but yeah, Macy's getting hit back today. Here's 21 on the 20-minute. You go all the way back there. Easy there, Trader Pratt is looking at Tesla right now.
Did you hit it?
There goes Macy's.
Yeah, you got to pick and choose, man. It's like I turned my head for 2 seconds, and then the wick came in at 138 on GameStop, and it was immediately back to 135. So I took it the second time, but it's never as good the second time. So I did take some out for about $1.50, and then right back out once it took out the high. Now you're really in air. air territory, right? Like the 138 was probably the level. It's not really through it just yet, and then it has to go through 140. But once it goes past there, you're talking about 150 at 155 upside on GameStop. So it's not through this price area just yet, but there's tons of room to the upside still yet on GameStop.
What do you have?
I'm flipping away from Macy's.
Yo, Brad just told me that his Tesla trade was for Miss V, so I was asking what he has here. But this trade is for me and for all of y'all. Bang, Macy's, take that and smoke it, buddy. All the way back to the upside. We're long at 19 right now on Macy's. Actually making more money on this one than the first one. But we got to get out right now. 37s, 38s, 39s, 40s. Let's go. We're right back to day's high. Remember I said I was negative, turning negative there on Macy's? Now Macy's goes right back to one of my number one stocks here on the day, to believe it or not. Macy's, we're 25 cents in the money, and this is what we did. Where is my minute chart? Minutes. There it is, man. I told you we were going to try to get for 21s. Look at this. There's the flush down, 21. We actually got a 21.15 as well, and now you're seeing that it's in the 40s. Okay, we'll take some of this out right there as it starts to rip up. We are back at hallelujah. Back at our day's high. As AMC says, hold my beer, Sean. We're going back to day's high as well. Up to 1270 now for AMC. There goes Macy's. Holy crap, guys. This is a big one right now on Macy's, guys. We'll just take some more out at 50. Like, I was like, let's go. Line in sand. Drawn there at 21. So we'll take this upside now. If we're going to get out at 21 and I'm long at 21.15, we should be taking this 30 cents. So there it is at 50, man. We're back. We're on one again. And just so you don't think that this is all coffee infused, we took one sip right now of that coffee. So let's get going, man. This is called adrenaline. It's called passion. It's called trading. Let's just keep on going. Look at NVIDIA. Look at BABA. Look at all these names. Look at NVIDIA. We were long 160. It's 174. Probably BABA's through the roof now. Oh, why didn't we hold some of this? Today, another good day. What's up, guys?
The 120. GameStop's now 23% to the upside.
Ooh.
Like, if you're not enjoying this market, and by the way, that's 680, AM 680 in Canada, good station. 680 now at 685. I know Prad was all over that one. You had to pick and choose which you watch, because I'm telling you, you can easily get distracted. But that's why we're looking at very, very specific names, like whether it was Macy's, whether it was AMC, whether it was GameStop. That's what it's all about here. Take 2 seconds, because if you like what's going on, you're going to like it all day, and we want you to hit that like and subscribe. And it's really just about, we love doing this, we're here for free, and I know you guys enjoyed in the community, and the shout out to that community, and the reason why you want to grow it, because thank you for reminding me about a firm. Because there's no chance on a day like today I would have pulled up a firm, but it's at 26 and putting in a wick off top. So thank you very much, guys, for reminding me that a firm was starting to come into some levels that we like. Look at these levels on a firm. These are fantastic up here. Yeah, sure, GameStop 140, this could be good, but a firm could be great off of 226 as well. So that's what I love about this. It's like being on a trading floor, and it's a huge trading floor, more than just what we have behind us, because we got thousands of you guys watching here to make sure that we don't miss out on these opportunities.
Yes, sir. Wow. This has just been... it's so stupid, because I should still be long GameStop. But you know what? We're not going to cry over that spilt milk. But that tick is looking bad right there as GameStop just continues to run. But that's fine. We're into AMC, man. We're into Macy's. You guys asked for reload spots on Macy's. And... I mean, we got reloaded there. I'm trying to find... Oh, here, I can just find out what Prad's position is right now. Prad is... long Tesla. Well, he's long at 689, but he was long before he crushed Tesla, and he said this is for Miss V. When he's listening to his music, so I can't even talk to him to ask him what his side was there, and I will do that in a minute just for you guys, as I know you're interested in that. Good trade on Tesla though today. We can have a quick look at that. I mean, I'm just getting out more Macy's right now. I just want to make sure we cover all this. There goes Palantir right now. Palantir starting to break through as well. Now up to the upside. We're long right here at 820. This may not work for Palantir as it's pushing the highs. Again, Snowflake rocking today. Let's just check out that before we do anything. Not rocking, but rocking from that bottom. We bottomed out at 112 there, and then we ripped up to 120 on Snowflake. So yeah, I thought Snowflake was going a little bit more than this. This Palantir trade is a little questionable for me. I'm going to get out a little bit here on Palantir if I can get some 19s and just lighten up. a little bit on this one. So we'll wait to see here what we're going to come out with. But Palantir could still go. We just lightened up on it. I thought it was a little bit better than that. Maybe it's not. Macy's starting to rip upside as well right now. The names to be long, man. Everything today. Square up 2%.
Everything.
The weed names up 2%.
No.
Banks not up, I think, but everything else. Look at JP Morgan, first of all. When I looked at the pre-market, JP Morgan was 130. We talked about this at 118. What's up, Brendan?
The cruise lines, guys, was going to add to your list there. Have a look at RCL, 6%. NCLH, 6% as well. So big day right across the board.
We talked about the sort of like both of them making huge breakouts yesterday. That's why I kind of like that Airbnb, because it's set up for it as well. But absolutely crazy price action in all the travel space. But it almost doesn't matter. The weed stocks are up today. If you don't know what rising tide lifting all ships is, and when the wheat stocks are going up, you know that's what it is. Someone asked in the chat, we need a rune for levels. 40.50 is what he said on the ES. So if you weren't here in the morning to grab them, that's what it was. It was 40.50 to the upside. My eyes are peeled to GameStop right now. It's up at 143 here. Tesla turned at 690. I mean, I don't have a reason for it turning there. I thought maybe 700. But GameStop is peeling towards 150. And look, at this point, like that's the only level that I could find that this thing could go to. Like everyone's talking about the squeeze, of course, that is going on because of the rising borrow costs. Well, I promise you this much: it's even more expensive to borrow now. Like I paid for shorts on this. I bet you if I go in to get for more pay for shorts, it's probably double or triple for us day traders. And then asking why I was shorting a firm, because it's at a key level. I'm going to trade the setup. And a firm at 26, well, you saw the market continuing to go higher, right? This is a firm, wick top through 26, and now starting to come back. My daily hates me. My daily chart hates me. But this is the overhead resistance that's been above 26 this entire time for a firm. So am I going to take that trade? Sure. And if it breaks higher, am I going to trade it again at 27.50? Yeah, probably I'm going to go ahead and do that. So you got to trade what's in front of you guys. And when you get into this meme mode for me, and I'm trading stocks that are going absolutely parabolic, I want to pick my spot, be on that stock, and then not be chasing too many other things. And right now, a firm, if it breaks a high, I'm out. GameStop, 145 maybe, 150 for sure.
Wow, yeah, firm is rocking. What's up with that? Okay, I mean, everything rocking and rolling today. Palantir, we're trying to get this to the upside. We're long here at 21s. I do have an offer, a little bit of an offer at 24. See if that gets picked up. Now, we were a little nervous. As you know, we got out at 20, half of our shares. Let's see if we can get Palantir to rock to the upside there. As there it is, just smoked 24. So we are out of that. And I want to say shout out to my paisan over there, Luca, right now, killing it. I think we got like a little baby me going on here. Apple, AMD, Facebook, GameStop, NVIDIA. Congratulations to Luca right now. We'll hit a bang for that. You'll see him on the midday show, and he'll big up all those positions. So congratulations to Luca right now, rocking it today. Excited to see him on the midday show with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Trader Pratt, coming through there on the midday show, of course. Macy's, okay, good out. We just got some out at 66 there. I wish I would have held all of this, but was so excited when this went right back into some of those key levels, into the 40s. So, you know, we got the majority of them out right there, but we'll still hold on to some Macy's. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day for our net. So for me, that's a win. We'll drop some grenades here today. Big time trading, big time movements, and big time fun. I just told our producer there that I think this is the best show ever that we've had. Tons of energy, tons of love from you guys, and just tons of things happening. There goes AMC. I could just imagine what GME is doing.
148 half.
This is just going to be a monster day for people here at Day Trade the World. Congratulations, man. We should still have this $20 winner, but we don't. That's what happens here. GameStop ripping right now, guys.
Oh my God, I'm telling you, like when it starts to pull back, it's just crazy. Like this is, like we talked about 150 just there, got to 148 half, and that's when I tried grabbing that little bit of a short. And it's just, like it's almost impossible to get it. Like you see, it dipped down to 144, like you snap a finger and the bid is already gone. So chances this could be a bit of the top there. This is crazy, man. Like that 120 break, I'm not going to live that one down, because we're looking at that yesterday. That 120 break on GameStop, and we don't actually grab it until it gets above that 130 level. But it is what it is at this point. 150 does look like the next top. Certainly that's all we could see. I'm watching AMC. It didn't get to 13. If AMC was at 13 when this happened, I would have just shorted AMC instead, but it never really got there. But 150 is certainly in play. I don't want to miss this turn. because that's a trade that I love, but I also don't want to chase it all the way down here. I want to make sure we're getting a price a little tighter to that 147, 148 area. RDBX, by the way, thank you guys for pointing that one out. It did fail that 850 one more time. That's still a pretty key level for RDBX. If it tries to go through and puts a wick off top, I'd short it, but that looks pretty strong to me as well. Like, that looks pretty bullish on RDBX, so I'm not really jumping over to that one. If it goes, I think $9 and then $11 on RDBX.
Yeah, Tesla just rocking right now. Maybe gives us an opportunity to possibly get out of this one, guys. Hands up if you're part of Sticky Note Nation right now. Put your hands up in the chat right now, because today is a good day, man. Let me see. The first person to put their hand up there gets a shout out there in the chat. Look at some of these prices we're talking about. NVIDIA 160. That's like $20 in the money. BABA 86s. GME, AMC. Right here, AMD 90. I mean, we had all these names right there. Oh, there it is. Bears versus Bulls gets the first hands up. What's up, Bears versus Bulls? Shout out to you. What's up to Smokey DL as well? What's up to John? What's up to everybody part of Sticky Note Nation right here? Here's, oh, everybody they put their hands up. Okay, I see the written on there. What's up to everybody? I missed all you guys. What's up to GH? What's up to Steve Delaney? Shout out to James, man. Shout out to John. Look at all these hands up. What goes up must come down. But for right now, hands up. Congratulations to everybody. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. So we'll go for that one. A couple bangs out there. Thank you so much for all the love in the chat, man. The best thing you could do for me, though, follow on Twitter. Send some love. Let's get that Twitter account bumping as well. 33,000 or 32,000. But also hit the like button on the show, man. Like, subscribe, stream, everything. This is a banger. We've got AMC $1 in the money. Macy's 70 cents. There it is. Thank you so much. Chat going on fire right now. Thank you. I love you guys too. This is why I'm here, man, every single day. It's for you, it's for my family, and it's for Brendan over there at the big screen with SPRC and your small cap recap.
Hey guys, busy day right across the board. When focus shifts, you got to shift focus with it. SPRC, we talked about a little bit just before the open. 3 was the bottom end of this daily range. There was a huge bid that showed up at 3. The first time it was down there, you can see all of the volume that printed on the way back to the upside. So kind of dying off, but a worthy note there for 3 even on SPRC. This is RDBX. 850 to 860, a huge level on the daily chart. Give you an opportunity right out of the gate to the downside. We'll see what happens the second time. I missed this completely, but GOVX, a huge move to the upside off that base it formed following the offering yesterday. Remember, 160 was the offering for GovX, so a huge pop back to 220 off that this morning, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you, Brendan. That's why we love it, because it's been hard to get to those small caps today. When the meme stops are going, you can't really ignore them. I just got into AMC to the south side because GameStop made the turn, and it's just going to be easier to show you guys this instead of flipping away from it. Wick off top, you know the formation. There's your wick. There's your consolidation. I wanted GameStop in front of 150. I tried it twice and couldn't get a price that I liked, so that's your futures. You got a lagging move here in AMC. This is why every single time at each of these levels is sort of going over the game plan so that when it happens, you already know what you're looking for. There's your wick top, pull back into VWAP. It's already starting to work back into the downside. I got out of a firm, and maybe I should have given it more room. And shout out in the chat, if you're only watching a firm, if I'm only watching a firm, there's a wick top, I'm just jumping right back into it. But I'm not only watching a firm. I'm also watching AMC and GameStop because that's where the action is here today. So that's where I want to make sure that I'm going to. Just the read is a little bit easier. Like, give me a break. Like, we'd already pulled back $4 on GameStop, and you could have already been in this wick short on AMC if you know what you're looking for. And if you're in the long, then you saved money getting out there. It was the same thing with that red candle. And then catching the bid because GameStop had already bounced off 130, and you were getting 12s. It had already happened. It was up at 132, 133, so you still could have got 12s. And it's the same thing with the other end of that trade, guys. I'm watching Apple, too. I think Luke is on Apple. I think that's what you said, Sean. But 141, 142 is a monster on Apple.
That's there again.
Yeah, all week long. 141.80, right around there.
Dog.
Like, it gets up there, and it can't go. Like, it just can't break. So I feel like if we're going to get that 40-50 that Arun's talking about, it ain't happening without Apple breaking this 142. So, that's the level to short at. 137 has been the level to go long. You can see that. It's just making the same range every single day for the last couple of weeks. So if it gets back up there, almost got to take that short.
Yeah, I'm just shorting right now. These are the levels that I like for Apple, so we're in this name right now as we speak. Arun be damned. We're just going to short this into 142. Yeah, those levels, if they hit, they hit. But right now, we are hitting on all notes right now. Look at equity. Look at Macy's right now, 2182. Okay, we'll take some right there and get out. And then just to let you know, we are going to have a red name on board today, and it's going to be the one, the only, the Palantir. We went long at 20. We just got our best out is 24. Other than that, we just got some out at 17 and 18 to close the trade. A whopping 3-cent hit on Palantir, and we're going to get away. It's not moving. Would rather trade these other names. We indicated Apple right there for you. This has been on the sticky note every day against that. Even yesterday when I was like, oh my God, I can't believe we missed that short because it came right in. Okay, my minute chart doesn't want to load, but believe me when I tell you, yesterday, yep, there it is. Right there, right? So here's Apple. We traded it amazing yesterday. It was a great stock for us yesterday. It was the day before that we had the problems with it. Apple right there, shorted it into this level right there. The highs, the same highs it made today. It's just we're banking on everything else that we missed that trade. So hopefully if it does come back up like Neil was saying, then we want to short a hell of a lot of shares. So we'll wait for Apple. Hey, you take down 142, man. I got you. But if you don't, I'm here. We got to stick to our plan. This NVIDIA out at 170 is going to wind up hurting, man. Yeah, you're a firm. Is that short okay, or what's going on there?
Oh, I got it at the top, but like I could. It was a wick top, but I was shorting GameStop or AMC at the same time, so I jumped into AMC and then missed the wick top. I'm trying to pull up my daily on Roblox. I guess I'm having the same issue as you, Sean. My 15-minute is kind of working. Someone asked about it, and look, it has a wick. This is BTTX because it doesn't want to give me Roblox. I'll go over BTTX. Why? Fine. It's breaking out as well, but my chart's hating me right now. I'm flipping back and forth so fast that it's having trouble keeping up. 235 is already broken out. You can kind of see here, if it gets to 260, oh, well, my head's in the way. I'll do that for you. There you go. If it gets to 260, that's the next level up. Like that was a monster short on BTTX the last time it got to that price. But it's in the midst of breaking out. And Roblox as well, you can talk about wick highs. It just put one in at 30. So 30 wick top on Roblox. If you've got the long, and you start thinking about where you take your profit if you've been holding on to these for so long. Yeah, that 30 wick top on Roblox looks an awful lot like what I just saw over there in Affirm. And you talk about something that hasn't broken out of its channel yet. Not really. So good day for it, up 3%. There's nothing wrong with that, but it hasn't really broken out and showing some signs of weakness at this 30 level. Tesla 690 just pulled back pretty heavily. And GameStop, for all of that 150 pullback, it's still trying to go. It just bounced off 142, love 42, and is trying to get back up to that 150 level. Yeah, I'll try it a second time. I mean, I didn't get it the first time, but I'll try it if it goes up there a second time. But I'm holding on to my AMC. Like that either takes out this 1275, that area about break even, or GameStop retests the high. I'm just eyeballs on GameStop as we watch this AMC trade.
Yeah, we're still, that same thing. I mean, I'm still in that AMC. Looks like it was a good out on Palantir, man. Even our outs today when we're wrong seem to be cash money as well. The only thing our outs when we're right don't seem to be that great, as we took out 91s here for Baba, and it's at 93. So we'll go Ape Nation for Alibaba as well, man. I know a lot of you guys trading this one through options and whatnot. Our Apple trade downside right now. Looks like we'll try to catch a winner on that. Now in the money 30 cents, trying to break through 141. We have that 140.50 staring us in the face, so let's go over to that right now and put a bid at 140.60 or so on Apple in case we get that dip down in. We'll find to watch that. And just quickly here, shout out to John Reinhardt there. I know Neil just talking about Affirm. You changed your Affirm stop to 26.50. That's fine, but remember, like we're gonna hit the stops. It's just like why I got out of GameStop at 130. It broke, then obviously it ripped up $20 from there. So that sucks. Still positive on GameStop, so it's all good. But you gotta respect your stops. So good job on that to move that. Thank you, LC, for that one. I'm the man, but you're the man and or the woman as well. Thank you for watching. If you're not watching, then you don't know about us, right? So thank you for doing that one. And then what's up to Henry Z? I tried your Palantir, my man, but that one did not come through. So Palantir right now, I'll hold my beer situation as that goes to the downside. And then Honestly, my worst trade of the day is getting out. And it's crazy that my worst trade of the day is going to be basically my number one stock's NVIDIA, but my number 2 stock's going to be Macy's. I should still be long everything, or at least a significant amount of this 21.10 trade here, or 21.15, as Macy's just ripped a $22. Like that, like I should have cashed out a hell of a lot more on this trade than I did. But, that is... What are we going to do? We got to take some risks there, and we took it. We put on too many shares, and I said yesterday that my name was scalp, like my game was scalping. We did it on Macy's, but should have held it. Brendan.
Big move in natural gas yesterday, guys. Just got the weekly inventory numbers worth the note. Anyways, this is the ETF, if you want to look at it. UNG on the NYSE ARC exchange. Big pop there. Smaller build than expected for nat gas.
Yeah, and look, man, energy markets have been crazy. I used to watch nat gas, but it was just too many things to be looking at the same time. I'll check on Tellurian. I remember that one was okay, but it's been pretty garbage lately from last I checked. I mentioned this about like Snowflake. A lot of times I won't even sit in this thing in the pre-market, and then made that break. And the weird thing about it, that was at 8:30, and I said under my breath, well, that's not a good way to get into it, because we had that number drop at 8:30, and I got triggered into a snow trade. And it's like you never want it at that time. My stop was at 120, adhered to it. But if I take that same trade at the open, it was a 117 to a 110, it actually would have given you the move. And you're in and you're out, you're just waiting for it at the open. So sometimes you really do want to wait for 9:30, and that's just the way to go. There are other times you want to be in the trade. I think your Neos of the world are probably the better place to be doing that if you have to. Right, like you don't have to trade pre-market, but Neo, that's just as an example. When it's in play, it's got lots of volume, not as many false moves. You can capture those moves a little bit easier. Spread's not as crazy. This is why I'm not on the bid in front of 1250 on AMC, even though it's holding 1250, because GameStop is really turning. So like it turns out that 150 was it. I tried twice to get it, but it's more about identifying the places that you want to trade the stock. Right? It was 120. It was that 130 level, it was 138, and then it was 150. Like that's what you want to be doing. And as it falls into the downside here, at least we've got AMC, which I think should be breaking VWAP, and then maybe back down to that 1225. So this is what we want to see happen next. Tesla is coming back with this market. 680, however, is still holding. So it looks like that secondary push on Tesla still very good. It was relatively weak early on. That's what got me away from that long trade, which that doesn't look very good right now, but you got to take it as you see it. If we pull back any further, I'm definitely liking anything in front of that 666, that 670, where we had that nice little base out. So watching for potential dip buys here. We might not have gotten through the top on the ES, but if we pull back, you can always hold above that 4,000 and have plenty of runway for these reloads on the longs. I flipped to the short on the meme stocks because obviously they made a bit of a turn here, but there is still opportunities for dip buys, and not more quality names, but the bigger names.
Yeah, we just had Apple drop down 40 cents, down to 140.80 there. We're short at 24, so it was actually 45 cents in the money at one point. We're still waiting for this 140.60. Now that I see it, I got to up my bid a little bit here because it's starting to climb up a little bit here. It just kind of resisted that. Let's go to 140.80 instead. We went down to 84. We'll see if we can test it. We were in the 60s here because it was into this part. But again, the market right now, and we never want to fight the market for sure. So that's going to be something that maybe we don't average into this until it gets closer to 141. The NASDAQ just bounced off. Look where we are, man. We're at 12,120 right now. I hope it's not too late for everybody to pick up some SMH. We've been buying that in. And you know what? We're going to clip this. But when NVIDIA was down 10% not 10%, 5%, we talked about this name most likely going green today. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was our lucky 8 ball. Maybe it was all up here, but NVIDIA rocking and rolling today and still to the upside. Man, we should still have that. But Brendan, like when you're in the money $10 and it's bouncing around this 170 and it's like triple, quadruple top, I think it was a good out. But, when you look back, it's $3 now in the favor. So sometimes this is what you have to deal with.
Not a day left for all of these still. Just be aware, guys, if you're trading any of the Chinese stocks, Secretary Blinken just starting a speech on China-U.S. relations and strategy. So a heads up on the Chinese ADRs.
Oh, yeah. You love when that market talk happens. It's like sometimes you want that kind of key talk to happen after hours. It'd be a little bit better. I'm going to punch out of AMC there. GameStop held 138, and if I haven't said that number enough, then it's an important one, at least in my estimation. So it bounces off that 138, which was resistance. That's enough for me to take out the short on AMC. And you might not have that 150 short. I might not have it anyways if someone else does, great. But it comes back to 138. That's the level I was watching. You get out of your proxy. You get out of the AMC, which is my lagging mover there, and then you can express the trade in that fashion. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, you can jump into either one of these two. I am going back over finally to this RDBX because I don't want to miss out completely on it. It's now bouncing higher low off 8 even. And remember, one of my rules for these breakouts, breakout, double top on the opening range. It cannot, at the open, it makes a fail at the high, which is 850, pulls back in, holds your breakout support. It's still failing at the top, but now if it holds at 8 even, and it can hold this throughout lunchtime, that's a long off that level with a potential late break. 9 and 11, I've said a couple times, I didn't really show it to you on the higher time frame. Daily chart here, there's your 9, there's your 11. Bulk of the volume failing at $9 if you were to pull a 20-minute or a 30-minute chart up there, and then you got the wick up at 11 even. So that's what we're watching for Redbox, but it's got to hold that 8 throughout lunchtime. You're more looking for a 12:30, 1:30 late style breakout. But if it consolidates long enough, I'll just sit in it at like 8:10 and then look for it to go up, but I would have a tight stop.
All right, you guys, wait till you see Trader Pratt. I mean, Trader Pratt today is like so dapper. This guy, ever since we changed him spots, this guy's got on collars. This guy's ready to rock and roll. Looking good, man. I wonder if there he is. What's up, Trader Pratt? He doesn't know he's on, but there he is. Looking sharp. He's got that hair. He's got everything rocking and rolling with that. We're getting ready to throw it to him over there at the Midday Movers. Luca will be on. I don't know if it's Luca or Ian who's going to be on first or what the story is right there, but we're getting ready to rock and roll here as well. All right. Sharif, what are you doing? I got to talk to Sharif. All these guys have their headphones on, so I'm trying to, all I hear is boom, boom, boom. So there's lots of trades happening. I'm trying to find some names that are popping off for you right now. Apple, I still want to short, so we'll look at that. AMD off of that level right there. That should have been a buy at 95.50 right now, so that was one for sure. Oh, maybe it's Macy's, I think is what he's got. This dude dancing right now. Macy's right now. Let's go. This is what happens. Money. We are now $1 in the money on this $22 name. The sticky note remains supreme here. One more time again today. I can't keep touting it enough for you guys. I don't make any money off this. There's absolutely nothing going. We're trying to keep you guys here, trying to keep you guys active. It's the sticky note. It's Sticky Note Nation. We're in the money $1 on this name now. What a great day to trade. We're just gonna have to watch this Apple short. We're still in AMC. Let's let that thing fly. Maybe SoFi, we'll look at that when we get back. But NIO's moving around as well. Tesla moving, Beyond Meat up 3%. Gap Stores up 7% today. Macy's, like I said, up 15%. RDBX up 23%. GameStop, Fisker, they're all rocking. Chewy up 6%. Brendan had that report for you yesterday. Shopify, for some reason, even up 4%. Wow, today, guys, good day. NASDAQ Rally Central just bounced off the 50 period. Look at that board. It's Merry Christmas minus the red on that sector watch. So let's go over to Brendan and he'll tell us what some of those big reds are there. Let's go find out. Brendan at the big screen with sector watch.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than what you're about to see. Very green right across the entire thing. 1.56 right now for the S&P. Everything you see that's red is either guidance or earnings to the downside. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everything else is in positive territory right across the entire board. Banks are strong. Tech share is very strong. The entire sector, in fact, to the upside. It's consumer discretionary stocks, though, leading the way. I mentioned some of the cruise lines having quite the day. Norwegian now 10% to the upside. CCL 7. MGM here about 7 as well, RCL 7 as well. I was wondering, I mentioned that note on Delta. They're going to cancel some flights for the weekend because of staffing issues, but even the airlines nicely higher here. UAL, Love, Alaska, or Alaskan, I should say, and AAL, there's Delta, 5% to the upside. Even Boeing over there, 3.5% in positive territory. So consumer discretionary and industrial stocks all in positive territory. As I mentioned, anything you see that's red on the board, going to be earnings or it's going to be guidance revision to the downside. The rest, though, having a great day. Twitter, 5% on that note from Elon saying another $6.25 billion in his pocket for that deal. 1.53, guys, for the S&P. Back over to you.
Oh, Twitter was good too. I'm glad we actually got to that one. I was like, I knew I wasn't going to be able to trade Twitter, and I basically, if you're trading a buyout like this, when it has that kind of a spread on it, you're focused on that stock and that stock alone, like an ATVI. But it did put in that bottom at 38 even, so definitely some opportunities there, and it does great volume, but you're not trading that alongside of meme stocks, because what's going to happen is if it puts a move on, you have to pick and choose which one you're watching. You don't want to have stops on things like that because stops get run and you need to have the sort of guts to hold on to it and have area stops. And that's tricky to do while simultaneously momentum trading. That's why I'm staying away from it. That Apple, I never got to fill. I know you got it, Sean, but I think it's coming a little bit closer now. Yeah. Oh, give me a break. I'm sitting right here at 141. Oh, that's why. I'm actually on 50. Yeah, you should never be on 50. Like it's coming.
It's coming.
I know, but it's like, I'm wondering why I didn't get that fill just now, because it went to 49. So of course I didn't get the fill at 50 if you're sitting at 49, but it just came back upside. We talked about that 142 level. If it comes up there, I think that's where the out needs to be, that area. If the ES somehow, this won't happen, if the ES were to somehow take 40.50 and Apple hadn't broken, well then I just wouldn't, I'd probably just get out of it altogether, but I don't think that's entirely likely.
I threw the bull at Sharif to find out what he was trading, and guess what? Macy's and Baba right there trading it. Loving this move to the upside right there for Baba. Congratulations, Sharif. Congratulations, everybody else. It's always nice when your bodyguard makes money because then you don't have to pay him as much. No, that's not. Who's that? That's not Sharif. But yeah, nice little trade there. Good trade. I don't know what he's got on, but he was loving Baba there. Probably bouncing off the 50 period. A lot of these guys now, because of this success, starting to look at some of the things that we're talking about. So all right, just so you guys know, we've averaged, we didn't take a huge piece at all of Apple there. So, we'll wait to see. That's why we're averaging in. I just don't want to miss it. So I am up here with bigger shares at 140, 180. So I just don't want to miss that. So we're going to wait to see, if that comes through. That's really where we want to put on the trade. And like I said, I really want this 142. Apple could rip today. So, this doesn't mean that this short's going to be good all day. We're playing against that 142 level. So far, so good on that. But there it is right there, 142 on Apple. So it's actually 141.75. We're going to bump that up a little bit and give it to there. So that's what we're looking for. Check back on NVIDIA, 173 in barcoding. I don't wish anything. I mean, we got out. Like I said to Brendan, man, a $10 winner is a $10 winner, but that's continuing to go up. I'm so glad that we had that trade for you guys as well. Macy's, not only was Macy's great early, but it was great late right there to the upside. So that's been a great trade for us. Here goes Apple. Okay, hopefully now, this will get us something back upside now for Apple. If we can get, better shorts, that's what we want. Let's try to build this position. Apple, the idea that we've had forever against this 142. So let's wait to see where it goes. We're on Apple right now. Check back on Palantir for you, Henry. That's why, this is the only losing trade we have on. Long 120 back into here. So let's wait to see where we go from here on all these names. It looks like Baba's starting to go. No, Baba's not going again. Macy's, I guess, the name that continues to go to the upside. Watch out for that 2230. That was key before, probably key again coming up right now, Macy's.
Yeah, you can't always hold on to them long enough. And if I'm using GameStop as an indicator, I definitely got out of AMC way too early. It looks like GameStop's made a temporary top at 150, and then that same time, AMC's continuing to pull back. And I thought it was actually consolidating off VWAP. You had a wick bottom. It was holding VWAP. GameStop was holding 138. As to where this could go, you're right back to square one. 12 and then 1150. So it's patience. If you think it has a chance to base out, those are the levels I'm looking at this point. And ultimately for GameStop, it's still holding VWAP. It's still got that 130 that it has a chance to maybe get back to. Of course, 135 is still going to be in play. If you're looking at Tesla, which is the other name that we definitely love here, didn't get to 700. This 690 looks like it's a bit of resistance. And when the market's doing this, this is the ES up here, you're making a top. Right? So you're consolidating off the top. So either you're thinking, I'm holding for the next leg up, 10, 15 points higher, or you're trying to structure like a short off the top. That's what Apple is all about, or you're trying to catch a pullback. So here comes that little move to the upside. That's where we're talking 142 on Apple. This is where we're talking Tesla, that's 690. But GameStop and AMC aren't bouncing on this. So they're in their own world right now. This is now about the big tech trying to make a run at these highs of the day. And here comes 690 on Tesla.
All right, we're gonna go AMD right now. We just punched a little long. This again, I was waiting for 95.50 to come through, so we can hold this until 95.50 comes through. I don't know if it's going to. This is a very light position because we're also short Apple, remember? So we got to make sure. I mean, here comes Apple upside. I mean, I must have take some more shares here if we can into Apple. So here it comes upside. So again, we have. It's a hedge, but not really done on purpose. AMD, NVIDIA, these stocks are rocking today. Very silly not to be long any of these. So we're going to do that right now. NVIDIA now 175. Again, should be a $15 winner, but that is what that is now. There goes AMC as well to the downside. So we did pick up a reload there on AMC. I don't know. I'm not watching GameStop, so we'll have to see where AMC is going to go right now. We do have a 12 out coming on that. We did reload the Apple. We've got a few positions on. We're pretty excited, but let's see where we go from here now as a few new entries here. AMC just got this. Let's see if it can go back up. We're long now at 20s. We'll see if we can get a 32 right now. We just offered here just kind of randomly. If we get taken out, we get taken out. We're offering a paid gateway, right? So it needs to sort of, there it goes, needs to sort of run through us. Again, there's the reload on AMC, man. We talked about why we like that one down at that 25. So let's see if this one can now moon a little bit. We'll take some more 35s out as here it goes again. There goes AMD. I hear some wows in the background. We're going to watch out for 97s now on AMD. So yeah, man, so far so good here. Macy's rocking, AMC rocking, AMD. The only problem is Apple, and it's a very, very light problem right now. We still think Apple comes to the downside. So I say give us more shorts on AAPL, give us more longs on NVIDIA, on AMD, give us the longs on AMC. Shout out to 8 Nation as well, as now you're back up to 36, 37s, 38s, more outs. Give it to us. More outs on AMC. Wow. I don't even want this show to end, but we have a big day coming through. A lot of chicken dinner winners today. The wife told me it's garlic shrimp night, so maybe we've got to do to celebrate some of that. But don't buy shrimp, my love. Buy some lobster. This is what's going on right now. Big time movements here in the market. We're crushing it. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy the day. Be safe. What's up to Hydration Nation?
And the RDBX didn't even want to wait till lunchtime. Like, I'm like, okay, long off that 8, usually base is out there. Yeah, it just went right away. Like, we were talking about it here, and then broke the high of the day. I can cancel because I didn't actually get that. But there's that $9 that we were talking about already. So 9 in play, 11 after that. If I'm not in the long here, I'm not chasing it up at 9 even. It's either a pullback into 850 or I'm just going to short it off that 9 even. If it holds a bid, I'd rather be long like a 915, 920 with a 9 stop than I would be at 901 than get caught in a bit of a fail break. But wow, RDBX. Like these are the degree to which that it's holding these levels or respecting these levels is kind of crazy. You don't usually see this, but it's almost on a dime you're getting respect of these levels. This is why I didn't like that 9 long. I mean, it's right back to like 897. Like, where's your out with it? If it holds above, it's probably breaking when it gets to 15 or 20 or something along those lines. So if you can catch a dip, that can be a little bit better.
Okay, like, again, we sat there we talk about key levels, right? I mean, if I could do an intraday sticky note, you know, I mean, look at AMC. We just got this at 1225 3 minutes ago there. So it's a big move to the upside there for AMC as it continues to make those levels. Yeah, exactly. What's up with, what is it, Beat Fanatic here? Levels matter 100%. That's what the sticky note's all about. This is what we're doing, right? We're watching these levels. We're going to figure out what's going on with them. So here we go. And on that note, Apple right now, taking some money away from your boy as this goes back up to I don't even have an out here, back up to 142. So Apple motoring to the upside. AMD, by the way, is 40 cents in the money. So we talked about a little bit of a hedge. There goes AMD. Good trade there, man. So many trades of the day today. It doesn't look like Apple will be one as that's looking to break right now 142. So watch out for that. If it does break, you know, we'll be lighter on this trade. But for right now, it's back. Wow, AMC. It's back over to Brendan for Money Talks.
Brought to you by the Small Exchange, guys. Make sure you check out smallexchange.com. Sign up today. They're making it easy to get started in futures trading. No PDT rule. Less capital required. Sign up today, smallexchange.com. That is ETH. We hit that spike low going back a couple of weeks overnight. Nice bounce back to the upside still. 1850 right now, 5.5% in negative territory. But as I said, well off the lows. We tagged 28,000 on BTC, back above 29 and change here, still red on the day, 1.8%. Otherwise, pretty quiet day. Coming off the Fed minutes yesterday, we did see a move in the US dollar back downside initially, and then we got higher along with equities at the end of the day. But red on the day right now, so slightly higher for a lot of these, but nothing significant in the way of headlines. But volatility in crypto markets, guys. Back over to you.
Volatility in crypto markets. And it's weird that you actually say that, but the last couple of weeks, there hasn't been as much. You had a couple of really big moves down yesterday. Last night you had it in Ethereum for sure, but we've been basing out overall. And I think that's the one thing that people haven't been accustomed to, and we've definitely been seeing a lot of it. Apple, it looks like it wants to take that 142, I should say. If it was at 152, I wouldn't be in it. But until it gets to that price, it's got to hold on to it. I tried catching a dip buy on RDBX, and it got to about 880. Looks like it doesn't want to go any further. It's still a wick off top at 9. So I don't want to be chasing up to 880. I was thinking more closer to that breakout price at 850. So for now, I'm not in RDBX. It still has a chance to break back above 9 and put the break on to that 11 level. So that can be very much in play. I watched over to GameStop as AMC was trying to go up there. And it's still, you know what I mean? Like, this is diddling in the middle. Like, if you got a long off 135 maybe, but I liked 130 a little bit better. So it's kind of in a bit of no man's land with GameStop, and I want to just sit this one out if it's going to be in that no man's land. RDBX now back above that 9, so it looks like, yeah, you could have had that 880 level to the upside, but I much preferred this breaking and holding above 9 instead of just taking that 901 or 902 the first time through. Looks like it has that chance to do so, and there's room to 11, and if there's room to 11, then 910, 915 long looks pretty solid to me if it can break this high.
All right, so your boy's overloaded on Apple, so I did take some out there at 80 when it came back down just to sort of relieve some of this pressure from my net. I mean, I just don't. Again, we're huge now. We don't have an LFT, but this position is against us and not great. So we'll take some out as it goes down. I mean, that's the benefit sometimes. You know, if you're not confident in your trade, I mean, here it comes back down. So now we're feeling better about it. But it did touch that 142. We got in a little too early on it. You know, that's what happens. And I'm trying to, just like all y'all, I'm trying to work out my demons as well about getting too excited about some of these trades. If we just waited for 142, it literally went to 142. And now we're just getting out at 50. So we'll go right now, because like I said, we just got that 50 and then it went back to 60. Okay, we just got a 57 there as it rips back to 67. So hey man, like we're trying to make money, like, you know, so hopefully we don't want to lose money if it goes back up to the upside. So that's kind of the logic with me getting in and out of Apple right now. It's a great trade. I still have enough shares, obviously. I mean, I wouldn't just get out, you know, of everything. If it does come back down, this will be a winner. So, you know, we're going to wait for that to happen. I got nervous there. And that's part of trading, man. Like, not like I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stocks, one red name. So we have lots of winners. And it's just like, if you make one bad decision, you could go like 8-1, right? Well, it would be 8-2 if Apple were to lose, 7-2. And it's that one last loss that if I have too many shares or Apple gets away from me, et cetera, then all of a sudden it's like, who cares about your other 7 because maybe you lost too much on Apple. So I got carried away, took too many shares, and right now Apple just comes right back. We were actually net positive there on Apple when it just touched 50. So let's see if it can come back in. That's an 18-cent winner on still the majority of our shares. If this comes back down and breaks 50, then Apple, for your boy, is a winner. So we're spinning the wheel on that one and seeing what comes up. We're hoping jackpot. Just a little, editor's note there. That always comes up jackpot. Every time. You know what else just came up jackpot? Ding, ding. It's dancing time. I keep looking over here and Brad's jamming, so I know he's having a good day. But AMD also long 96.60, out 96.90, 97, 96.98. Right there. So a good out on the top side of AMD. I said this could be the trade of the day, but we missed that wick right down there. We're sitting there and missed it. I'm still nervous about Apple. Let's see what Brendan's got for us as wow, it's 10:56 already. I mean, I don't want to leave, but we have such a great show coming for you on the midday. So let's get ready to see what's coming out tomorrow.
Yeah, still a few reports to get to this week, guys. It's been another big week for earnings. Here is what is to come tonight and tomorrow.
Lining up for like this day, thinking like Costco, Gap, and American Eagle, but it's like hold my beer for some of these other retailers. It's just been so crazy. Like we've already seen such crazy action. There is, if you're looking in the chip space, Marvell, obviously after what we just saw with Nvidia, I kind of feel like they're going to do pretty good. They're more of a growth name as well, but realistically, also Pinduoduo, don't sleep on them. A lot of times when BABA is strong, I've seen Pinduoduo stronger. My guess is that's going to be worthy of a trade, but I mean, if the memes are still going and we still have these opportunities in them, we're going to be taking them. You can't. Earnings have been fantastic for a catalyst. There's no question about that. But yesterday and today with GameStop and AMC, they've been great. It looks like RDBX is a wick off top. So I preferred the second break because I knew I'd be able to have a 9 stop in there. If I took the 9 break, I had no stop. If I took the break of the high when it put the consolidation, I wanted my stop back at 9. So it was more about structuring breakout trades because I don't like them as much. Now it looks like a wick off top. So now it suddenly seems like it's going to be a short off this high of the day if I can get it right around that 9 even. You got to be able to change directions. That's what it's looking like to me. And Tesla 700. I don't know if we're going to get to talk about it because in 2 minutes you're going to go over to Luca and Trader Prad. But I promise you they'll talk about Tesla 700, which feels like it's inevitable at this point. Like this market, if you just wait for it to the upside, you're going to get your level. It's like the Apple 142. It's like if it's an upside level, you're going to catch it. If you want to dip buy, you might not see it. But if you want an upside trade and you want to short something, you're going to get the high. So you might as well wait for it. That's what I learned with GameStop today. Just don't short anything except the exact price that you want because this market's strong enough to give it to you.
Oh my gosh. AMD is now 70 cents in the money. Like, I'm just playing around and getting 80-cent winners just for jokes. Like, this is like unbelievable, the kind of momentum that's been in here. Remember, and again, we've clipped some, we have some clips, so watch out at Trader TV Sean coming on Twitter. When we got this NVIDIA fill, I was literally like, let's bring it. We wanted more of this down here at 160, but a nice move to the upside. As in, like, look at this AMD. Apple be damned. You go up through 142, do whatever you gotta do, boss. But look at this. Look at AMD. We're $1 now in the money on AMD, and I just put this trade on. Ooh, today for me might be, and for all of you hopefully as well, a good day to check your accounts. Some of these names popping, but I mean, there's a long way to go, man. There's a lot more upside. A couple days ago, I was like, maybe we bottomed in the NASDAQ. I don't know. Still lots to come, but the Fed came, saved the day a little bit yesterday. We're not going to average in any more to Apple right now. If it takes down 142, then we're going to get out. I mean, but like, hey, we can take a 30-cent hit on this almost as a joke, like I said. Like, we're just now $1 in the money on AMD. We just reloaded this down there. Like, look at this AMC reload. You want to talk about, you like talking about a trade of the day, boom, right into the levels that we gave to you as well. And then Macy's still up $1. So yeah, today's a great, great little day. We will look to seek some revenge on Palantir, the only red name that we have, bouncing off of VWAP there, so we missed that. But wow, what a fantastic day. Couldn't be happier. Well, I could be happier. We could still have NVIDIA long. Oh, we didn't even talk about BOBA long that we took down $6 on and now would be 10, oh, not 10, almost 10, all the way up here to 93 right now. So, hey, this market's not done, and neither are we. Any last words there, Neil?
Tesla 700?
Tesla 700.
It's like right here, right now. So, I mean, without further ado, obviously, I know these guys are going to be looking at it because how could you not be? It's Tesla. It's 700. But Trader Prad, Luca, you better go get them. This day is not over, and it's going to be wild.
Yeah, let's get the market going over here on Market Movers. Obviously, market is moving crazy today. I just got wicked into an Apple long. Here we go. Apple breaking 142 to the north side. Got wicked into a nice little long. One of my other trades was on Apple today. I took the long near 140, 141 break actually. Scalped it out closer to 142, 141 50s or so. Finished my trade after getting stopped out when the stock came back down below 141. And now I took the 142 142 break. So basically taking even dollar breaks over here. Already 17 cents in the money on Apple. Another stock that I took the even dollar break on was Tesla today. I wish I was still holding this trade. You know, a little bit of me feels upset that I didn't hold this trade still. 695 long, some out 680, some out 683, some out 689 almost, 687 or so. And then I punched myself out there at the end. I tried to take some shorts over here, scalped it out pretty quick, but nothing more serious than like $1 or like, you know, less than $1. So on Tesla, that's absolutely nothing. Doesn't really mean anything on Tesla. So those shorts didn't really give me anything and worthy of to talk about. Now, obviously, you guys heard Neil mention the 700 level. I have the order to take a breakout long, and then I'll have I'll be ready to scalp that exit when I do get into the entry on that side. But if 700 ends up being a fail break somewhat, which I think, you know, the market could just Tesla could just stop itself at 700. I originally had the idea to take the 675, 676 breakout and hold it to 700. But then, you know, we know how the 680s and 690s have been in the past few days. So I just left that idea alone. But overall, looks like we are heading towards 700 and a possible breakout of 700. We might get a quick $1 or $2 scalp on that trade. Besides that, I'm not sure how much we're going to get on it. I think it might just give you a quick little flash above 700 and come back down. But obviously, we'll just have to wait to see if that is the true if that's going to exactly play out as it is. But right now, look at this beauty of an Apple long, man. Apple long, too, near 141. I could have held it, but I had a stop out. I went for a nice little walk, came back, and I saw I got stopped out. But, you know, nothing's going to stop us from taking another trade, taking another entry. Now 65 cents in the money on Apple. And here we are, SoFi. SoFi, not really in play today. No reason to trade SoFi other than the fact that the market is green. So SoFi being pretty close to the $7 level, and you know, pretty near to $7 level. I figured, yeah, let's try taking some size. So I took near 705 or 706. I took the breakout long to add size at 725. I have another order to get long more near VWAP. Never came into play that order, so it's still waiting for that order. And as you guys see right now, got wicked out into one of my profit targets. My first profit target on SoFi here. Tesla heading back to that 700 number. I just remembered that I don't have YouTube chat open. Here we go. What's up, chat?
There we go. What's going on, everybody?
Yeah.
Hopefully everybody's having a super day. Today was insane. I mean, you know, we had so many level breaks to the upside. We had NVIDIA, we had AMD, we had Apple, we had, what else? Tesla pushing. Tesla a little bit challenging, a little bit challenging to hold on to your size. It's, but you know, it is holding trend now, and that 700 level is definitely interesting. I mean, if I show my chart here, like, it's kind of consolidating below, and hopefully volume stays and we kind of get a nice break. I didn't see any size at 700, but that's definitely an area of interest. And AMD just pushing back to that 100 area. We got AMD on the right side here. AMD pushing back to that 100 area. Everything's super clean, holding trend. So, I mean, today is the day. Like, as a day trader, today is the day. And buongiorno, Fausto. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Hopefully everybody's having a great day. Hopefully everybody had their coffee. And hopefully everybody is profitable. That is the main thing. Hopefully everybody is profitable.
Indeed. So let's go see what market is presenting us right now. Maybe more opportunities. Well, for sure, more opportunities. 74 cents in the money on Apple. I think Apple is going to run into somewhat of a barrier near 143 or so. We'll see how that barrier comes into play. Took out more size on the Apple trade over there. I love our system so much, Luca. You know, over here at Day Trade the World, our system and our order types, dude. Look at the fill on Apple over here. 142.01 long.
That's beautiful.
When I took the 141 breakout, my entry was 141 flat. So that's the beauty of, you know, being first in, throwing out the orders with our order types over here. For anyone who wants to learn more about our platform, go to DTTW.com. You can learn more about that. But coming back to the market, as you guys can see, I'm in a UVXY short also, UVXY short, basically a VIX short. Market's ripping to the north side. Why wouldn't volatility go to the downside? So I'm sure got stopped out, but I got right back in where I stopped out earlier, trying to see if we can work with this to a further to the downside downside. Right now, what stocks are you guys looking at? Let's see some of the stocks the chat's been looking at. LCID being called out in the chat. Let's go take a look at one of our favorite EV makers that we always talk about. Okay, Lucid, almost 10% to the north side today. We are at all-time high. No, sorry, we're at day's high right now at $19.11. I think we are looking for a move towards $12 on Lucid Motors. Today just happens to be that type of day where you pick a stock to go long and you don't forget about that stock and you just keep on holding to the size onto it, because crazy moves, monstrous moves today for the long side trades. Like, look at NASDAQ clearing 12K today after struggling to get above 12K for almost 4 or 5 days now. NASDAQ getting up to 2.32% on the day. Yo, what's up, camera? The red light turned on, so I realized the camera's on. But yeah, 1.79% to the north side is S&P 500 and NASDAQ with 2.35, ladies and gentlemen. The market bottoms are in. The bulls are here. The bears are going back to hibernation.
The longs are in, and what a day. What a day for longs. It doesn't get any better than this. Today was the day. Today was amazing. And hopefully we get a nice push through 700 on Tesla. Let's see what happens. I see somebody ask me, oh, the safety glasses are on. What's going on there? Is it dangerous? It could be. You know, when you're trading these high-priced stocks, anything could happen. You know, you take size, so many things. You got slippage. It's going nuts, right? So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Definitely, you know, always a good day when you get the reps in, right? Always a good day.
Don't want to spam, but look at Snow. Did you want to take a look at it, or I can take a look at it?
I was looking at Snow. Yeah, they had earnings, right?
Yes.
Snow, I think I want to say, you know, compared to everything else that we were trading, the volume was a bit light. Oh, but we got 125. Is that the high 125? Pretty interesting. Maybe we get a nice breakthrough 125. Oh, there it is. Breakthrough 125. Possibly push. I can't believe I missed that. I wish I saw that sooner. Maybe a nice push. You know, fade the gap, right? This could easily go back to 128, but I mean, you know, you definitely don't want to chase, right? Because people, just keep in mind, people are selling these tops if they're in at the bottom, right? Also, the stocks on SSR for Snow, so that's also something to keep in mind. If you look back at yesterday, Snow just disappeared into nothing in the after hours, just cracked to the downside big time, all the way to $110 in the after hour move, and that puts it obviously in SSR because the stock started or opened below 10% at one point. For those of you who don't know what SSR is, it is short sale restriction. Every time a stock goes on 10% or more to the downside, it basically creates a trigger or you know, sends out a trigger in the stock where it's harder to short it. You can only get your short fills when the stock is going higher like it is at the moment. You cannot get your short fills when it's going down and you're just trying to take away the liquidity from the market. That being said, Snow has recovered a pretty decent move off that negative 10%, now only down only down 6% overall, and as you saw Luca talking about the 125 level, trying to take out, giving you almost a 58-cent breakout to the north side for Snow. Some other stocks that had earnings today, or at least a catalyst. Well, yeah, let's talk about earnings stocks first. What is on my keyboard? Let's go talk about Macy's. You know, we were waiting for the retailers to come out, such as Macy's, Urban Outfitters, JWN, and we saw how JWN and Urban Outfitters report came out not too long ago. Actually, it was yesterday, and today Macy's coming out with a pretty decent report of themselves. They surged about 15% in pre-market, but looks like they did nothing after that. Just traded sideways and just hung out near the VWAP areas of $22 and so on. So Macy's clearly taking advantage of the news, but not really finding buyers afterwards, allowing it to only be in a dollar range, or is it a dollar range? Yeah, about a dollar range, $22.50 to $21.50 or so. Some of the other stocks that actually I haven't looked at yet, and I'm actually beating myself up in my mind at the moment thinking about it, is Dollar General and Dollar Tree. Dollar General, Dollar Tree, both of them having their earnings report today. Also in the green territories, looks like inflation, Luca, has made people go towards more Dollar General and Dollar Tree. You know, your dollar stores, your Dollar-Ramas, and so on. Yep. And buy products from there a little bit more instead of going to your Gucci to buy your Gucci slippers and whatnot. You know, no more Louis Vuitton slippers, dollar store slippers it is. Yeah, dollar store slippers it is. You know, hopefully they're comfortable. I might pick myself up a pair.
Yeah, so coming back to dollar store here quickly, DG, you guys can see how DG up 12% today after earnings report. DLTR is the other one that I was talking about. DLTR. Oh, there we go. DLTR on NASDAQ, 3 million shares traded so far, and exact same looking chart. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by that. It makes sense. If it wasn't the exact same looking chart, I'll be a little bit surprised. Also, another reason why I'm expecting the exact same looking chart for both of these stocks is because they both came out with very similar earnings reports.
So guys, I'm still eyeing Tesla here. It's kind of going lower, but you know, I've seen this setup before. It sort of kind of fades down, dies off, and I think to myself, you know, it might be done. And then it comes out of nowhere and blasts through. So I definitely want to keep my eye on this. You know, you get one shot at it, right? You get one shot at these really good setups. So, you know, if you see it, you want to hit it. Also, I cannot believe NVIDIA. Like, I cannot believe. NVIDIA just, I think I had the 163 break long, and it just like ran like 1-2 points in the money. I'm like, okay, cover. That was an awesome trade. And then it kind of consolidates, and then I try to get long again, and then I was like, I don't love it as much. Okay, let me get out. And then it just kind of blasts off. But yeah, again, you know, I am a scalper at heart. So let me show you my chart here. You guys can, you know, enjoy the greatness, but also laugh at the mistakes that I made. You know, that's what it's all about, getting the reps in. And that's why I say, you know, it's always a good day. It's always a good day when you make money, but it's always a good day when you get the reps in. And if you see here, I took the long and, you know, had the long for some size and like took it out, then took the long again, kind of lost track of where the tape was because, you know, tape's moving so quickly, and to be able to react and control risk is somewhat challenging, right? I'm not exactly risking like off 162. Like I'm using sort of a tight stop just because, you know, taking a little bit more size here, and then sort of get out. And then I was looking at something else, and you had those 2 blast off candles and the move to 170, and I missed it, and I was like, oh my. So I missed a huge day. So I don't know if you guys can, I don't know, you know, if you guys hear me in the back, I'm just like, wow. And that's the reason why, you know, kind of missing. But yeah, then just scalp. Tried it, you know, as you can see here, I took 174, and somebody, like, as soon as 174 broke, they just instantly dumped like 500 lots. And that was a smart play. Like I really did like that play, because they waited for all the stops to trigger, everybody chasing the highs, and then they took that volume and just kind of dumped on everyone. So whoever that was, if you're watching this, nice job. Congratulations, you got me. You got me. I didn't lose too much, obviously. It was like whatever, a little 10-cent risk, nothing crazy. But yeah, no, NVIDIA, and it keeps going. I mean, where's this going? Is this going to 180? Which, you know what, I want to say, is this going to the moon? Which brings me to my next topic of GME. Guys, GME was good today. GME was good. It almost hit 150. The thing with GME today, though, is like it definitely, like, you know, if you guys traded NVIDIA today, like NVIDIA was like, you know, you got in position and you're in the money right away, and this thing was just flying. And GME was it looks like it was flying, and it did hold trend, but the spread was bigger. There's a little bit less volume, right? And I think Neil mentioned it. It's like, look, the bids can just disappear. They can just evaporate. And then who knows what happens, right? So it's like, even like right here, it's like, okay, it's running up, and then boom, just dead, right? So, you know, if you are trading, you guys want to make sure that you kind of treat every name a little bit differently, right? So you got your NVIDIAs on day one earnings plays that have a lot of volume and a lot of push through. And then you got your GMEs, which are like, you know, yesterday it ran, now it's running again, a little bit lighter volume, maybe take a little bit lighter size, and, you know, just be wary of the spread and kind of, you know, understand how you're going to control risk on that one. And going to Apple, I also had some Apple trades here I can show you. Apple was a little bit lighter volume. I was just in scalp mode on this. Like I was taking like 10 cents, 20 cents, like, you know, kind of just gauging the tape. You know, obviously I wish I bought it down here and just kind of held it all the way to the top, right? But is what it is. You can't complain about that. But yeah, a couple scalps, right? Just like bigger size, in, out, in, out. Like I have no idea where this market's going. Even though yesterday I said, you know, maybe the bounce day and we get a kind of directional move, you know, you see the move happening, and you know, like it could turn on you at any moment, right? So that's kind of what I'm worried about, and I'm always learning. So, you know, a lot of things, a lot of takeaways from today. But yeah, always a good day when you get the reps in. Always a good day.
I'm just looking for where I could think about shorting Apple at the moment, honestly. So if you guys scroll back to on Apple, where the high was not too long ago, exactly. These are dark pool candles over here. So if I was to just show you what level I'm looking at real quick, it would be on the 23rd of May. The high of 23rd of May was 143.26 on Apple. So Apple already having a 1.7% to the north side move today. A crazy move. I'm already out of my Apple long completely. Punched myself out of that. I have an order to get Apple short. Look at that size on Apple, 40,000 plus 30,000. Oh, they cleaned out that level right away, and we got a high of 143.03. Now I'm just waiting to see if that's going to be the high day on Apple.
Guys, Tesla 700 right now. Let's see what happens here. I don't see any size, but, you know, could pop up at any moment, so definitely keep your eyes on this one.
Okay, that is true. That means I need to get my stop ready in case Tesla comes back to the downside. How much size do I have my entry on my Tesla long? Okay, so thank you for mentioning that, Luca.
Yeah, no
we are
problem.
watching Tesla at the moment and Apple at the moment too. Apple 143 giving us a break to the north side, and Tesla getting ready to go over to 700. I think everyone's getting ready to watch this trade right now. So let's go over to Tesla on my main screen. That way we can watch it. Luca, if you want to talk about it too, feel free, but I know you're trying to do a couple other things over there.
Yeah, trying to, you know, it's always fun when you're juggling 100 things at once here. Yeah, you know, it's an interesting level. It's an interesting level. The last thing I want to see is a break in reverse. We want to see a break and follow through, right? So we got the volume, we got potentially size if I did have to guess, but you know, for me this is tight stop, right? Like you don't want to be bag holding this against you. I think, you know, we break 700, we could easily go 5 points. So let's see what happens
Here we go.
We got some size there, okay.
Yeah, there's some 14,000. Okay, there we go. We're instantly in the money, $1. Tesla's taking off right now, guys. Where we go. Luca, you are an absolute maniac with that call out, buddy. $2 in the money instantly. Let's see if we can get some outs over here. Come on, Tesla, go up there. Give me an exit.
Let me just get
we have an out.
over
We have a stop. Looks like we're not gonna catch any out just yet. But man, you guys are watching that move. You know, Luca called it out right there. 700 breakout.
Not bad. Can't complain.
We're you know, can't complain about this move right now because
if you want to show my screen here really quickly, I can show you. So again, guys, scalper at heart here, scalper at heart. So let me just show you the fills quickly. You know, I thought we could go 5 points in the money. Now, you know, everybody's a different trader, right? Everybody's going to trade differently. Everybody's going to, you know, take different kinds of size and whatever, right? So I told myself here, look, 700, it's a level of interest. I'm going to take size. I'm going to get in. I'm going to get out. I tried to offer out, right? And it kind of zoom in here. I got in at the 700 level, instantly 2 points in the money. I'm like, okay, here we go. Where's my sell key? Where's my sell key? And, you know, this is a new keyboard to me. So I'm fumbling, I'm hitting things. I almost bought some more there, which was, you know, that could have been danger. But that's why, guys, that's why the safety glasses are on, because I'm trading Tesla today. So the safety glasses have to be on. And it is what it is, right? But yeah, guys, again, you know, in 700, out. And I'm out. And I, you know, in, out, just kind of take my size, get paid, and is what it is. You know, you can't complain when you get paid now. If this does go to 705, maybe it'll give me another chance to get in. Hopefully some of you guys had that. That was like, I mean, that was just textbook. It's unfortunate that it didn't run instantly 3 points. Normally, you know, you want to treat every level break differently. You want to treat every trade differently, every stock differently, right? Like I was mentioning before, with Tesla, it's like, you know, it comes to 700, it didn't break right away, and like volume slowed, then volume picks up going into the level, right? And then it kind of comes down. So you know, you guys want to make sure that like you have your strategy going in. You want to have a plan going in. You want to have a strategy going in, and you want to trade your plan, right? You know, like for me, it's take a lot of size, get in, get out. That's my play, because I mean, I have no patience. So like, again, right now, like I wouldn't be holding. You know, it's already back down. I would say to myself, it's back down.
I wouldn't be holding, but what I did do was I flipped short over here. I'm trying to cover my fills right now on the flip short. It's already 40 cents in the money. I think I should be holding a little bit longer, but yeah, Tesla, I did go long. I covered the long. I flipped short. I covered the short. Quick scalps, you know, as Lucas said, scalper mentality, quick scalps, just adding to our P&L over there on the day. So far, man, Tesla has been a beauty. Just doing this for Miss V's sake, you know, in her honor, in her name.
If she was
we
here,
miss her.
if
yeah.
she was here today,
she'd be
oh my
smoking this
God.
longs right now.
she would be smoking and she would be doing way better than me.
Miss
Way
V would be
better
out
than
there
me.
with a cigar in her hand, smoking stogies and you know, just smacking Apple in the face at the moment, smacking Tesla in the face. I mean, sorry, but yeah, crazy move coming in. And here's Apple. We took a small little short on Apple to get in front of the 143, but clearly Apple wants to go higher along with the market. So if the market does want to take Apple with it, let's quickly take a loss on this one. And you know, I was actually waiting for the possible move above 143 so I can get a fill above 143. So obviously I should have been continuously been a little bit more patient. But here we go. Apple trying to go higher, market trying to go higher. Tesla still above 700. So the longs are still in play on Tesla. And I think we're about to make a new high on Tesla, 701.88, the hold high. And here we go, 701, 702 coming into play on Tesla, Luca.
Yep, 702 coming into play. Probably 705 is going to come into play. But you guys got to keep in mind, I mean, like, look here, right? Like, if you guys can see the volume, you had a lot of volume, right? A lot of volume going into that level, and then boom, you had 2 candles of just nothing, right? So in these 2 candles of nothing, anything can happen, right? Anybody dumps a sell order, this thing goes back, breaks the level, we don't know, right? Anybody tries to buy, maybe, you know, the book slows down and nothing's filling very quickly, right? And then we had a nice volume spike right here, volume spike, but then right back down, slammed. And now where are we? We're back below 700. I think, look, 700, you guys got to remember that, like, a lot of options are, you know, a lot of volume on option chains are around these significant levels. So around 700, around 650. So, you know, as it gets closer, as it approaches those levels, that 700, this is what we call gamma squeezes, right? And so guys, keep in mind that, like, you know, as Tesla's pushing higher, it's 680, it's 685, it's 690. What you can do is you can go to the options chain on the NASDAQ website and see, you know, how much open interest is at the 700 level that's expiring this week. Because are those dealers hedged? You know, you'll see it in the tape. If you're watching the tape, you apply context, you say to yourself, okay, look, the context is there's a potential gamma squeeze here because of the outstanding contracts at the 700 level. I'm going to watch the tape to see how the tape reacts. And when you see that the first time, you write it down. Maybe you don't trade it the first time because you've never seen it before, so you can't trade it with size. But, you know, you watch it the first time, you playbook it, you write it down, you say, what were the tells? Right? What were the tells that made me think this was going to go higher? So there's 3 things in my favor. And then the next time it comes around, because there will always be a next time, guys. There will always be a next time. If you messed up today, if you made money and lost money, it's okay. Don't worry, because tomorrow could be just as good, right? Today was a great day. Hopefully everybody made money. But if you made money, gave some back. If you made money, made even more, that's great. If you lost everything, that's no problem. Just keep in mind that we're trying to get better every single day. So make sure on these setups, you playbook these setups. You write down, what did I see in the tape? What did I see before? What did I see after? How did price interact? Then the next time that it comes, you can trade it effectively. I remember I was involved in Tesla's gamma squeeze when it was at, I want to say, okay, don't quote me on this. I think it was 1,000. Not the first time. The second time it came through 1,000. And I was watching the tape, and 980, big size comes on the offer, and it instantly gets taken. And that's the small tell, right? You see that come on the offer, it instantly gets taken. I tell myself, okay, I've seen this before. This is potentially, you know, dealers are offside. And, you know, take the long into the level, right? Like, you get 20 points out of that. That's amazing, right? You take, like, like, obviously, you know, take whatever size you're comfortable with, but, you know, these large caps, you can essentially take unlimited size. So yeah, right now, you know, Tesla's probably going to dance around that 700 level. But what I'm seeing on the tape is people are selling here. And I mean, for good reason, right? It's all the way up, right? So guys, keep in mind, if you miss the level break, with all that volume and follow through, then you don't want to chase here. If you're a dip buyer, you know, you wait, be patient, and, you know, let things come to you. Let things come to you.
Want me to take over?
Yeah, bro. Well, if you got any trades on deck here, or let me know. Keep you posted
gotta
too.
Go do your thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll take over for a bit here. Luca's got to go do something. So Apple, man, Apple. I was thinking about that short. You guys saw me get into that short. That short clearly was playing out right now without me. so that we can't do anything about that though. Apple's going to the downside. Market might be finding a little bit of a top for a couple while. You know, we're at 11:25 Eastern Standard Time right now, so market might just try to cool off his jets at the moment. That's trying to go straight to the north side, and that's giving you the nice short opportunity on Tesla in front of 700. Oop, wrong box. That's giving you that beautiful short opportunity on Tesla in front of 500 in front of 700, and Apple in front of 143 or so. Apple 143 also happens to be the recent high not too long ago on said stock. So waiting for Apple to maybe go back a little bit towards 143 so I can get that fill, maybe 142.80 again, or maybe 142.85 or something. Catch that fill on Apple, ride it back to the downside. Maybe Tesla once again, 702.99 is the high a day. I don't know if I want to be, you know, chasing $2 away from it and then not trade it properly. So I'll just be patient right now. Market trying to come back to the downside here. Yeah, Apple coming back to the downside along with Tesla and everything. So maybe it's just time to cross over and take that trade on Apple and chase it. No, I'm not gonna do it. Just the fact that I even use the word I'm gonna chase it is just gonna keep me away from that trade at the moment. So you know, we got a lot of patience in us. There's a lot of time left for the day over here before we can call it on the market hours. So no need to force any trade. I'm gonna just be patient, look for the right opportunities at my right levels. Hardly a downside move, honestly. Well, it's gonna come down most likely. So market comes down. Apple already would have been 50 cents in the money if you had that short with me above 143. You would have already been cashing out. So that's what the point is over here. But if you don't want to call it a market coming down move, then fine. It's not coming down. It's hanging out at the top over there. However you want to look at it, that the point is the market is doing that at the moment. Tesla volume spike. Tesla having a volume spike over here. I'm trying to look at Tesla chart. You know, not really a spike in volume. The volume has been rampant all day to begin with. 15 million shares traded already on Tesla, which gives it a relative volume of what? A relative volume of 1.3 only, though. But still good. Anytime a stock's doing more than one relative volume, you can see that the stock is in play. The shorts right now obviously coming back into play from the high a day of 703, 702 or whatever. And Apple, the same thing over there. Microsoft, let's go check out what some of the other tech stocks are doing. Microsoft rolling back a little bit from 266's high a day 266.20. So it looks like a failed break of 266 to the upside, and now coming back down in with the market goes Microsoft, and most likely Nvidia doing something similar over here. Nvidia a high of 177 almost on the day, and now we're trading below 176. Let's see how low can the market bring some of these stocks, allowing us to maybe find a dip buy opportunity in one of these consolidation ranges, maybe 172s, 170s, maybe VWAP. I would love to see how low can the market come off right now on this down move. Oh, sorry, someone said it's not a down move, so I'm not gonna say down move. How much smaller can the number get on the S&P 500 over here? Continuing on the market, let's see what you guys are talking about. Check AMD consolidating, next leg incoming. AMD consolidating at the moment. Let's go check out what this one is doing, and I'm gonna just do this real quick. So AMD consolidating, you said? Consolidation, next leg incoming. Well, I don't know what time period you're looking at. I personally don't look at 1 minute because, you know, clearly 1 minute is very nonsensical. Not much of a real moves come in on the 1 minute time span. So AMD, I don't think it's really consolidating. I think you're looking at this time span over here, this 10-minute consolidation sideways as a consolidation. I wouldn't really look at it like that. I would look at this as more of a consolidation area. The rest of it is just a continuous pop, a little rebound to the downside, a little rebound to the downside, another pop. I would urge people, even if you're a day trader, to use at least a 3 to 5 minute chart. 1 minute charts are too small of a tick. Just too small of tick. Coming back from AMD over there, let's go see what some of the other earning stocks or other stocks that were in place, such as Baba or Baidu, for example, were doing. Oh man, I missed out taking my trade. Yikes! Oh well. I was waiting for the right moment over there. Missed out on something.
If you wait for the right moment, the moment might not come.
Yeah.
So as a trader, you know, that's the thing. You need to be able to react quickly. And one of my mistakes from today was not being able to react quickly enough to the Nvidia move. The Nvidia move was very, very sharp, extremely sharp. And I wanted to get in, but I didn't want to take so much size without having my stops in place. And it kind of you know, backfires on me. So that's one thing, you know, as a trader, we need to be able to react and adapt quickly. It gets easier as you get more reps in. That's why I will preach over the course of time, get the reps in, get the reps in. It's like working out, right? You want to get the reps in and you want to slowly add size so that you don't get discouraged and get crushed. Do not bench one plate and then bench 2 and then 3 and then 4, because, you know, bad things will happen. Sometimes I get myself in that situation, bad things happen, and but just don't get discouraged, right? That's the main thing. That's why people say, you know, size up accordingly, size up very slowly.
Yeah, I like how the viewers instantly just love pointing out things and just blaming, or not blaming, at least saying like, oh, I'm wrong. Look, guys, it's all opinion based, right? If you are having your success on the 1 minute candle, you're having success on the 1 minute candle. If you're having success on the 15-minute candle, you're having success on the 15-minute candle. There is no right or wrong answer at the end of the day. It's all preferences. It's like gaming, okay? If we were to bring it down to gaming, just because my DPI of my mouse is 400 and sensitivity is 0.4 doesn't mean that's the best way to game. There's different ways to game. There's different keyboards, different mice, different sensitivities. There's preferences. Your choice. Just make sure it works for you. What I did say though, preferably if you are a day trader, the 3 to 5 minute charts are better according to my experience and according to my strategies that I've traded with. Maybe for you, 1 minute to go. I know Baxter uses a 5-second chart sometimes. That's for the algos. So whatever works for you, make it work for you, right? There is no right or wrong answer in this business, and that's the beauty about this business. The way you think about what you want to do, the way I think about what I want to do, we might have a confluence where we're thinking the same, and then because two people are thinking the same, it moves the stock. But then we might have a convergence where we're not thinking the same, and because we're not thinking the same, we're having a fight on the market together. That's the beauty of the stock market. Put your money where your mouth is. Show me that your strategy is making you money, and capitalize on that opportunity. There's no need to being in the chat and telling people like, oh, you're wrong, you're right, I'm right, you're wrong. There's no need for these arguments within viewer and host, or a viewer and a viewer, because I see that all the time between you guys. Viewer versus viewer arguments. There's no need for any of these, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just focus on our trades, focus on our setups.
Exactly, guys. We're all learning, right? Everybody's trying to get better every day. Like, we're all mental athletes. So just keep in mind that, you know, you want to stay healthy. You want to, you know, eat the right things, because, you know, this job, it's like anything else, right? It's like any other athlete. You know, you got to stay in shape. And who said this here? Logan. I think it was Logan. 5-second charts are nuts. Yeah. 5-second charts.
5-second charts. Yo, Baxter kills it on the 5-second charts.
He's over there using 5-second charts, in, out, making money.
Baxter kills it. That's a real scalper right there.
That's a real scalper. Yeah. Who am I with my 1 minute charts? Like, what's going on over here?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of funny.
So market's coming down right now. I'm not sure if you're in a trade. Are you in anything you want to talk about?
I'm not in any shorts right now.
Well,
I don't, you know what? I don't like the short. I mean, like, based on the way that the ES looks right now, like, I'll pull up the daily for you guys here. Just give me a sec to load this. Like I said, right? And guys, again, I'm not calling bottoms. I'm not saying, look, I was right. Like, no, that doesn't matter, right? Like, I like the you know, broken clock is right twice a day. But it's not about that. Like, look at this, right? You had like that kind of pitchforks. You had the pitchforks with the wicks going down, and boom, we break it, and this is the update. We had Nvidia, you know, reported earnings wasn't that great, but, you know, that 160 level just blast off. Now we're at like 175 area, right? So that kind of gave enough steam for the rest of large caps to say, okay, let's follow. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, look, every time we break the 13-day EMA, we get a few big red days. And look at this day right here. We had a huge green day, and we had a red day that opened not higher, didn't even break the high, and, you know, dropped even lower than that green day. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens again. Like, that could happen again. That could happen tomorrow, right? So, you know, be wary of that, right? Maybe it's a fake rally, but again, guys, like, we could rally, and if we get above 4,100, I mean, like, I think we could just, like, especially like last time it was like lower volume and it just kind of rallied up. So this time around, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we just kind of, you know, trend up for a little bit as nothing really happens, right? We just trend up a little bit as nothing really happens. And if that's the case, pick your spots with some of these large caps, you know? Find good levels, play off those levels. If you're a dip buy kind of guy, find those levels. If you're a, you know, take the high breakout trader, like, I don't love breakouts, but I mean, today breakouts worked incredibly. But again, keep in mind that they did work because it was on, you know, key levels. So for example, the Tesla 700, that worked. Mind you, it gave you 2 points. NVIDIA, that just ran like 8 points in the money. And so, you know, just pick your spots. This is a market where you can make money, just pick your spots.
Yeah, so a market had a nice about 10-point down move off the high day. UVXY getting back above VWAP right now. That's what's really surprising to me. UVXY, which has been battling VWAP quite a bit of a time, and I got out of my short for a flat trade. I said, nope, I don't like this this market move to the downside, so I got out of it real quick. Well, this was a long time ago before the market move to the downside even came in, and God was right, because here goes UVXY all the way up to $15 or so, where we can actually think about taking that short now on UVXY and build into that position, not risking more than $15 to the upside or the high day near 15.1, 15.2 or so. Let's see if we can build into that. S&P 500 came down slightly, having a nice little correction move. I don't know how to really call it. It's not like crashing or anything. It has a nice little rebound to the downside, 40-40 right now, coming in for some supports. So S&P 500 coming in around there for supports, giving you reasons to get out if you're Apple short, if you were in one, around 143 or so, or even a Tesla short. If you didn't capitalize on that $3-4 move that Tesla already gave you to the downside, I would be careful for the rest of the move that you might be looking for at the moment, because UVXY trying to continuously go higher over here above $15, and if UVXY volatility starts increasing to the north side and actually gets in the positive territories, the market might just be scary. But as Luca said, I think today might just be a nice relief bounce day, and everyone's just looking for the long trades, not really worrying about not really looking for the short trades. And we don't want the market to reverse on itself and go short either. That would be scary.
Yeah, you know, anything can happen, right? Like I said yesterday, new environment, so lots of opportunities. So, you know, whereas in the past everybody was sort of buy the dip mentality, very passive, and just kind of hold on, I think a lot of people, you know, take their profits, right? They take their profits because they have no idea where we're going. So, you know, that's great for me, because I love it, right? I'm a scalper, just in, out, take size, in, out, use the volume, and then that's kind of my strategy. You know, we got Tesla approaching the 700 again. I think we could push to 700. If you know, if the market goes, I think we could push, as long as nobody's smashing the bids. Like, you know, every time I see the bids pop up, they're getting hit. So that's like one thing that sort of worries me. Like, why are you so aggressively hitting the bids if this thing is going to go higher, right? But I guess, you know, sometimes patience pays. Patience does pay. I need to work on my patience, that's for sure.
Patience pays? Is that what you said?
Patience pays, yeah.
I don't know why you ruined your saying. I think your saying was near perfect, which is just PAYTIENCE.
Yeah, patience.
Like, you don't need to even do anything besides that. Patience, but the patience is spelled with the PAY.
Yeah.
So that's the best way to put it out there. Nice and easy and simple. You know, my man sometimes, his name's Luca, but he's sometimes Leonardo da Vinci with his words, man. A little beauty with the words over there.
Sometimes, not all the time.
Painting with the words, you know, awesome. Apple coming back towards 143 at the moment. Let's see what stocks you guys are talking about instead of the same garbage stocks of Tesla and Apple continuously. So I can't, Pratt, I can't hear you guys talking about your screen. You move your mouse around.
Yeah, I see
okay.
Frank Jones. My weakest attribute, I have no patience. Me and you both. And that's why I kind of gravitated towards scalping. Because, I always hated myself for missing the move, for not having patience. And then I said to myself, well, wait a minute. What if I can identify areas where there's a lot of volume, where I can take size, get in, get out, and then just make the same amount of money, right? So that's kind of what worked for me. But again, you have to be able to identify. You have to be able to identify that market, that type of market, right? It's not always going to be there.
All right, this four-man show is good. Yeah, sadly, we're missing a woman's touch in here. So that would be nice. We did have a beautiful woman in here not too long ago, the beautiful Miss V. I don't know if she's in the chat today. We miss you, Miss V. I'm trading Tesla in your honor, reminding the viewers that we still trade Tesla here without Miss V a little bit. But I see
Trying my best.
People in the chat. You read that?
Yeah.
So I see people in the chat talking about, what's it called? Snapchat. So we know Snapchat not too long ago had a crazy how do we call it, the fat boy BOMB going off on it. I don't want to say the word. I don't want to get flagged on a no-fly zone list or something, right? So the fat boy BOMB that went off on it not too long ago to the downside, that brought it about 40% down on that one day itself. But today coming in with a nice little reversal, 2.6% on Snapchat to the north side with 36 million shares traded overall. The question is, what is the relative volume? I didn't mean to open that one. I meant to open this. What is the relative volume on Snapchat? Let's guess real quick. 3.2. 1.9, I'm wrong. Anyways, still decent amounts of relative volume showing us that there are traders over here today on Snapchat. Clearly, they want to buy the stock up. But let's go see on the daily. As you guys can see, we have a level at 16 that I think is going to be pretty evident in case the stock does manage to get back up to 16 at some point over this week or even next week or so. I think we're going to see a range trade of Snapchat between $16 and $12. And if $16 actually breaks at some point, we might have a beautiful gap fill trade coming in towards $20 or so.
Guys, so, Tesla 705 inbound here. Let's see if we can get some volume and push through. I mean, I've seen this. I've seen these days before. I say to myself, there's no way Tesla can get to 720, and it might just get to 720. So let me just show you guys here. I took another fill. And 705 is inbound, so let's see if we can get some more longs here. We'll see what happens, though. This is kind of a cautious area. I'm sure people are taking their profits. So, if we break, we break. If we don't, it's fine. No big deal for me. Got to make sure you structure the trade accordingly, though. And, with these, again, you want to be very careful where you're putting your stops, right? Because, you want to factor in the spread. You want to factor in like all of these things. So just keep in mind, we got Tesla coming up here. We got, I don't see any size. It's fluttering. It's doing the same thing. I mean, look, if we break right now, it's blast off. It's blast off. Second time, it comes up, tests, comes back down, comes up, tests. Then when it breaks, that's a good break. But the amazing breaks that I find is when everybody's short, they're getting squeezed. It just kind of breaks, continues to go, runs, and it's just like straight money. So let's see if we can get that after this this next kind of minute candle clears itself up. Maybe we get a little consolidation for like 1 minute, and then we kind of get that blast off. So let's see what happens here. We got kind of size on the bid coming. So just keep in mind, guys. Keep in mind the spread. Keep in mind this can turn on you and drop like 4 points, right? Like you see the ones on the level 2, but those are hard to hit, right? There is liquidity. It's like surprise liquidity, right? So those are sometimes hard to hit. So yeah, just keep in mind. We'll keep an eye on this for now. I think AMD's pushing too. Apple's pushing. Market kind of seems like it wants to push, but we'll see what happens here. There's definitely a lot of profit taking on Tesla at this area. So I think once that kind of settles, maybe we get that final push higher. So these are just little things that you want to see in the tape, right? You kind of see these little tells in the tape. You say to yourself, okay, if I was long from before, where would I be selling? But once that kind of selling exhausts, does more selling come in, or is the selling done and it keeps going up, right? So definitely keeping my eye on this. And the fact that it's not going back down, it's just kind of holding, right? It's holding. So there's a lot of volume. and volume kind of slows. So maybe we get that kind of follow through. So let's see what happens here. I have a small little starter position and maybe add some more on the break and see if we can get up to 710. Will I have the patience? Probably not. Probably not.
Will I have the patience? Probably not. That's the story of most traders these days, right? Apple coming back to my price point where I want to be short, so I'm building into my Apple short. There's still some size on Apple on the bid, on the ask, sorry, on 143 on the second time go around over here. Let's see if they clean out that level. Most likely they do. There we go. That level got taken out. Let's see if we can get above slightly 143 so I can take my second lot of size on Apple. Actually, I want to take a little bit closer to my stop, so let's leave it over there, and then I'll get ready to throw my stop out. 140. What's the high day on Apple? 143.11. We'll do 143. I'm not gonna say what, but we'll do something around there. We'll do something around there. We'll do like that. We'll do like this. And yeah, now I have my stop ready to get sent out. And we're short Apple already, 19-20 cents in the money. Market tried to go to the high day. Market struggled to go to the high day over there and started curling back before that. Apple tried to get to the high day. Apple got up to 143.03 and now struggling on the way up. Why is UVXY still struggling to go down from $15? That's the big question for me right now, is if UVXY is not going down, then why would the market go up? And why would I even still hold on to this short still? Because clearly UVXY is trying to move up to the north side over here. SoFi getting ready to just trade sideways and be boring. I mean, I did mention SoFi was a no trade today. I just picked SoFi to go long on because the market was long, but the relative volume on SoFi is so little that I'm going to punch myself out of this trade right now, and I'll punch myself in the face later in case SoFi goes to the north side. But right now I'll punch myself out of the trade, take my money, get out of that, walk right out of the gate with the money, laugh to the bank with that money at the moment. But also at the same time, let's think about covering some of our trades over here on the Apple short, which is 20 cents in the money. You know, I was giving it about 15 cents of risk. I'm 20 cents in the money. I start covering. That's a smart thing to do.
Yeah, it's, you know, patience all around, right? You got to work on that patience. Work on that patience. And okay, so as you can see here, I'm long Tesla. If we break 700, I'm out because I don't know where it's going, and it's probably going to go higher. I'll just get back in. I'm not too worried about it. But the fact that it's holding here, like it's holding, it's not going back to 700. I think 705. I mean, look, the first time we broke 700, we didn't break it the first time. We kind of came up, we tested it, right? We came back down, and then we broke and we ran, right? So this time I got a little cheeky. I said to myself, you know what? Let me get a starter long here, and then see if we can break and go, right? We didn't break, and as I was saying, I was looking for that volume, that push, that follow through, and now it's starting to worry me because now it's sort of kind of flatlining, volume's disappearing. Even if it does break the 705 level, is it going to be kind of a fake out? These are things that are going through my head, right? So like, I mean, at this point, look, if it goes back below 700, it's a loser on small size. I'm not too worried. So it is what it is. But if we can make that push, because, you know, again, surprise liquidity, surprise volume just comes out of nowhere. Like, I mean, it's holding, it's not going down, but it's not going up. So I don't know what's happening. So, you know, just kind of watching the tape. Okay, now we're getting that kind of selling come through, and I'm out. And there it is. And guys, look, this is risk management right here, right? I'm long over here. I was long over here.
Oh, nice.
Like I said, the cheeky long, you know, trying to get.
I can't even see the triangle, bro.
Yeah. Oh, you can't even see it. Yeah, it's a little. I gotta.
Green might
Yeah, I'll change the color. I'll change the
yeah.
colors for you guys after. But anyways, I'm right here, 702 long. Right, for the push to 705, I don't take anything because I think to myself, we're going to break, I'm going to add more size, and then we're going to go. And I'm okay with that. That was a part of my plan. That was my strategy. And it came down, I held it, and I said, you know what, anything could happen, and whatever. I'm just going to be out at 700 because, you know, this could have went to 698, 696. Like, and again, guys, I'm a scalper, right? So for my mindset, this 2-point risk is nothing, right? 2-point risk. I was 3 points in the money, but to add and look for like a potential 2-3 point higher move, and you got a nice average below like the smashable level that you're taking. So, you know, just kind of trade your plan. Make sure you guys have a strategy going in. And when you take a losing trade like this, it's not a big deal. Like it doesn't bother me at all. And if it does come back, then you know, I'll get back in.
Yeah, I see messages coming in, and Bears versus Bull, you're doing a great job. This one of the comments actually a horrible message. You know, very good job on banning that person. I would have banned him myself. But the person said basically, why don't you just hold? Dude, it doesn't work like that. We're in a different environment. We have different restrictions, different ways of trading over here. We have a thing called a shutdown. He's playing the risk to reward game. You know, he risked about 1 point to maybe make 15 points in case Tesla keeps on going up. It's a whole different setup what we're doing over here. It's called prop trading. Maybe you want to go take a look at what prop trading is to give yourself a better understanding of that. So you know, what he's doing over there would technically be the right way to do if you're a trader, no matter where you are. You know, managing your risk no matter where you are, looking for the opportunities. We always talk about the risk to reward trades. For example, right now in your face for Apple, you guys are seeing this chart right here on Apple. As you see, the high of day 143.11, my entry 142.95. I'm not giving it more than 10 cents to the upside. If I'm not giving it more than 10 cents to the upside, I'm already 30 cents in the money. Let's say I have 1,000 shares. Let's say I have 10,000 shares. Let's say I have 100,000 shares. No matter what your sizing is on that trade, at the end of the day, if you find opportunities like this and you keep on repeating it, you take 10 trades like these, you lose 4, you make money on 6. On those 4 trades, you lose 1 unit of risk. On those 6 trades, you make 4 units, 10 units of risk. That's what we're aiming for over here. We're playing the probability game. We're not gambling. We're not holding stocks for the title of the stamp that says diamond hands. We're not holding it for the title of the hand that says paper hands. We're holding it to put bread on the table for our own family and friends. Obviously, I'm lucky that I live with my mom, so my mom puts bread on my table for me. But still, you know, there's a different way to trade over here. There's a different methodology. There's a different setup for it. Everything changes for every person at the end of the day. Enough with the rant. Coming back to the market, S&P 500 still on its way down, but finding buyers at 40.40. NASDAQ coming on the way down, but still finding support in front of 12,200, I would like to guess. 12,185 or so. UVXY down 1.6%, but it's pretty much at the high of day right now, I'm pretty sure. So let's see what the market does with this. I need some of the stocks that you guys are looking at. Let's see how stocks do. Trader Trad got earrings. How pretty. Yo, you know it. Yeah, I'm a pretty boy. Any girls that want my number, let me know. Let's see what Luca's looking at.
Yeah, guys, I'm keeping an eye on that. One thing I wanted to point out here, the AMD level 98.50 is interesting. When we had that run from 98.50 to 100 and higher, it was the 98.50 level that sort of acted as support. So look at this. I mean, this kind of looks textbook, right? We're up on the day. We're up 6.8%. So I don't anticipate that we break 100 and run. But guys, keep this in mind. Like, I mean, look at this. We kind of blasted through that 98.50, blasted through, and then bounce, and now we're moving higher. And I wouldn't be surprised if we move to a 100 test, which potentially could be a good short area just because we're already up almost 7% of the day. But guys, keep in mind, AMD moving, the reason it's moving is because it's moving with NVIDIA, and NVIDIA is very strong. And, you know, I'm actually very happy that NVIDIA did go up today, because if they went down and broke 155, 150 level, then this market was toast. So they did hold the market up, and that's good news for everyone's portfolios. And you know, to comment on the last thing of you know, why didn't you hold? Everybody's trade's different, right? You guys want to make sure that you trade your own book. You guys want to make sure that you trade your own strategies. Some people are scalpers. They're gonna go in. They're gonna go out. Some people are holding, right? Remember, we can't hold overnight. We're in, we're out, right? We have to close our positions by the end of the day. So that does change the sort of strategy, the approach that we take to markets. So my approach is, look, if things are trending, I'll hold for, let's say, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, which would be a very extreme challenge for me. That sounds like an extreme sport for me. But, you know, a lot of people do that, and they do very well. I've seen, you know, when Arun comes on here and trades, he's holding things all day. He's got patience. He's got no worries. Things are working for him. He's making money. I'm over here. I'm in. I'm out. I'm in. I'm out. I'm in. I'm out. And, you know, there's no perfect way to trade, right? There's no perfect way to trade. Whatever makes money is the perfect way. So just find a strategy that works for you guys, and go from there.
I've never heard you been so Italian before. I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out.
I'm in, I'm
That
out.
sounded
I-
so Italian over
Oh,
there.
you should. You know, sometimes if you lived inside my head, you would laugh. I'm like, oh, the stock's going up. It's going up. Oh, it's back down. Look at that. Oh, they hit the bids. Oh, it's back up now. Okay. But yeah, you know, just it's there's a lot of decisions that we're making every day, right? There's a lot of decisions, and you know, it does get tiring after a while. But
this,
yeah.
this is the best name I've seen you get so far, Luka Magic. You're Luka Doncic, Luka Magic. Hey, there's a
I
game
appreciate
today.
that.
There's a game today. Who you got for the game today?
I think Luke is going.
Hey, Luka's going out or going
No, I
to
think
the next round?
I think he's going to the next round. He
Bruh.
wants it. He
If
wants
that
it.
happens, that's going to be the first team in NBA history to come from a 3-0 deficit.
Really?
First team in NBA history to
Oh, yeah,
come
it's-
back from 3-0 losses in playoffs.
You know, he's got a great name, obviously.
Luka
So if
Magic.
anyone can do it, he could do it.
Sprinkle some of that Salt Bay magic on the field, on the court over there. Man, last game wasn't just raining on the court like actual rain. It was raining threes too. So hopefully they got some of that magic to play against Golden State today. I need to go put some bets on that game. Right now, though, market getting launched back to the high side over here. You guys are looking at my screen. Apple getting back to 143 and actually taking that size on the second go around right now. So I'm wondering if I even take my fill above 143 the way I want to, or do I just cancel that order, let Apple maybe break above 143, and then let's see if Apple has the momentum above it. The whole reason why I'm shorting Apple is right here, as I mentioned earlier, for anyone who missed it. The high from 23 May or 23rd May high on Apple happens to be 143.26, and right now we're high of 143.11 on the day today. So that is my overall goal. Also, Apple has been a lot weaker than the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ market for quite a while now. So those factors combined in there, I think Apple still has a little bit of weakness in it. Apple was only up 0.3% when NASDAQ was up 2% earlier in the day, and that was right here around 139s and 140s, and hence I took the 141 break when Apple actually got to like 1% or so and showed me, like, you know, the longs were actually the right direction to trade today. But right now you could still take the same setup. You know how we were talking about the risk to reward ratio setups with Luka not too long ago? If you were thinking about those risk to reward setups, right now I'm about to get wicked into my short. I'm not gonna get wicked into my short. My order's at 143.05, so they either give it to me at 05s or I don't take it anywhere else, right? So let's see if they give me that fill at 05s. That way I'm only risking 5 pennies this time in case Apple comes back to the downside. And if Apple does come back to the downside without me, I'm gonna cry, and my speech patterns are gonna go rapidly faster. I'm gonna talk faster just to cope with my anger, because I'm getting angry and angry and angry. I'm not gonna get the fill, man. You saw the stock at 143.05. You saw it. They just didn't want to give me the fill. Clearly,
Yeah.
I'm in the right direction then.
Well, you know, that's the way. That's day trading, right? If you guys are if you're not getting the fill, or you get like part fill, you know, you want whatever, and you get like one share, then you know you have the right side. You know you have the right side. So guys, Tesla's coming up to the 705 area. Let's see if we can get another long here. There is a lot of people smashing. I mean, market's kind of pushing higher, but you know, that 40-50 level, I think, you know, I think Tesla could go. I think it could go. I think you just got to have some patience. So let's see what happens here. I mean, if we do break 705 in their size on the level and it kind of bursts through that level, then we're good. But let's see what happens here. Okay, so I'm long. And let me just grab my stop in there. And I'm not looking for nothing too crazy. Like, I'm just like, I'm in, I'm out, if I can even get the fill on the way out. So let's see what happens here. I'm going to try to get myself out and maybe Prad take over from here.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna maybe cross over here, take my short on Apple, give that stop. I was talking about it, and 140. Yeah, I already have my stop ready to send out. Awesome. So I don't even have to do any typing over here. My stop is ready to go out. Give that risk to reward trade exactly how I'm planning to do it. Not going to worry about this one anymore. We're going to move away from this one. Let's go see what you guys are talking about in the chat. I know someone mentioned Baba in the chat not too long ago, so let's quickly go over to Baba. Baba with the earnings report coming in. Baidu with another earnings report coming in. We know that Chinese stocks were kind of in play today. So Baba, 13% move, man. Monster move. Remember, I did say we're expecting Baba to get back to closer to 100 sometime today. So Baba, it was pretty close to 100 right now. I mean, we were about $6 to $8 away from 100, obviously, but still quite a bit of a move over here on Baba today to the north side. Same with Baidu, BIDU. Let's go over to Baidu. As you guys can see on the chart, here's Baidu looking exactly the same to the north direction, and something that you can take a look at to see to keep a track while you're trading Baidu and Baba and the Pinduoduos and whatnot is FXI.AM. This is your large cap Chinese ETF stock, and today with 20 million shares traded today on this ETF, it's up 3.43% on the day, and just showing you how the Chinese sector is looking like it's back in play a little bit. Right now, I'm also noticing that Apple has some size on the ask again on the way back up at 142.99. So clearly they just keep adding size in front of 143, not letting it go too far above 143. And there we go. They've taken out that size every single time though. So maybe that size really doesn't mean anything. But it's just good to notice that people are refreshing that size on that orders. Either they're planning to take short fills at those levels, or they're planning to take out from their longs that they started at 137 or something, right? Either way, they're refreshing those orders over there, and that's kind of helping me, stick to my order. Honestly, the only thing helping me stick to my trade is my trade plan. I know my trade plan. I know how I want to do it, and we're gonna do it that way.
There you go. So guys, look, if you look at Facebook right now, you got some size at 190 area. I'm not really thinking about the long look. Facebook's up 3.3% today. Market's sort of kind of consolidating at that 40-50 area. And I did trade Facebook today, and I am up on the name. But, and sorry, this is just Tesla. Let me bring up Facebook for you guys. It's at that 190 area. And to be honest, the breaks on Facebook have been slow today. They've been a little bit slow. So, I mean, even though obviously, look, the name is trending higher. And guys, laugh at me here, right? Look at this. Look at this long. I take the long in, I get out, I'm like, money, let's go. And then obviously, like, it's just higher, right? But guys, not my strategy. I'm way more comfortable taking size in, out. That's my day. So this isn't 20% of the move, but it was a good win, believe me. And going back to Tesla, I'll show you guys. So look, this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the volume, and I grayed out the chart so hopefully you guys can see the volume just a little bit more clearly. So take a look here, right? So and let me show you when it doesn't work, right? So I tried to get long over here, and now we got Tesla pushing higher, we got the market pushing higher. So hopefully you guys are long and holding on to your longs, not like me. But, look, this didn't work over here, and I was fine with that, and it came back down. Okay, not a big deal. Then took the long over here, got out. That was a nice winner. Took the long, tried to be cheeky in front of that 705, didn't break, got myself out. So this, guys, this is a small loser. Like, I'm not worried about these losers. I say to myself, look, I'm going to get back if it comes back out, if it comes back up. And here we go. We push to that 705 area, take the long, in, out. And that was like $1.50, like $2 winner. Like, I'm happy that I got the fill. Sometimes, you got to worry. Maybe you got to cross down on these like high spread names, or if you guys have midpoint orders, make sure you have midpoint orders set up so that you can actually get the fill, depending on how much size you're trading. And, again, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to 720 today. But, there was a quote that it's like, Tesla's going to move 50 points without everyone, right? Because it just kind of stops you out. But today's actually a really good day, so hopefully you guys are holding on to your longs. And, I'm in, I'm out, I made my money, and, I'm happy with that. Hopefully you guys are holding on. And I did have an AMD long that I think I just got stopped out on. I think we're going to test the 100 area. Look, why did we come all the way? Well, you're telling me we came all the way up here to not test 100? I don't believe it. So I think, 100 tests incoming, but just be careful. Let's see where the market goes. I mean, market's up 1.89%. Like, is it possible for this market to get to 4,100 on the ES? I mean, anything is possible, but that would be insane. That would be insane. And I'm going to just pull up here. Let's see. Let's take a look at Apple, too. and I'll pull it up for you guys. 1 second. And I see somebody in the chat, they said, hey, Luke, are these Prada safety glasses? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. These are like $5 like blue lens glasses that I got from Amazon because I think maybe they'll protect my eyes. But I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess I'll be the trial, and then in the next 10 years I can let you guys know. But yeah, no, I'm not a name brand kind of guy. I'm just a very simple guy. Like, I like to wear like white shirts and just plain shirts, and you know, it is what it is. I'm not comfort over style. Like, there's no need to flash. Like, it's easier to for me. It's easier to have cheaper things because then when you mess them up, you know, you're not too worried. You're like, I dropped the glasses. No problem. I'll just buy another pair. It's $5. But yeah, that's kind of my philosophy on life, just the type of person who I am. But yeah, coming back to the market here. Look, guys, Facebook, let me pull this up for you again. Facebook breaks 190, and this is what I'm talking about. This is why, personally, I didn't take the trade. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to push higher, and if you guys are swing traders or if you're able to hold on to your longs and you think to yourself, okay, maybe there's going to be a gap up tomorrow, like, and you're long from like 185 area because maybe that was a significant level and now you're holding. Like, look, hold, see where this goes. Are we really going to gap down to 185 if this keeps going higher? Like, I don't know, probably not, right? But like, look, like from a scalper's perspective, like if I took that 190 long, in, out, that's like 15 cents. I don't know, risk to return, I would have to be holding still. I would have to still be holding, and I would have so much anxiety right now holding for longer than 1 minute. Like, what's going on? But yeah, guys, look, see that size, that volume spike? That's at the 190 level, right? So when you have like big size at these levels, and then you see volume, like the volume is that size being taken out, obviously. So keep in mind that when prices are moving towards these levels and their size on the level, there's a reason why price is moving to those levels. It's moving there because it wants the size. It wants the size. And so if there's follow through, you know, the breaks will be good. But a lot of times, you know, if you get long here and you say, okay, where's my target? Like, you could say to yourself, okay, my target is the size. Because once that size gets taken, I mean, unless people are really want Facebook, really want that 190, like where's the rest of the size going to be? Like maybe 191, right? And going back to like the NVIDIA trade that I had, and I'll pull it up for you guys 1 second here. On the NVIDIA trade, look, I took 174 long. I tried the break. I know it was kind of late in the day. Like, I mean, look at this, right? This is a mistake, right? This is a mistake. But I took this right here because I thought, like, look, we were channeling, we were kind of dipping. There was a little bit of iceberg bids. I think Ian called iceberg bid. Then we sort of pushed higher, and like the volume was increasing. There was size at the 174 level, and I said to myself, look, we're going to 174. We're probably going to 175. Is it going to happen right now? Maybe. So good risk to return. So I said to myself, look, I'm going to take this, and I took the long 174.01 on the break. Got the fill, had some size there, and guess what? Guy shows up, 500 lots, slam, 174.10. And I was like, wow, I just got played. But look, I'm in, I'm out, right? And obviously we're higher now, but there's no way I'm holding that all the way down to 172. Like, this is like a $2 loser on size. Like, how am I going to hold that? How am I going to justify to myself holding that? How am I going to justify this to the risk manager holding this? You know, like, you know what I mean? So again, guys, you know, trade your own book. If you're going to hold, buy the dip, right? And I mentioned before, I'm not a great dip buyer. Hopefully I get better over the years. I got to work on that as a part of my strategy. But, you know, like, if you're going to hold, buy the dip, sell the strength. Buy the dip, sell the strength. As opposed to smash the high, hold it all the way down, comes back, you probably sell it for a break even, and then it goes even higher, and you're like, damn it, what a bad day, like I screwed up everything. But, you know, live and learn, right? Always learn. It's never a bad day when you're learning. Get the reps in, keep getting the reps in, and let's see if AMD can continue to push higher. I mean, at this point, it's a dip buy, in my opinion. You gotta buy the dip here. And I'm not really looking to push the gas on this one. Brad, you looking at anything?
Yeah, I was just waiting to see when Redbox over here will stop cooling off. Redbox is still hotter than what, like a South Indian climate right now. Like in summer, South Indian climate gets hot, boy. Especially from where I'm from, it gets 40 degrees in summer. 40 degrees Celsius.
Oh my God, 40 degrees.
No humidity. It's like blazing hot sun just right onto your forehead, and you're just like, yeah, this is cool. I'm just gonna walk to the store like this. Yeah, this is nice.
You know, I was in Rome one time, and it was 40 degrees, and I had a wife beater on, and there was a guy selling waters, and I said to myself, this is from back in the day, I said to myself, who buys these €2 water bottles? for €2. I'm like, I'm never buying this. I kid you not. In Rome, dying of heat, sweating. I look at this guy. He's like 2 bottles for €2. I was like, oh man, that's a deal. That's a deal. I was like, give me both. One of them was ice cold. It was frozen. He's like, oh, this one's frozen. I was like, I don't care. Give it to me. Just put it on my forehead. I was dying. It was so hot. I don't know how you do that every day. Like how people would do that every day. That's insane. Like I like the hot weather, but to a certain extent.
Yeah, like look
not,
at
you know.
Look at the chat. One of the person in the chat says it's 50 Celsius in India now, thanks to climate change.
Oh my
God! So yeah, 50 Celsius, man, it gets wild out there. But clearly, Redbox is pretty wild today. 35 Celsius, let's say, to the north side. 35 Celsius, hot. 35% is what I'm trying to say over here for Redbox, with 48 million shares traded today. Still trying to go north side. I remember taking an $8 breakout on Redbox to go to $10, but it went to $11 that day. Redbox sadly came back to $2 not too long from there, but now heating up one more time, getting back to the north side goes Redbox, and it's been trading above VWAP the whole time. So congratulations for anyone who did go long on this trade today. A beautiful $2 or more per share, and since it's a $9 stock, you know, you could really load up on the size on this one. So I'm guessing someone in the chat over here today absolutely slapping Redbox to the north side in the money, $100,000. So congratulations for whoever it is that's doing that. 68 degrees here. I feel for you. 68 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not sure what that is in Celsius. You know.
I see Franklin Jones. You're making me laugh here. Trying so hard to look smart with the plastic safety glasses. Ultimate fail. Guys, yeah, these are plastic. These are like $5 glasses.
I thought those are Ray-Bans or something.
Oh no, absolutely not. No. These are blue lens from Amazon, and I said to myself, maybe it helps my eyes, because guys, if I'm staring at the screen, if you're staring at the screen, eventually, like, you know, your eyes are gonna start to hurt, right? So, but you know what, guys, these comments, they make me laugh, right? They make me laugh. It makes me laugh. I don't know if you were there for me explaining that they're definitely not Prada glasses. They're like plastic glasses.
Plastic glasses.
Yeah, but guys,
yeah.
AMD, look, AMD just took 99.50. There was some size there, and it instantly took it, and now we're pushing higher. So, you know, I think we're going to 100. I think we could test. I don't really know how I'm gonna, you know, I want to start a position here, but I kind of don't want to chase because we could just instantly reverse. I mean, I don't even know if there's any size at 100. If there is, then maybe it'll be a little more interesting. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Like, there's some size on the offer, size on the bids, stepping up. So let's see what happens here.
Man, Tesla's at $708 right now. GME came down quite hard from that 150 area almost. So 148.46 happens to be the high day. I just got stopped out of my Apple short, so we're gonna leave that trade alone. Looks like the market is indeed getting ready to go to the north side right now in a beautiful fashion. So market going up. Clearly, we're not gonna be battling any shorts at the moment. Just gonna be very patient to see what we can wait for. But man, Tesla really coming into that 710 level at the moment. Not sure if that even is a level for me to take a level or a trade around. But let's quickly go over to Tesla, TSLA. Here's Tesla. I think, yeah. 720 was the level that I remember using in the past, not really 710, but you know, already having an 8% move today, as NASDAQ creating a new high a day right now, S&P 500 also creating a new high a day. So this market's taking off, ladies and gentlemen. The longs are still in play. The longs are still very much in play. Guys, AMD is just
rocketing. Like, look at this. Bids are stepping up. It's just pushing higher. It's going to test 100. It's going to test 100, and I'm long, and I'm loving it.
AMD's going 100.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, it's going to test 100. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't take the 100 break per se, like teach their own, but like, let's see if we got some size there. Oh, we got like 1,000 lots. We got about 1,000 lots at 100. Maybe it's worth the stab. Maybe it's worth the stab. I mean, selling probably comes in. Like, I want to see some follow through. Yeah, let's see what happens here. This is really interesting. I mean, the fact that it went all the way to 100, and that's what I said, right? We didn't come all the way to not test 100, right? So that 100 test is, look, the high is 99.96, right? And let's see if we could break that 100. So I kind of like that, but you know, if let's see what happens here.
We didn't do all of this for nothing.
We didn't do all of this for nothing.
That's
we didn't do all this for nothing. I'm gonna take some out here, you know, and I'll kind of reevaluate. Let's see what happens. if 100 breaks. That's quite a bit of size. Didn't break the first time. You know, maybe traders are trading, making their decisions. So if I'm sharing my chart here, like, I mean, look, I just like took that long, in, out, you know, 30 cents. It's nothing crazy, but you know, it'll pay the bills. It'll pay the bills, right? So let's see if we can set up for a 100 break, right? This is actually kind of interesting if we can break 100 and just kind of run for like maybe potential 50-cent move. I've seen these before, but again, guys, we are extended here. We are extended. So like this is just to communicate to you guys, this is not something where I'm saying it's going to break 100 and then go to 105 and I'm holding. Like I'm in, I'm out. Take your money when you have it, especially in this market.
Yeah, man, look at so obviously you guys saw what Luca's doing with AMD over there. So I kind of have the same trade. I'm right now short in front of 100, basically front running the size in front of 100. And then if 100 does manage to break, it will flip me long, and then I'll scalp out that trade on the other side of the direction real quick. So so help me God, basically. Here comes Tesla. Tesla 710 right now, 711.50. That's an odd number, 711. Okay, but yeah. 711.50 happens to be the high day right now on Tesla, pushing to the north side still. Man, I had that 676 breakout long. I should have still held that trade. Then I had the breakout long of 690. I should have held that trade. I had the breakout long of 695. I should have held that trade. I should have taken the 700 breakout. I didn't take that one. And I should have taken the 705 breakout. I didn't take that one. Obviously missed out a bunch of money over here. SoFi was my long that I said, you know, I'm just going to punch myself out of this trade, but SoFi still trying to trickle its way to the north side for me. So thank you, SoFi, even though I'm not in that trade anymore. Apple, man, I'm so glad that I stuck to my rules on this one. It was very easy for me to break my rules on this and just keep on trying the shorts on this near that 143 level, because it worked for me like twice. And then it would be worthy for me, or I think I would justify it in my own head that it would be worth for me to continuously short the stock because it worked for me, and then I would have got beat up. So clearly that level 143.24 that we were looking at earlier was a decent short opportunity, but now with the market creating a new high on NASDAQ, a new high on S&P 500, everything creating a new high right now. Apple, Tesla, AMD creating a new high too, right?
AMD potentially. I'm waiting for the break here. I think it could be spicy, but this could be the high. This could be the high. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we break and then it's the high and then come back down, but I don't know. We'll see what happens here. And guys, Tesla, what did I say? And to whoever, you know, to whoever was saying, why don't you hold? You know, I hope you're holding, because this thing's going to 720. Like probably, I don't know. What'd you say? 720 is your level?
I didn't say 720 was the level I've traded in the past.
Level that you've traded before. Yeah. So, you know, guys, there's no right way to trade, right? Like just whatever works for you. But look at this. It's now 710. It broke that. I saw some volume, so I assume every $10 level on Tesla is gonna have size, right? It doesn't mean that you should take every single break. Obviously, you know, not all breaks are equal, but yeah, you know, it's clear that people are potentially worried, and maybe there's a potential gamma squeeze. I mean, if this gets back to 1,000.
Sir?
If Tesla gets back to 1,000.
Oh, man, I will lose my mind if Tesla does that. I was long 676. You're telling me I missed out a 400-point move on that, or a 300-point move on that?
Guys,
I would cry.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say on that one. But yeah, guys, AMD still kind of flirting with that 100 level. So let's see what happens here. You know, like I think it's definitely a level of interest. There's people who are offering out here. So again, like what I said last time with Tesla, you know, you got people who are taking their profits, and then, but it is a green day, right? Once that exhausts, level breaks, it goes, and hopefully money. Hopefully buys me some extra pizzas.
Yeah, man. Hopefully some with some spicy super sata on that, because it's got to be super sata. Now, if I ever have any pizza, thanks to this guy over here, it has to be spicy super sata, no doubt about that.
Spicy super sata.
Super sata.
Yeah. Personally, I like soppressata black olives. Get it well done. Like, it doesn't get any better than that for me.
Right on. You know, it's nice to have a multicultural workplace, because we learn a lot from all the cultures over here.
Yeah, exactly. And I get really hungry when we start talking about this, so let's talk about this after.
That's true. Well, luckily for you, you're about to go eat lunch in about 10 minutes. I'm not, so...
Is it 10 minutes?
It's like 12:20. You're about to get off, and Ian's about to come in about 10 minutes or so. So lucky for you, you actually get to eat lunch. I have to be here for another half an hour or hour and a half.
Time flies when you're having fun. I'm having a great time. Like it's always fun coming chatting with you guys here, showing you trades. You know, you guys are sharing trades. Like we're just kind of bouncing ideas off each other. Everybody's learning, getting better. Always a good time. Always a good time.
So apparently it's called Super Sopra.
Soprasata, yeah.
Supersata?
Like sopra.
Is there a T in there?
Soprasata. Like
Supersata.
at the end, yeah.
Yeah, but homeboy over here, Wen Rug, is saying Super Sopra. Or maybe that's what I said and he's correcting me. Maybe that's what I said.
Everybody has a different pronunciation,
right.
But Soprasata.
Supersata.
Soprasata is how you would. I mean, it is super. It's super good.
It's super spicy too.
But it's not supersata. It's soprasata. Right? You want to roll that R. Soprasata.
Soprasata. Okay, we're learning.
There you go.
Not only are we learning how to trade, we're also learning Italian. Rosetta Stone with Luca and Brad. Rosetta Stone.
Yeah, guys, 100 level coming into play on AMD right now.
Oh, baby.
You know, keep in mind we're hot. We are up on the day. We're up a lot, right? So that could easily break, and then the price action can just stall and stop, right? So these are things that you want to watch the tape and be cognizant of. And look, guys, Tesla's pushing higher too, 7-11. It's days like this that I say to myself, why did I not hold? Okay, so now we're long. We're long. Let's see where this goes. I'm keeping a tight stop on this. I mean, it's, again, I don't know where this is going to go. Hopefully we push a little bit higher, but the last thing I want to see is, you know, I take the fill and there's no follow through, right? Like already, look, there's no follow through. So, and guys, a lot of times AMD is one of those names that it just like, it breaks, it kind of flutters around, and, you know, I'm not going to hold this. So, you know, let's see where this goes. I'm long. Hopefully this, I think we can get a 30-cent push. I think we could get a 30-cent push. It's not too much to ask. So let's see what happens here. I'm hands off the keyboard because I want to be patient. So my trade is structured, and let's see what happens next.
Yeah, as you said, trade is structured. Let the structure play within itself, and obviously we'll know if the structure is bad if it starts collapsing on itself. You know, it's building 101, AutoCAD 101. Right now, 100 did break. We're looking at 116. Nasdaq's taking off, boys and girls. Nasdaq's absolutely taking off right now. 12,300 coming into play on the Nasdaq. We're up 2.8% on the Nasdaq. Right now, I got a pretty bad fill on my AMD trade, 100.07. What did you get, Phil, on that? 04s. Looks like this guy took all my size and he cleaned me out on my trade. Thank you, Luca.
No, I don't got no size. I don't got nothing.
Luca took out all the levels up to 7 cents and ran me over there. No, we're just joking.
Yeah,
but
we're just joking, guys.
We're in the money right now.
Nothing.
We're all in the money right now. Hopefully, you guys took that $100 break. So whatever I lost on the official short, I'm already up on that trade, and we're trying to run this to the north side. Obviously, as Luca mentioned, I am seeing a little bit of a stalling, Luca. What do you think? Are you
There's
seeing...
a little bit of stalling, and I goofed. I just goofed. I got out of all my size. I got out of all my size. But, you know, I still think, watch, this always happens to me. Look at this. Look at this chart, okay? This is a mistake because, you know, I'm getting comfortable to the keyboard here, so you guys are going to have to bear with me with these kind of mistakes and fumbles, and it is what it is. But, guys, look, you take the long, 100. It's stalling, and now, look. It's at the 20-cent area. It's going to go to the 30-cent area. It's going to go to the 40-cent area. This is going to 50 cents. And I'm sad.
Get back in, bud.
I'm sad.
Get back in.
Lower
size. Get back in with the same risk. $100 risk, lower size.
No, yeah, you could.
Or
but
just
the
be a big
ruined.
Stack bully and just start pushing size around, you know?
No, because this is the area where, like, look, volume's kind of, it depends. 30-cent move, yeah, Ron Williams, exactly, 30-cent move. Because you know what it is? You get used to the names that you trade, right?
Yeah.
Like, I've seen this before. It kind of breaks. AMD is classic. It breaks, it stalls, it does a bunch of things, and then it goes, So if you have patience, you're trading AMD. With NVIDIA, it breaks, like on a day one earnings play, it breaks and it just goes. So, like, you don't want to have patience with NVIDIA in terms of, like, you know, if it goes against you, you get out right away because this thing can go $3 against you. But AMD, you want to be a little bit more patient. Like, you don't want to, like, look, it's flirting. It's at 106 area still. But look, guys, by the end of today, it could touch 101. I was just hoping that the break would be a little bit stronger. And my initial plan was to get, like, a little bit out at, like, I mean, I have no like targets in mind. It's just kind of like 10 cents, 10 cents, 5 cents, like wherever, just price action. I offer out like random areas too, like just no, like whatever. But yeah, that was a mistake. That was supposed to be half, and I think the high was 27. You know what, though? I don't hate myself because I think I was gonna have my order at 29. So I would have been 29. It wouldn't have filled me. Would have went back down. I would have been like, damn. I would have been even more upset. So like, you know what? I don't hate myself. It is what it is, guys. Look, when you have a day like today, and I said this before too, opportunities are there. Like today is, right now is the time to trade. Like right now is the time to trade. You can make a lot of mistakes. You can lose, you can lose, you can lose. You're gonna make it all back because the opportunity is there, the volatility is there. But guys, keep in mind as day traders, you wanna wait for that liquidity to come in. You want to wait for the liquidity to come in. If there's no liquidity, then, you know, market kind of goes insane. You know, it goes up, it goes down. You don't know what's going to happen. So, you know, playbook your setups, wait for the liquidity, wait until you see it, and then be aggressive. But build up to that. Build up to that.
Right now, I'm looking at the NASDAQ market as to why I have this line drawn out on the NASDAQ market just to see, and looks like we're walking into that line near 12,300 or so on the NASDAQ market. So just having that marker up there is going to be something for me to keep an eye out for at the moment, and maybe a short idea on off of that level. So I'm now building into a short trade over here on AMD near 100, giving the risk of high day at 127. So trying to get into this position a little bit more, see if I can get some more size. We'll get some size over there if they can.
Guys, a lot of these stocks are acting like magnets right now. It's just kind of like magnet to the next level, magnet to the next level. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I mean, you got Tesla's up like 9%. Like Tesla's going to 720.
Yeah, Tesla's going to 720.
The best part is I make the call. You guys are watching this live. I make the call. I'm like, it's going to 720. What do? I get in. I get out. I make my money. I'm like, yo, check this trade. That was amazing. And then sure enough, now it's at 716. And I'm just like, yeah, guys, let's not talk about Tesla anymore, okay? Look, guys, it's I'm gonna just take my fills off the screen for you guys, so you guys, you know, I feel like you guys laughed enough, so no more laughing.
We've been clowned enough about not holding.
Yeah, guys, look at this, like in, out, in. You watched it. If you're still in, out, and now it's like 714. Like this is probably going to 720, and like who knows where it goes tomorrow. I mean, I'm sure Elon Musk is kind of happy right now.
You're hurting. Elon Musk is for sure happy, man. I think he was about to pledge another, he did pledge another 10 billion or some odd number for the Twitter takeover. So for sure he's happy watching his net worth rise back up right now. Tesla, man, what a crazy move, 716. And this is why I mentioned I don't want to be shorting Tesla unless I see 720 come into play. And God, am I thankful for even having that, level mapped out in my head from the past, that I can just remember that level. So right now, 716.51 coming down slowly. NASDAQ really about to show me resistance at that level that I have mapped out. So it would be stupid for me to not take a fill. It would be stupid for me to not take a fill, at least for a trial over here, and give a little bit of a wiggle room on the risk on the NASDAQ contracts. So let's see if NASDAQ can push back to the downside over here and bring AMD along with it to the downside, which we are short right now. As you guys can see, 16, 17 cents in the money on the AMD short. Apple about 144. Apple high of day 144.30, and Apple might be something to take a look at if you want to short Apple. We know that Apple's been a lot weaker than most of the tech stocks out there. So if that's something that you want to take a look at, give the risk of high day 144.30 and ride it to the downside. That's something that you can take a look at. 3 points in the money on the NASDAQ off of my 12,300 level. High day 12,301. So let's push this market back to the downside over here a little bit. Capitalize on the rebound move. Rebound to the upside. Whatever move you call it when it's going to the downside. So this a little bit of a falling knife action maybe coming in that we can capitalize on, or is it just going to find buyers at 40.40 on NASDAQ and find buyers at 12,250 on the NASDAQ, and 40.40 on the S&P 500, or not on the NASDAQ, and start bouncing from there. Here's AMD though, that was working for us, so let's start covering some AMD shorts just in case the market does find a way to find buyers and rip right back to the upside and burn us like that. 4 points instantly out of the money on the futures now instead of being in the money 4 points.
I see we got a super chat here from Brandon Reeves. Thanks for the super chat. Always appreciated. And any input on NCLH, up 14% and running on the update. Yep, so this is, I just pulled up here, this is the 1 hour NCLH. This is the cruise line, if I'm not mistaken. You know, these names have been kind of beaten down, and now, you know, the whole market's up. Like, market's up 2%. This is up 13%. It's good news, but the thing, and you know, like, obviously, like, people want to see demand. Like, are more people taking vacations and you know, et cetera. So with these names, it's, look, if it's kind of like a dip buy and you say to yourself, like, this is like a kind of longer term play where I think to myself, like, vacation, you know, summer's around the corner, more vacations are going to be taken, and good things are going to happen, then, you know, hold on. Personally, I mean, you know, I tend to stay away from these names, but, you know, it basically, I mean, today's 1 minute chart looks like every other chart, like it's just going up, right? So if you're in this, hold on to your longs. Who knows where we finish the day? But, I mean, anything can happen.
Yeah, this market's still going higher, man. Thankfully, I had my stop out there for a pretty tight stop, just in case it rips up. I doesn't take my face off of there. We're trying to see what happens over here in the overall market. AMD once again in the money, 15 cents. It was only 10 cents in the money. So focusing on the overall market over here, we're about to send Luca out, sadly, but we'll have Luca back tomorrow once again at I believe 11 o'clock till 12:30, unless you know, things change. We'll let you guys know for sure. But yeah, Luca, thanks for your information once again. Thank you for coming in and joining the seat, helping me out today.
No problem. My pleasure.
Wish you the best for the rest of your trades. Good job on those Tesla longs, my friend.
Yeah, those are great. And you know, if it's at 7:50 and you see me in the back with the camera after going, it's that's the reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, always a pleasure. Happy to join, guys. Good luck the rest of the day, and remember, stay profitable.
Thank you, Luca, once again. So market trying to indeed go back up over here. Let's see what happens in the moment. But thankfully to AMD for us. AMD struggling to get back above. Looks like at the $100 level, but here comes NASDAQ. Really wants to go to the high side. What? I thought you were wanting to go into the high side. You look like you did for a second at least. But let me just quickly go over here, MNQ/M22CM. That way I could look at that screen without actually looking at that screen. So that's the plan over here. Let me just throw out some of my stops. Also 12,305, I guess. 12,306. And how many contracts do I even have? Over 9,000. Wait, okay, whatever. We're gonna take that stop, and we're gonna stop trading futures at the moment, just in case that market really wants to go to the north side, the way it clearly does at the moment. Market just wants to keep on ripping. Crazy market today so far. NASDAQ up 3 full percent. 3 full percent on NASDAQ. S&P 500 up 2.1% overall. Sorry? Oh, you're talking to him. But yeah, NASDAQ up 2 full percent, and NASDAQ up 3 full percent, S&P 500 up 2 full percent. Oh, sorry, I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. Time to send it real quick to the screen to Brandon.
Hey, Trader Prad. Quick update for everyone. Here we go. I'll look at North American markets here. The S&P 500, nice day. 2% to the upside. Look at the NASDAQ. Wow. 3+ right now to the upside for the NASDAQ, leading the way. 1.5 for the Dow. The TSX almost a full percent here in Toronto as well. I'll give you a quick look at, not that way. We were going to talk a little bit about the sectors, but it has been one of those days where it's the entire market. The only thing to the downside right now is going to be anything that is earnings related or that shifted guidance. So a very green board, a very green market. Let's go back to Trader Prad and Ian.
Yeah, I apologize for that. We were supposed to send you there much earlier, but I got zoned out on my own trades. AMD now 30 cents in the money. So market, obviously, you got the little market update from Brandon. Brandon. I keep getting the names wrong for some reason. You know, a little bit of a problem over there. But no, 4 points in the money on the NASDAQ futures, which still keeps on stressing me out a little bit. Obviously, that market wants to burn me from my profits today. today, but hopefully we can work with that a little bit longer. You know, usually my rule is 3 attempts and done, 3 and done. We're 2 so far, I believe. This will be my last attempt. If I get burnt on this last attempt, it's going to be a complete wrap on the futures. I'm not going to touch it till the end of the day, most likely. But AMD, man, that's what I want to talk about right now. 23 cents in the money on the AMD short. Let's keep on pushing it lower, AMD. In the meantime, let's also cover some profits on AMD, and I have to recreate my stop for my rest of my size that I have left, and I hope I did it right. I did do it right. Awesome. Coming back from AMD, let's go check out what Tesla is doing that Luca was trading. Tesla turning back down from 716. Looks like we wanted that 720 retest, but we never really got that 720 retest on that one. And here we go. NASDAQ may be coming into profit territories for me now. 8 points in the money on the futures, and finally able to cut down the loss that we already incurred. Not in the positive yet for the futures, but just slightly able to churn back on that. But here we go. AMD 38 cents, 40 cents. Can I see 50? Can I see 60? Sounds like an auctioneer now. Can I get let's see what happens though. We want more money, obviously. More money, more profits means more beers at the end of the day.
Crazy day. Crazy day today. This is exactly why we day trade. Days like this is super exciting. Obviously, so many things, different things popping off. You got the meme names. You got Nvidia obviously taking up that whole like the tech sector, and Tesla popping off. Days like today is just absolutely crazy. I had some pretty cool trades as well. I trade GME a lot, so if we take a look at that, obviously that big volume coming into the buy side in the morning. I took the 125 break early. That was kind of weird. That was kind of sketch, just because when it broke out, the offer that's the thing. Like the spread on GME is kind of crazy, right? Yeah. So the offer went up to 126, but the bid stayed right at my fill price. It was 125.10. When I saw that, I was like, okay, I need to cover this right away. So that was a nothing burger. And then I took, this was a little ambitious here. I took chased it up here 132, but I was I held it through a little bit of pain and covered into the 133s, 134 area. This was a small loser here, and then took another 140 break, and obviously that was almost a $2 winner. So absolutely crushed GME. That was awesome. Then I traded Nvidia. Nvidia obviously absolutely nuts. Just tested 180 if I'm not mistaken. I overtraded this one a little bit, but overall it was a solid name for me. Took the early break 164. That was pre-market high, but obviously that 160 level that was huge. It was support in pre-market and kind of intraday support as well. So once it kind of tested that, it never looked back. So obviously took the 164 break, cover for, when I see myself in $1 in the money, I get a little bit excited, so I cover, but obviously that was super premature because look where it is today, or look where it is right now, sorry. Took the 172 break, that was solid as well. Then, the market was kind of topping out a bit, and Nvidia was kind of topping out a bit, so I was playing around with the short. That was an obvious mistake, so I realized that quick. Didn't want to get too chopped up. Then started switching back long. Took the 173 break, and then the rest is kind of history. I kind of just didn't trade it after that. But this could have been solid moving up if you're holding this all day kind of thing, right? We took Tesla as well. I took the Tesla trade, 700. I think the short was better initially off the 700, but I took the 700 break, and that's the thing with Tesla. When Tesla breaks out, it can give huge breakouts. You can be $5 in the money within seconds. But this one was a little bit different. It was only about $1 in the money ish. So when I saw that and there wasn't that much buying coming through above 700, I just kind of covered. I took $1. So that was okay. Obviously, you take appropriate size for that, but it wasn't exactly what we were expecting. How's your day going, Brad?
Good so far, man. AMD 70 cents in the money right now, covering some profits while you were talking. Thank you for even covering that part. Allowing me to get some exits out on that one. So AMD pushing to the downside right now, and beautiful trades, my job.
Thank you.
Beautiful trades today. Let me start off by saying that beautiful trades as always. Beautiful trades as always, even when you're catching L's. Beautiful trades.
Always mitigate risk to the downside.
Because it teaches you more than you're learning from you're probably learning from your winning trades.
Winning is obviously amazing. And it's obviously super fun to take these wins and have them on days like today. But yeah, it's about taking losers and being a good loser and mitigating risk and learning from those.
Indeed. Right now, I guess not really a losing trade, but being a good loser, I guess what we're gonna talk about is NASDAQ. So NASDAQ, we scalped out the short on that. Still a loser trade on that because we got burnt on the shorts a couple bit. Maybe we could have held this one a little bit. Thankfully though, we cut our loss in half so far on the NASDAQ future short right now, but still a big positive day for me so far. AMD, a pretty good factor of the reason why I'm in the positive territory. Realistically, Tesla, man. Tesla was the reason why I'm in the positive territory today. AMD, my second best stock, SoFi right after that, and then Apple. Only two so far negative happens to be the NASDAQ futures and the UVXY short that I had earlier, but thankfully UVXY short was not even that big of a damage. Right now, AMD coming back to the $100 level looks like it wants to, at least with NASDAQ and S&P 500 creating a green candle on the next 5-minute candle right now that I'm looking at. So let's see if AMD can get right back to the $100 level and then stop me out somewhere around those, or does it continue pushing to the downside and give me that move to VWAP? We do know how much weaker AMD has been compared to most tech stocks in the past few weeks or so, and then how strong this $100 level has been on AMD. Every time we have seen it come up to 100, it's just been getting rejected. Might just be time to get out of my AMD on my long-term account for a flat trade at 100 and then start buying some at 90s or something. Not sure if that's something I want to be doing, but overall, what was the thing, the dollar cost averaging? Maybe that's something else that I should be thinking about instead of just getting out of that trade, so I can build onto my portfolio for the long term. Anyways, over here, we're talking about day trading. We're a day trading company, day trading prop firm, that is. And in that day trading realm, we're having much fun today. Mucho fun today.
Today has been a lot of fun. And it's great because every day we come in and we don't know what to expect, right? This is the beauty of being a day trader and participating in the stock market every day. And it's, when you get opportunities like this, like you gotta go in and you gotta be excited about it, because these days you don't ever know when they're gonna come about. I wanted to touch back on AMD again, just because this 100 level is so massive, and it's obviously a huge psychological level. If we take a look at the daily, it comes down, tests it again, bounces. But ever since it broke down, it hasn't been able to reclaim it, right? Obviously today we're testing it today, and who knows, maybe it breaks out and maybe that was the bottom. But until I start seeing a lot of buying and a lot of days closing above 100, this level is going to be a big level for us on the resistance side. So even if you look at it today on the intraday chart, look at where AMD started. I have to zoom out here because it started way down at 91. So we're up $9-10 already on the day. You guys start to think that this is where people are going to start taking profits in front of that 100, and that's why Pratt had the short. So solid trade on there. I'm sure he's taken some profits on that one, but good strength overall on AMD today.
Yeah, a lot of strength, man. Beauty, baby, AMD with not 7%, 7% to the upside. And you know how much I love AMD. You guys have made this joke enough times that I'm married to the stock at this point. Might as well be, right? Just missing my ring. I don't even know what hand the ring goes. I'm just missing my ring from AMD over there. So come on, AMD. Where's my nice shiny diamond bling bling over there? NVIDIA, man. I think NVIDIA was the biggest shocker of the day. What was it? Coming out with somewhat of a negative earnings report, pushing to the downside in the after hours. Let me just scroll up over here. NVIDIA.
The range on the after hours after the earnings was insane. It was it ranged 15, 20 bucks, right after hours. So that was, we knew that NVIDIA was going to be something to watch today for sure. But when it kind of bounced off those pre-market lows, and I'll bring it up here again. Let me give me a second here. Once it started to bounce off these pre-market lows in after the earnings here, it never tested back, right? So here it is here. So it never tested below 160. And then obviously when it opened, it was just off to the races. So NVIDIA was something special. I remember hearing Pratt when he came in, Sean was talking about NVIDIA going crazy, and initially you thought it was to the downside.
No, I asked him what side it was because I was predicting that NVIDIA was going to pop like every other stock recently. Earnings report come out, and whatever the earnings report is, the stock has just been doing the opposite of that. So NVIDIA guides lower. Market said, all right, we're launching to the roof. AMC guides higher. All right, we're dumping it to the ground. So I was just using the current market environment that I've been watching, how earnings reports have been playing out. You know, they guided lower, but they beat earnings and they beat revenue. Watch NVIDIA just rip up in the open all the way to the north side, burn everyone who's taking shorts, and that's the type of move that as some people say it, the FU move, right? It's literally you think you're right, you have a bias. Well, this is the move that we're gonna show you, and we're gonna burn you all the way to the moon with this move over here. Same thing might be happening on Tesla right now, GME, AMC, the ultimate short squeeze across the board for tech stocks, the ultimate gamma squeeze across the board for all these stocks. You know, stocks have been beat down for God knows how long now, for almost 2 months, 3 months now. They've been just getting collapsed since January, right?
Pretty much, like
since February, January.
This year was like the worst start, like the first 4 months, like in a long time. I think it was like, I can't remember the exact date, so I won't say it. But yeah, no, it's been a really bad start to the year in terms of I guess like the market move. But you know, maybe the bottom is in. Who knows? We'll see. Time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, time was the father of all things over there. You know, it's the father time, or is it mother time? I forget. No, it's mother
father
Earth,
time.
Yeah, it's father time, Mother Earth. But yeah, you know, father time will dictate all things at the end of the day. And one thing that I always mention is it's a Kanye West quote. Nothing is promised in life but death, and then also taxes. Right, so just keep that in mind. So we don't really know if the bottom is here. No one's promising that the bottom's here. No one's promising that the bottom's not here. Only time will tell where the market goes from here on out.
And that's the thing, right? Like it's interesting to see like something like NVIDIA just like absolutely just pop off and, you know, tear up the market with it, because initially. I'll be honest with you guys. When we were in the morning meeting today, we were kind of thinking we didn't have a particular bias. We were kind of looking to this 4,000 level on the ES here, and that's where it kind of bounced off yesterday, right? If you recall, like late day markets, it never really got close to testing the 4,000 on the ES, but. You know, today it started to reclaim the level, and once it reclaimed that level, it's like, look at where we are now, like 40.60. It's off to the races, and this is a super strong bullish day.
Yeah, honestly, man, I'm thinking about a short near 40.60 to be real, and I might just do it. I might just take that short. Let's see if they give me the fill. What? Oh, I'm on the ES. Haha, I don't have the buying power for that. I don't have the buying power for that nonsense. But yeah, let's get into a nice little short here. NASDAQ tried to go up and then rejected from the same high day marker. S&P 500 tried to do the same thing on the 5-minute chart, as you guys can see. So taking a quick little short trade, giving it the risk of high day to see if we can work with a nice little NASDAQ or S&P 500 move, that is, sorry, not NASDAQ move, to help us elevate our trade so far on the short end. Oh, what happened? Some move just started coming in on the market here. NASDAQ just popped up. All of a sudden, we went from being 2 points in the money to being 2 points out of the money. But obviously, we know that we have a stop out, and we know we want to stick to that stop. But yo, look at that volume coming in. Not sure what's going on over here. Let's go see if any of the tech stocks are moving up. Yeah, it looks like Apple wants to pop back up over here at the moment and go back to the high side. So maybe that's the reason why we're watching this tape right now, is to show me constant buyers coming in on the S&P 500 side. Overall, though, longs still are obviously in play. AMD, which was now 60 cents in the money. I'm going to take some more profits on AMD over here at 60 cents in the money level. And obviously, if we get back above 100, I'll think about adding to that short over there. And right now, let's see what Ian or the chat is looking at.
Someone said Tesla here, so let's take a quick look at that. Obviously, super strong. You know, once it's got above the 700, and actually I'll show you the daily first, just because that 700 has been quite interesting. 760 obviously here, but 700 broke down. It broke down last week, and then there was a lot of weakness below it. It couldn't test it and couldn't close above it until today. So obviously the day isn't over yet. If I bring up the intraday chart, we're starting to trade above 700 and, you know, consolidate around 715 area. So we'll see where this goes, but as long as 700 kind of stays in play and, you know, maybe we close above it, this could be a good turning point for Tesla.
Turning point for Tesla. Okay, let's see what's going on in the market. You know, market would be nice to have a turning point in the market, but at that point, I think you can just find a turning point across the board for any stock, especially your tech stocks and so on. But I think you know, we rambled about tech stocks a lot today. I'm gonna go look for some stocks from the chat. Let's see what stocks you guys are talking about. I see Baba being called out. We can go take a look at Baba one more time, no problem. BABA. We know Baba had earnings report. Baba looking pretty strong today, and it's still consolidating at the same levels off the open. Looks like, well, sorry, not off the open, off the 10 o'clock consolidation areas, which happens to be around $93 to $94 right now. Creating an upwards move on Baba too. So Baba trying to take out the high day at 94.15 maybe, and if it does manage to do that, how much more of an extended long move can we expect on said market? So it'll be crazy to witness Baba take off, and maybe Baba could go to $95, $96 or something. Who knows? FXI AM is something that I use to track the overall Chinese sector which is right now, you know, not really doing anything, no volume. Keep in mind, lunchtime is coming to an end. It is about to be 12:48 Eastern Standard Time, so maybe some time for volume to find, or it's time for traders or stocks in general to find volume and start moving back to the north side, or either push to the downside. The fact that, you know, lunchtime came into play, we've been 50 minutes into lunchtime so far, and the lack of volume didn't really push down the overall market or some stocks to the downside, could be a pretty decent indication of the fact that if volume does come back in, it could really keep on going north a little bit more instead of showing us the short trades that I'm looking for at the moment.
A couple people mentioning Costco here, and you know, the earnings is coming out after hours, so that's going to be super interesting. Obviously, one of the last retail companies to report here. Costco making a strong move, up 5.5%, you know, kind of following the market. But it's nice to see this, that retail is kind of making a bounce here. You know, obviously, retail has been super weak. Yeah, interesting to see. Looking at the daily here, we're trying to find some levels. 480 can probably be a level. Just looking back here, that was like kind of lows in January and lows in February here. But once it broke down below there, you know, it hasn't seen it yet. So maybe if there's a positive earnings, you could get a strong gap up, and you know, that level can come into play again. But again, when we're playing these earnings, guys, we're kind of always waiting for it to kind of come out, and we'll see if we could play today, or play it the next day rather than just like Nvidia today. Some people mentioned GME, so we could take back a look at that. You know, these memes have just been insane, and it started yesterday, right? I think like a report came out that GME had like the highest short interest in a while, so maybe that's why it was popping off. But obviously had that momentum in the morning, but ever since then, now it's kind of fallen below VWAP, and you know, we were kind of looking at that 150, and that's about basically where everyone started to like take profits, and you know, it never truly really tested it. So you know, now down it's below VWAP and kind of consolidating it. You know, until it starts, like, if there's some more momentum that starts to pick up to the upside, then, you know, we'll probably leave it alone for the rest of the day.
Did you know, Paul, what are you talking about, Bears versus Bull? That was a weird question in the chat from you.
Politics is a sadness generator.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about. It's just rate hikes. Okay, you guys are talking about rate hikes in the chat. Yeah, GME, man. Not much trades actually took place above 144 level, even though we did get above 148. So clearly that's showing you weakness. Man, futures might just be able to rip up over here and stop me out on that side. But AMD's still working for us in a pretty good way. So I like the fact that AMD's, you know, keeping us afloat on the opposite side of that trade, thankfully. Brad, Elon's tweet. Okay, it was an Elon tweet. Yeah, I mean, it's better just not to mention stuff like that, man. It's okay. Moving on from that comment, though. Anybody else on Thinkorswim that think it's rigged to move against you? I mean, you could have the conversations like that with Luca forever and ever and ever. So maybe when Luca comes on tomorrow, you and Luca could both strap on a tin helmet and go to town with those conversations.
You might need longer than the allocated time on the
3-hour
show,
time
though.
limit?
Yeah. You might need a
like,
little bit longer than that, though.
A lot longer than 3
hours.
Some beers wouldn't help either, right? But yeah, if you want to have those conversations about market being rigged and brokerage being rigged, your orders being pegged, look, the number one answer for that is look what happened to Robinhood, right? That's all we can say at the end of the day. All your orders are visible. All your orders are seen by the market, especially by the bigger participants who can pay for that order flow, such as Citadel and so on. So if you think that it's rigged, it's most likely rigged. Coming off from the rigged idea out of there, let's go check out some other stocks that you guys are looking at. I know you guys mentioned Oxy earlier, but I think we got distracted from looking at the energy stocks overall. So let's go take a look at Oxy today. Oxy with a clean 3%, 4% move to the north side, trying to get back up there one more time right now. Oh man, future stopped me out at the high of day. Really? How dare you stop me out at the high of day? But anyways, coming back to Oxy. Oxy trying to move to the north side over here, trying to get back up to the high of day, which is 69.41. XLE ETF was something we can go take a look at real quick to get a better understanding of how the overall sector is doing today. And as you guys can see, 1.35% to the upside for the ETF and holding VWAP. That means CVX, your IMPP probably in the negative, but CVX, Occidental, and everything else in the green territories. Oxy is actually a little bit less green than, CVX is a little bit less green than Oxy today.
Someone mentioned Lucid. I want to bring that up as well. And I'm a little partial to this stock just because obviously my girlfriend works there, and she works sales. But let's take a look at Lucid. There's some interesting levels there. The 17 level, super interesting, just because that's where it kind of tested and then held above and then broke below, and now we're kind of holding that level again. 20 is could be a huge level. If we look at 20 right here, it's tested, but it hasn't really broken above. And if we keep going, it's like 22 and then maybe 27 above that, right? So if the market kind of really does turn around and EVs start to pick up to the north side, you could see Lucid potentially breaking out and making a nice move. Obviously up to 10% today, but I think that's just kind of in sympathy with the rest of the markets. Tesla's still going down. AMC going nowhere. Please, let's take a look at AMC. Just because Neil was kind of saying it earlier today. It's the GME has been kind of like the futures for AMC, right? And obviously AMC not making the craziest move in comparison to GME, but it's kind of traced it quite a bit. So once GME started pulling back, and I think this was right around when GME hit 150 and bounced off, the short kind of came in play, and I did take that. But I didn't want to get too cheeky with it. I covered for like 35. I covered for like 15 cents in the money, so that was a solid trade, but nothing too big. But ever since then, traded below VWAP and now just kind of consolidating. So the meme craze might be over for now, but we'll see. A long day ahead of us.
Meme craze never over, mate. Meme craze is never over. These meme stocks are the fact that GME still stuck out near $100 after AMC went to $10 or whatever, and then got back above 100 is just too crazy to understand what's really going on with GME. AMC maybe a little bit more easier to trade at the moment than GME. Obviously, as you mentioned, a lot more news catalysts coming in. They're trying to reactivate the short squeeze float out there. The short squeeze game, that is, by going harder on the shorts. You would think that Melvin and brothers got their after getting their butts whooped, they would know not to do that again. But clearly, nope. They're gonna go for a round 3 fight, and we know who the winner was last time in that war. Clearly, the fact that Melvin had to close 2-3 companies, so. I don't think we want to go through that war again. I actually paid for shorts on GME. I waited for that 150 level. I did not get the fill at 150 level. I mean, it never went there, so obviously I didn't get the fill, and that means we stay out of it. We don't want to go at war with the Wall Street Bets army at all. So be careful for anyone trying to short GME. I would say the same thing for the long side too, right? Because that's just me being the bear type of trader I am, who likes to short things. So be careful on the long too overall. Just to say what you said, it's like I don't know if meme stocks are completely out of the picture yet. I think until GME stops trading over 1 million shares before 11:30 or so, these stocks will still be somewhat in play. So GME right now doing 11 million shares. The relative volume for that is going to be somewhat about 5 or more. Let's go check it out. Yeah, 5 or more, 7.66 relative volume, showing you that tons of eyes are on this. After the meme stocks died off, GME's volume died from doing 10 million, 11 million shares around this time to barely even having 1 million shares around this time. So we need to see a huge drop off in the volume traded for GME for us to be like, okay, we're gonna shelf the meme stocks at least.
Yeah, exactly, and that's how we kind of find trade ideas as well. Obviously, volume is a huge thing. If volume's not there, then we probably shouldn't be trading it. And that's one thing that we look at a lot is R vol, and that's relative volume, right? So usually we want to be trading something that's trading at least 2 times R vol. So on a day like today, obviously GME has already reached that point, and it's not even, well, it's midday now, but clearly GME was in play, and I think yesterday it pushed above 10 mil volume as well. So solid volume coming in momentum to pick up, and that's why GME was on our watch today. I wanted to bring up Macy's as well, just because that reported in the morning. And had the huge gap up, and it's up 17-18% today. Super strong move. I was looking at this originally I was looking at 21 for the bounce, but I took a little break here at 22.30. That was the pre-market high. That was a little premature. I did take a little bit more size on that one as well, and I bit the bullet quickly. But when you take these breaks, you really want to see it go in your favor, and it bounced. It got me in, and then it fell below. So I was like, I got to cut here. So I took the L there early, but yeah, look now it's just kind of trading above VWAP and showing some good strength. Someone mentioned BBIG. So let me just quickly bring up that. BBIG down quite a bit today. Yeah, it looks like a gap down, but it still hasn't hit these lows of like 220. 220, if you look at the daily, that looks like an area of support. But yeah, obviously weaker today when the market's up like it is, and something's down 12%. Then it's probably something we kind of stay away from. NASDAQ thoughts? Do you have any NASDAQ thoughts? I know you're a big NASDAQ guy.
NASDAQ at the moment still taking out the high a day, man. So that level that I had mapped out on the NASDAQ still not really mattering at the moment and continuing to go higher than that. So it looks like the market's not done cooling off its jets just yet. Booster rockets are not ready to land just yet for the SpaceX rockets that we're witnessing market going through. Somehow, though, AMD not really going higher along with the market at the moment. AMD just hanging out over here, shooting some b-ball outside of the school for AMD at the moment. But let's see if AMD can wake up and go back to the north side, which is obviously a bad thing for me. Not really something I want AMD to do. But right now, there we go, 70 cents in the money on AMD. Time for us to capitalize some shares maybe on that one. Yeah, we capitalized some more move. No, we didn't. There we go. We capitalize on that now. So AMD wants to pay us a little bit more. Thank you, AMD, for being so kind on that note. Apple heading back to high day, and looks like Apple could be something to think about on the short side if you are thinking about shorting anything. But since I'm already in an AMD short that's paying me, I want to be a little hesitant on getting into Apple at the moment because obviously market shorts have not been working. S&P 500 shorts and NASDAQ shorts have not been working at the moment. So I think a little bit of patience on that side will be very good. But also we do know that Apple has been one of the more weaker stocks in the market for the last few days, especially for the tech market. So if you consider those factors in there, I think short over here, the risk to reward potential that we always talk about, giving it the risk of about maybe 30 cents to the high side above 144 for a potential reward of $1 to the downside or more, which makes it about a 7 to 3 trade. So what is that, like a 2 to
that's like a 2.5 to 1,
yeah,
2.3 to 1.
Yeah.
Solid RR there.
Yeah.
You're always kind of looking for that 2 to 1 at the very least. Otherwise, that way at least if you win, like let's say 50% of your trades, you're gonna be in the money and you're gonna be winning overall. So that's what we always kind of look for. Someone brought up Facebook here, so let's take a quick look at that. Intraday, it's not up as much as the other tech stocks, but if we look at the move, like look at this move, it's like all you have to do in the morning was as soon as you get in, just press buy, and then let's just take the closing print at the end of the day. But that's kind of the name of the game for for a lot of these stocks today. Obviously, you know, making a big move, and it hit those lows the other day, like 170, and kind of bounced off that, and we never tested that, right? So, you know, showing some strength. If it can start showing some strength over 200, then that'll be good. Someone mentioned NEO as well, so let's take a look at that. I haven't looked at NEO today, just because there's been so much else in play. Yeah, NEO up 10%. This is a good move as well. I was looking at the 16 level, I believe, the other day, and it looks like we're kind of testing that now. And, you know, it dipped it never made like a new low. And if we look at the daily, I'll just bring that up and make that a little bit bigger for you guys. We look at the daily, obviously made this low here at like 12, and it kind of bounced that. And if we call it NEO, you know, it was a highs of like $66, and obviously it's came off quite a bit, like everything. But you know, it made a higher low here at 14, and now we're testing that 16 level again. You know, obviously up to 18, that's probably the true resistance there. We break out there, and we could maybe potentially push to like 20. So can we take a look at ARK, like the ETF? Is that what you mean, ARK? Amazon, yeah, Amazon's kind of interesting too, just because the split is coming June 6th, right? So a big level that we're looking at on Amazon is 2,000. Right, 2,000 on the daily. Obviously, I think we mentioned this yesterday, but 2,000 on the daily, huge psychological level. And Amazon is doing a 20-to-1 split, I believe. Yeah. Yep. 20-to-1 split. So if you do that, then you know the stock price. If it's 2,000, it would be $100. So obviously a big psychological level as well. But if it does hold this 2,000 before the split, then that could be really interesting and a good sign of strength for sure. Are you looking to play the split? I think we were talking a little about it yesterday. It's going to be pretty exciting, I think.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. If I'm looking to buy more stocks on my own portfolio, it's going to be some of these Apples and Googles, their tech giants and so on, which have been in ridiculous price ranges forever. And for a beginner investor like myself, not being able to have those companies on my portfolio and now having the ability to put those on my portfolio is going to be an absolute blockbuster of a trade for myself, that is. So I can't wait to do that on Google and Amazon. Right now, I'm building into an Apple short, as I said I was going to plan on doing so. Markets keep on going to the north side, 70, sorry, coming into play for NASDAQ. Sorry, S&P 500. I keep messing it up. 4070 coming into play for S&P 500 here to the north side. Currently up 2.3%, and NASDAQ up 3.25%. Well over the 12,300 marker. Well above that by 27 points or so. But overall, markets keep on trickling to the north side over here. I finished my Apple trade overall, and now AMD trade overall, and AMD heading right back to the north side also. So I'm pretty happy with closing that trade over there. But coming back to Apple, I want to build into an Apple trade over here, but the risk of high a day. My average price right now, 144.09. Let's see if we can get some more fills at 144.20s in case it does want to go up there, give us that fill. We will gladly take that fill and work with that trade. But right now, man, we're getting a little bit burnt on the future short. Come on, futures, just go back to the downside. That would be wonderful for me if you do that, obviously. But thankfully, we do have banked enough money throughout the day across the board with Tesla, AMD, and hopefully this Apple trade, which have been winning for us for quite a bit, ends up being another big winner for us in the next few minutes or so. Let's see if we can work with that. Okay, Apple is trying to stay above 144 right now. Maybe we can filter the tape a little bit to get a better understanding of what exactly is going on. So let's filter it by 199 shares. So we see only 200 shares or more prints only coming in on the tape over here. It looks like we might just get stopped out on the S&P 500 short. That's fine if that happens. AMD coming back to
it's coming back to 100, and I was actually just kind of thinking about the short here. Just going to kind of play off high a day. Just because, you know, if the market is going to turn around, you know, I got to be patient. Obviously, if the trend is your friend, and, you know, one thing that Greg mentioned this morning was, you know, participate, don't anticipate, right? So if you're trying to pick tops, especially on a strong super day like today, it's an easy way to kind of step in front of a freight train and get run over, right? So,
tell me about
you know,
it.
if the market does start to pull back here, obviously we already mentioned how big of a level $100 is on AMD. You know, so we can risk off that and, you know, potentially get a good R&R trade. If we're looking at just intraday levels, because, you know, it's important to look at intraday levels just for, you know, profit taking and whatnot. So if we're looking at 100, obviously it's here. Looks like maybe 98.50 was a level. You know, once it broke out that, tested it, never really dropped below it. So that could be a good profit taking area if you are in the short. And obviously, you know, VWAP, you get the VWAP reversion play. That would be solid too. But I really want to kind of be patient with this and see if the market is actually going to pull back, because I think 40.60 was a level, and usually, you know, you got to give the ES like I would say like a handful of points of room, just because, you know, it could pull back, and you know it does give strong bigger moves. But yeah, if it does start to pull back, then I'm going to be super interested in this short as well.
Yeah, 40.60, I believe, was a level from on the way down from the highs when NASDAQ was S&P 500 and NASDAQ were trickling on the way down not too long ago. If all you have to do is look at it on the 15-minute time span, 40.60 happened to be a weekly low, and then we bounced off that very same number. And then later on, sadly, obviously, the doomsday events started coming into the market, which brought down everything to the downside. So using that 40.60 level, and as he said, you know, the wiggle room. You got to let stocks wiggle around a little bit. You got to let futures wiggle around a little bit. Arun says the same thing too. There is no one level, one number that you can point to and be like, all right, that is it. If this doesn't work, it's not it. It's a wrong trade. No, you got to give it a little bit of a level range. It's probably 3 points, 4 points. Depends on the stock sometimes. Depends on the spread of the stock. Depends on how it trades. And for futures, obviously, NASDAQ and S&P 500 futures jump 10 points like it's nothing. So you might just have to give it that wiggle room of 5 to 10 points on these trades. But, you know, the way I trade, I'm not giving it 5 to 10 points. Sometimes I'll take the 2-cent hit and I'll get back in for another 2 cents later on. So I can just keep on taking the small hit sometimes, and I'll get back in at the right time, which will be able to smash the trade, hopefully, if you're in the right side, that is. Right now, apparently, we're on the wrong side of the futures because they just keep burning me. But thankfully, I have my stop out and I don't have to worry about it too much. Apple also, I want more shares on Apple. Come on, Apple. I have an order out above my average price to take more size, but looks like Apple's getting ready to go to the downside maybe. Not really. You know, Apple's still above 144. I'm not going to say the downside move is in until 144 really breaks the downside, or until we see futures really crack down to the downside. Right now, 40.70 is the high day for the S&P 500 futures. Let's actually go make sure that is accurate. Yeah, 40.70 is the high day on the S&P 500 futures right now, and NASDAQ futures high day is 12,334.75, and there we go. We're out of the futures trade once again. Yikes.
I did enter short there on AMD, and it looks like I'm going to get run over here because, you know, we're taking out potentially higher day. But I saw it kind of pushing back off 100, and, you know, I thought I'd toss out a feeler. So I am short AMD right now, but you know, starter size, just you know, if I do get run over, it's not going to be a big hit or anything like that. I'm not going to lose my whole day on it, something like that. So we'll see where this goes. I'll give it the leeway to higher day. If that breaks out, then you know you got to respect your stop loss. You got to have good risk management. You got to get out of the way when you're wrong, right, and accept the loss. So losing it, you got to be a good loser when you're a trader, that's for sure. If you're not, then you're gonna go through some serious emotional pain. But you know, it looks like it's kind of struggling to stay above 100. And you know, now I'm just kind of watching time of sales. If there does, it looks like there is some buying coming in above 100, but we'll see if it gets below, and then you know some real selling starts to kick in. But it looks like the market's just kind of gonna rip new highs.
Yeah, NASDAQ ripping, S&P 500 ripping, Apple about to take out the high day over there, probably stop me out. Here goes AMD towards the high day. Let's take some more size over here real quick and real quick add into that position. So we are short AMD, we are short Apple, and the market's really taking off right now. So that's not the best thing for us, obviously, for me and Ian over here. Maybe Ian is not really doing the smartest thing by sitting next to me over here because he's getting influenced on the wrong direction. There, but influence in the wrong direction maybe, but no, obviously I know what my rules are. I'm trading my book over here. Hopefully Ian's trading his own book. NASDAQ, S&P 500 coming down would be a great help for us right now, but sadly that is not happening. So be careful for anyone who is trading that. Make sure you know where your stops are. I know where my stop is. I hope Ian knows where his stop is. And is my Apple stop even out? It is out, but I just want to recreate that stop real quick to a different level. just in case. I'm just going to give it a little bit of a more wiggle room on that stock overall. And there we go. We have that stop sent out. I don't even want to send a stop out for AMD, but that's stupid to even say something like that. So let's send out a stop for this guy real quick and leave it and forget it. Set it and forget it. See what happens. Here comes the possible down move on the market without me. So that's going to be one more attempt for me to take a... I mean, yes, /enter to CM. One more attempt to take a
don't
short.
punch into an ES contract there. That would be a big mistake, especially if you take a little bit too much size. But yeah, no, I did get stopped out on AMD. That's fine. You know, again, it was just a starter size just to kind of feel out the market. Looks like, you know, we made a new high a day, and that's exactly where my stop was. And, you know, I stopped out. It is what it is. It's not a big deal. What else do you guys want to talk about here? Trying to scroll through here. SoFi has been kind of interesting recently. Let's take a quick look at that. I haven't looked at it today. Let the chart load. Yeah, it's not up as much as other stocks, but I think the 8 level was huge. Yeah. Take a look at the 8 level, guys. 8 here. You know,
I'm gonna cut you off real quick, my boy, because Apple is in the money by 20 points right now, 20 cents. AMD in the money by 15 cents. So AMD right back to the downside a little bit. There we go. AMD 20 cents in the money now. Apple 30 cents in the money. Futures are 2 points in the money. So let's see this shorts playing off a little bit. Hopefully we don't see a bounce coming in the market, which is going to really tick me off, honestly, and that's going to really annoy the crap out of me. So just because I said that, let's start taking some profits to the downside over here across the board for some of our stocks that are paying us once again. You know, we've been fighting for the short for how long now? You guys saw me literally get stopped, but this is the move that I needed from the market. So every single dollar that we gave away in the last like 30 minutes or so, we instantly back in the money on those trades, and we're about to cash out. So here we go, 30 cents in the money for both of these trades, and we're looking for a bigger extended move to the downside. Futures are indeed battling the move to the downside right now. So here's the futures move, not really extending to the downside as I would like it to, but you know, overall, I hope you guys are taking advantage of some trades across the board, giving it that risk to reward scenario trades as we always line up. You know, give it the risk of high a day, and then work with the trade the same way AMD and Apple. Ian has been talking to you about AMD and Apple. You know, what were we saying earlier, Ian? It's like there is no one real number that is a number that you can stick and say this is my the number. You have to give it a little bit more of a wiggle room on that. Yeah, you gotta give a little like wiggle room here. And you know, I did punch back into the short in AMD. I'll give it one more shot here. Just to see, because, you know, we did come off pretty hard there off that high. And, you know, someone said, well, why are we talking about AMD so much? And it's because it's at a key level, guys. 100, we've been talking about 100 like being a huge level. So we really want to see how it reacts to this and, you know, see where it goes. If the market does pull back, then, you know, this could be a solid move, you know, and that's why we're both kind of trading it and both kind of watching it, and we'll see. I'll give it another shot here to high a day, and, you know, usually 2 is my limit. If I take 2 L's on this in a row, I'm probably going to stop trading it. But yeah, we'll see. I'll give it a little bit more room now and go high a day, and we'll see where it goes. Looks like RDBX has a spike. It's in the work chat. Put in 10 minutes ago, sadly, so we missed out that message in our work chat. RDBX getting pushed to the downside over here, right back to the day's open price, looks like, of $8, $7. So not looking good for RDBX, and hence this is why I stay away from these stocks most of the time. The rug pulls on these stocks overall, and it's hard for me to believe in a company that sells DVDs at this time of age. You know, when Netflix can't make money by selling streams, I don't know how I'm going to be believing in Redbox overall. Before you start messaging me about Redbox has streaming business too, I don't want to hear it right now, okay? I don't want to hear Redbox having a streaming business when Netflix is struggling, when Disney is trying to take away their business and everything else is taking away their business. So yeah, I missed out on the Redbox down move over here. It was about 11 minutes ago in our work chat. Another stock, I missed out this one. This one was 37 minutes ago. DWAC. Let's go check out what DWAC is doing. Hopefully DWAC is DWACing again. A little bit of a DWAC move came in over here. here. A little bit of whack move on DWAC came in, but obviously DWAC right back into the normal range of trading sideways with 580,000. And another one that I missed out was TALK, got a volatility halt not too long ago, about 17-20 minutes ago. Let's go take a look at TALK. Looks like it got that volatility halt, and then the volatility just disappeared as soon as the volatility came into it. So the market just died off, the stock died off, and it's doing nothing. But you know what's paying me right now? And you know what's paying
AMD
yeah, you know what's paying my boy Ian right now?
We're about 30 cents in the money, so let's go. This is a solid winner here. I'm going to give it some space to the downside, and let's go see if it can keep working for us. You know, 20 cents in the money. I took the loss earlier. You know, that was about a 20 cents loss. So, you know, we want to keep good R&R. Might start scalping it out a bit, but we'll see. It could start picking up momentum to the downside. And I'm trying to watch the tape here. I'll bring it up here on the main screen so you guys can watch with me. Yeah, so lots of selling coming in, and you know the bids kind of falling back. And let's see where this goes.
Yeah, so Mark, I mean, dude, you see it right here. You see Apple coming down 40 cents in the money. You see AMD coming down 40 cents in the money. Both of those trades were the exact same copy trade setup. You saw the setup. We talk about the setup a million times a day. At least I do. I don't know about the other people. I talk about the setup a million times a day. The day's high short, the lower day long, the yesterday's high short, the yesterday's low long, the yesterday's consolidation support levels, you know, using levels from history, historic trading, a little bit of discretionary, I mean, not little, 100% discretionary trading, but still finding these levels to trade out of, which I know have been statistically proven for me to put money in my pocket. So that's what we're doing. Sadly, money does not go in my pocket. Everything's electronic now, so money goes straight into RBC accounts, and I barely even look at it.
Guys, I just took some profits there, scalped out for the 30 cents. You know, still holding a piece there, and you know, I'll put my stop now at 100 just because that 100 obviously huge. So if it breaks back out 100, I'm going to be out, and I'm going to take no loss on those rest of the shares there. But this is exactly how you kind of do it. You know, you risk off high a day, you take the chance, and if it works for you, then you ride it down and you ride the momentum to the downside. And that's what we're doing right here on AMD. You know, I did quickly bring up Apple just because Apple's kind of like the barometer. And actually, let me just clean up this.
Yeah, those are school words,
for you.
bud.
What's that?
Those are science class words out here.
Which one? What did I say? Oh, yeah. No, we're always trying to be educational here, but yeah, Apple kind of came off, you know, it was like pushing 144 and it couldn't reclaim the level or like truly reclaim the level, and now we're pushing below that. So, you know, always kind of watch the big names here, Apple, Microsoft, you know, usually the barometers of the market, and everything's kind of
all right, we get it. You know big words. This guy used barometer 3 times in a row now just because he got a confidence on that one. No, we appreciate the words. How do you
spell it? What?
No, I know I see in the chat how you spell it. BAROMETER. Hopefully that's right. 55K order on Microsoft.
That? Let's bring that up real quick.
That's what I like to see in the chat, man. Call out these levels that has an order. What price was it on, Saurav? If you know what price that was on, 55,000 orders apparently on Microsoft somewhere. Maybe on the ask, maybe on the bid. I can't really see it right now, but hopefully when we come back to the downside or to the upside, maybe it was on 267, maybe on 266.25. Okay, so it was actually on the bids on the way down, and I see it right now. Okay, I see it. 54,000 on the NASDAQ book. NSB is the NASDAQ book. Yeah, NSB is the NASDAQ. NYB is the New York book. So on the NASDAQ book, someone is indeed putting down a pretty fat order of 54,000 shares on there. So let's see if that order is real or a spoof order. And the only time we can tell that is when the stock goes down there and takes some fill. Obviously, 54,000 in the spectrum of 12,000 isn't really anything, but how much notional value is 54,000 is what we need to find out. So 54, 1, 2, 3 times 266.25 is $14 million. So clearly that number now has a little bit more value behind it. So someone's trying to buy $14 million worth of Microsoft at 266.25, and if that level is real, you're going to find a lot of traders front running this trade to the the north side and pushing it higher. I'll be pretty surprised to watch that whole level get whacked in one go. But then again, we saw Apple get whacked for like millions and millions of dollars a couple of days ago.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like sometimes these orders, you were kind of talking about spoofing and whatnot. Like sometimes when we see them there, we kind of have to watch the time of sales just to see if the orders actually get taken. And you know, it is kind of tough to see because it's going by so quick. But you know, we can use like filters and whatnot to help us. But you know, we talk about level 2 and time of sales all the time when we're day trading, and it's so important, guys, to kind of take this in. So it's nice to see that you guys are mentioning in the chat. That's pretty cool that you know you guys are applying what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's always good to see what happened to my history log. My history log just went crazy.
There's some decent size on 50 actually on AMD.
On AMD,
yeah.
9050?
9950. It just kind of
got taken out. Dude, 10,000 shares is nothing for a stock doing about 100,000 shares.
Midday, and usually all you see on AMD is ones. So
Fair.
You know.
Yeah, that is true. You don't see anything more than maybe max of 5 right now. I'm looking at the numbers. I think I only see like a couple 10s and 12s randomly. So you are accurate about that. 10,000 shares is indeed a lot more than normal for AMD. But they whacked that level right away. 85 million shares traded so far, and I'm not sure what book that was on, and it's not really that important what book it's on, but it's still somewhat significant because if they're on an inverse gateway, that's another thing that we can get onto. Let's test Ian's knowledge. You know, Ian is a new trainee. He's been learning quite a bit, a lot, and I think it's time to test his skills live a little bit. So what is an inverse gateway, Ian?
An inverse gateway is something that we can kind of take advantage of, and you actually pay fees to enter in those positions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And then,
but what is the advantage of you using an inverse gateway other than a traditional gateway?
So usually inverse gateways, you can get fills a lot quicker. So that being said,
Faster. It's first.
Yeah, it's first in line.
It's first in line.
Like
there you go.
When you look at the book, think of it as like a long queue line, and you know the book is like it's the most like I guess good representation of supply and demand. So when you see those inverse gateways, so I got them highlighted on my screen here, Baba. You see this black here, Edge A on the bid. So you know it got taken out, but basically it could mean that you know there's someone big there and they really want that price, right? So we can kind of play off that price.
What's the word you used yesterday? Sophisticated order flow.
Sophisticated order flow, exactly. So, you know, when we see those orders pop up on the book, you know, we like to think like maybe this is someone that knows something that most people don't. So, like, you know, we like to play off those levels and, you know, see how we can take advantage of them.
Yeah, exactly. So every time we see, that's the reason why we have all these gateways colored black, BYX, EXB.
Let's go. We're 60 cents in the money on AMD off that 100 level. Let's
90 cents, buddy. 90
cents.
Well,
you got in a little bit earlier than me. I'm about 70 cents in the money now, so we're winning. We're enjoying the time here on the show, and let's get it.
That's right. $1 in the money right now on AMD. $1 in the money on Apple. Money across the board pouring into my pockets right now, straight into my pockets, like a funnel system right in there. So I'm enjoying these trades. I hope you are. Obviously, at the end of the day, trade your own book every single day. We do mention that without fail, but I hope someone had this trade with me. I know Ian's in there with me right now, and riding it to the downside. How long have we been talking about AMD? Almost an hour now. Why are we talking about AMD? The level is very important. It's a very significant level, psychologically important level 100. This is why we are talking about it so much. But let's move away from this guy a little bit. Actually, I need to go cover some trades here.
Yeah, you know what?
Just to be safe.
Sometimes we gotta step away from it and stop looking at it. Otherwise, you're gonna start making a little too many decisions. I actually just moved up my stop there on it. You know, there was that little bit of action on 60, and once it kind of fell below there, it never really tested. So I moved up my stop, and you know, we'll see where it goes. I'll be happy to hold this, and you know, now I've turned this is like stress-free trading now. Like, so I've turned a good winner, and I know it's gonna be a winner for sure. And you know, let's see where it goes. I'll just be patient and keep holding that. What else we got here in the chat, guys? What do you guys want to see? What a lovely day it is. It is a beautiful day. You know, went out for a nice walk earlier today, and after the morning session there, and you know, got some fresh air.
Man. These guys go for nice walks. These guys go for espresso walks. They go get coffees while I'm here. At least now, like, they're here with me, so they get to you know, work hard with me over here. But like back when it was just me and Valeria, I would just watch this whole row get up and go get coffees, and I'm just sitting there like, I want to go for a walk. I want to go get coffee.
That's the thing, right? Like the desk up here, it's super cool, and obviously we got all the cool camera angles and the lighting. It's amazing. amazing. But yeah, no, I do miss you back there at the back row, you know, shouting and yelling at each other. But yeah, it's all fun and games.
But you know what's more fun in games right now? It's almost like I'm playing Monopoly with Hasbro or something. Is it Hasbro that makes Monopoly? Whoever it is that makes Monopoly. Boy, it's the AMD short. AMD $1 in the money once again. Apple 60 cents in the money. But somehow we're finding buyers. The market's finding buyers right now. That's not going to be something I'm going to be too happy about. So I'm smashing the outs again. I'm taking out liquidity and I'm taking off as much as I can. Want to go for a walk? Tell me your buy and sell keys and head out, says Neil. I actually like that. It's very simple, Neil. F1 buy, control F1 sell. It's very simple keys, okay? Very, very simple. What's that? No, it's no market keys. Just F1 buy, control F1 sell, and just go ham, baby. Go to town. I trust you more than I trust myself with my trading. So if you want to do that at any point, please go for it.
Neil can trade my account anytime, that's for sure.
Exactly. Exactly. But yes, that is a rule regulation. Never let somebody else trade your account or you lose your job.
That's true.
So never let anybody else trade your account. Redbox still moving maybe. Let's go check out Redbox or anything else you guys are talking about in chat. Let's go check out what you guys are talking about. Coinbase. Okay, yeah, let's go take a look at the cryptocurrencies. While I talk about crypto, do you want to talk about Coinbase later?
Yeah, I'll
start off with crypto here.
Sure.
So Bitcoin right now up about flat on the day, actually. Flat on the day for Bitcoin. Still holding that 28K level for me. I thank you, Bitcoin, for doing that. Ethereum, man, 1.8K on Ethereum. Destruction mode on this one still. Down 3.49% today. And the rest of the market that I usually track for cryptocurrency still bleeding. So obviously, if cryptocurrencies are bleeding, my expectation is, Coinbase that Ian's going to talk about soon is also bleeding and barely alive because of the market's green. Maybe that's why Coinbase is green. That's just my guess. Let's go see what Ian's looking at.
Yeah, no, Coinbase, I'm just kind of want to take a look at the daily because look at this consolidation. It's insane. So obviously you had the big down move when crypto was kind of tanking. Obviously Bitcoin, I think 30,000 was like a huge level. Excuse me. So once that kind of broke down, obviously Coin traded in sympathy with it. But look at how tight this consolidation is now. Obviously, it's about $10 range, but on a stock like Coin, that's not too large. But if we do end up breaking out, if crypto starts to pick up to the upside, then this tight consolidation will break out, and it looks like it could break out huge because top side levels, there's not that much, right? Like maybe 100, just because that's like a good psychological level. But truly, the last support was like 110, 112 area. So if momentum does start to pick up to the top side there, this can make a run.
Yeah, so that's Coinbase for you guys, for anyone who was talking about it. Let's go over to GOVX, the monkeypox stock, once again in play maybe on NASDAQ. So GOVX on NASDAQ, 21 million shares traded. Yeah, still in play. Looks like that fear of monkeypox still looming over our heads a little bit and allowing traders to soak up some size over here for GOVX just in case to be safe. I know we were talking about possible shutdowns. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but Belgium is planning on quarantining, putting people in quarantine who have monkeypox for 21 days. Only the people who have it, thankfully, not the whole country. But what's going to stop them from eventually going into the next phase, which happened with COVID, and then the next phase and the next phase? So all of that still fear looming in the market will be something to keep an eye out for on stocks such as SIGA, GOVX, and the overall market itself. We know we got a couple rate hikes coming up, one in June 13th or something. I forget what the date Sean told me. 13th was right? Oh, up 16th? 15th? Okay, June 15th is the rate hike coming in, and we're waiting to see. Hopefully, that's still a half a basis point and not a 0.75, because that happens, this market's dead.
Someone's saying here, Pratt, I think we shorted the top. Did we short the top? I don't know. It's if you're a top picker, if you pick the top, then you're some really good trader there. That's for sure. It's so hard to pick tops, and that's why we always try to.
I mean, I fought for the top, but I have the top.
Yeah. little chopped around, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
As long as you manage risk well, you still be winning at the end of the day.
That's right.
I did cover more AMD there just because I was kind of bouncing off 99.20 there, and the selling kind of kind of stop momentum to the downside. But you know, I'll be happy with that trade. I took about like 80 cents on the last cover. You know, those are the winners that you have to enjoy. And you know, we talked about this before, like midday trades. You can't ask for too much, but you know, we'll take a winner when it's there.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm actually just going to hit the flatten button on both my trades. I don't have the energy to even type the ticker and then get out for my last few shares that I have. So I'm just going to flatten button exit on those. In other words, I'm just going to market myself out from that trade over there. Successful longs or successful shorts on both of those stocks for me, and I had successful longs on both of those stocks. Actually, no, let me retract that statement. Only stock I went long on today was Apple instead of AMD. I never went long AMD, man, but Apple, I could have literally held it till now and still be in the money from where I went long. So I'm very happy watching Apple be up 2% on the day. NASDAQ up 2.95/3%. S&P 500 up 2%. UVXY down 2.5%. Overall markets ripping to the north side today. IWM Russell 2000 should be 2%. Let's say 2. Yeah, I'm right, 2.4%. And then let's go to Dow. I want to say Dow is up around 3-ish or so. Let's go check it out if it is. I'm wrong on that one. Dow only up 1.76, but still in the green side. We gotta be happy about all 4 markets that we like to look at are in the green today. Something else that we're gonna be happy about, hopefully, are the parlay bets that I'm gonna be putting down soon.
What are you looking at today?
Today, I'm most likely going
Obviously,
to.
we got Golden State and Dallas tonight, right?
So most
Golden
likely
State's gonna try and
picking
seal it.
for sure. I mean, it's back at Golden State.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
Back at Golden State. No doubt Golden State wraps this up and walks right into the finals. But, you know, I think if Dallas somehow, it's a miracle that Dallas comes back from a 3-0 loss.
They were down 3-0.
They were down 3-0.
Okay,
now it's 3-1.
Yeah, no team has ever done that. So.
Yeah, so if they are able to do that and set history, I think they're gonna win the ring.
No, they're like destined.
They're
at that
winning
point.
the
They're
ring
destined.
at that point.
But yeah, it's obviously tough, and you know, it's cool to see Golden State making it back, and let's see if they can seal it. Yeah, no, I'm capping here. Like I don't like Golden State.
I don't want Boston to win just because, you know, screw Boston. They screwed us Toronto Maple Leafs so many times, so I will never be a Boston fan.
No, we talked about that last night when
So I would like Miami to make it. That way I could pick Miami if Golden State and Miami are fighting. And if Dallas goes against Miami, then I'm obviously picking my boy Luka Magic in there. Luka Magic and what's the other guy's name? Mark Cuban. We gotta go for Mr. Cuban. We gotta.
Let's quickly look back at AMD here, just because I took out the profits there and look at the buying that came in, right? So this is what I'm talking about, taking winners when they're presented. You know, I saw it hesitating there, so I took it. And now look, we're right back at the. I moved my stop up, so it would have stopped me out regardless. So solid trade there, and I'm really happy with that. And yeah, we'll keep looking for more opportunities for sure.
Someone in chat said Maple Leafs suck, though. Where is the 300-second timeout button right now? Let me find that button. No, I'm joking. Listen, they do suck. I can't help it. My team sucks, but they're my team, okay? They're my team. They're going to be my team until the day I die. Oh, Sean hit the 300-second view. Sean wasn't taking any of that. That's hilarious. Sean was not having any of that one. All right, coming back to the market over here. We got about 25 minutes or so left in the market for us. And S&P 500 actually bouncing off of that 40-60 level. NASDAQ looks like it's finding buyers in front of 12,300. So maybe more room to the upside we got. Or we go right back to the highs and reject off those highs for the overall market, showing us that the highs might be in for the day today. Look, we can't complain about being up 3% already. Clean longs all day so far. I would obviously like for the market to go a little bit higher into the close. Maybe we get some volatility spikes, some volume spikes coming in from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I think the power hour today can be quite exciting. Obviously, super volatile this morning, a lot of momentum. So yeah, let's see how it finishes up. But for now, obviously midday until we get there, you know, we're not going to do too much. We're going to keep our position sizes small and you know, kind of go from there. The benefit here now is that we've seen a top. We've seen a top on the ES, and you know, now we can potentially play off a lower high, right? So if the ES kind of puts in that lower high, then we can risk the top and you know, kind of look for shorts in that sense. But you know, obviously, if it starts to test the highs again and breaks out, then obviously shorts are not in play, and we just had a little scalp there.
Yeah, so that's a very good way to put it, actually. I've never even thought about it like that. You know, I do always look for those higher lows, higher highs, Ian. So that's a very, you know, it's a good, I'm learning something new from you right now. I do actually do it, but I've never actually put it into words as you did on a playbook level. So that's smart.
Yeah, it's just a kind of a way to think of a trade idea, right?
Yeah.
So obviously I'm not going to go in and, you know, place my order there and trade directly off the chart. You know, I'll think of a level, I'll pick a spot, and, you know, once it gets to that level, I'll see how the tape reacts and you know, kind of react off that. But yeah, it's just a good way to kind of generate a trade idea midday.
Yeah, so generally what the thing is with why lower lows and higher highs or whatever matter is they're showing you a trend that's forming. So overall, if the market, which is S&P 500, let's pull it up here, S&P ES/M22CM was to make a lower high the way it is right now, you know, some of you could even use this and think of this as a head and shoulders pattern. I'm not sure if I would think of it as one because the left shoulder is pretty far higher, lower than the right shoulder and so on. But, you know, some of you might be able to think of this as that. But if this high over here is around 40.70 and the next high is around 40.65 and the next high is around 40.60, it's showing you that the trend is now changing a little bit to the downside. No more buyers coming in, and any pops you're getting to the upside might just be shorts covering at the moment, and obviously makes sense why there's no buyers coming in at the high of day near 40.60 areas, because 40.60 was a key level from past. And the market's up 2.3%. It's almost 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Who's really planning to punch the breakout long on the overall market off the highs over here of this time of the day, when they can just patiently wait till 3 o'clock in case market comes back to VWAP, and then they can take the long at VWAP and so on, right? So multiple reasons to think about what to do as your setup over there. The number one is really thinking about your counterparty. What could the other person on the other side of your trade be doing? Where could be their out, and where could be their profit taking levels? And if you are able to ask yourself these questions and find out the answers for these questions, you'll just be a little bit ahead of the game, because then you're really playing the psychology game over there.
Someone said AMC ouch, and it looks like some selling momentum coming down to the downside here into the 12 level. You know, we're talking about lower highs and lower lows and whatnot. You know, it did make this little intraday level just above 12, and now it seems like we're kind of breaking that. I want to bring up GME quickly, just because this is like kind of the barometer for the meme. So let's take a quick look at that. Is that kind of coming off? It's okay. It's kind of trending downwards. Obviously, you know, momentum kind of died on these ones, but let's see if they rally into the close or something like that. It'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah, buddy, let's go. Prad, you're a beast nonstop. You know, sometimes I wonder that myself. Like, how am I able to talk for so long without taking a break? It's a pretty sick superpower if you ask me, but sometimes some people might find that annoying.
We gotta coin this one, Memo-meter.
Memo-meter, I like that one for sure. Wow, that's a pretty sick one. Barometer boy.
Barometer. Yeah, okay, I'll stop saying barometer, guys. It's a little too much.
Boy now. Neil's parabolic boy. Sean's bang boy.
The one I really like is capitulation.
Capitulation.
I still don't fully understand the meaning of that, but I
had to ask Neil what capitulation means like 7 times, and I'm still confused. Okay, so trust me, I'm just gonna have to Google it at this time. Look at the last candle on AMC. Apparently, that's capitulation on the 5-minute. On the 3-minute. Okay, let's go to the 3-minute chart. The last candle on AMC is apparently capitulation. Okay, I see it. Does that mean just the body of the candle is extremely long and 12 gave up? Ah. So that's capitulation? Got it. Now that makes a lot more sense. You would keep on trying to knock me out, but it wouldn't happen. No, I'm joking. But the market clearly trying to stay afloat right now above 40.60 on the S&P 500 side, and NASDAQ trying to stay above 12,300, even though it's only down by 1 point right now, a little bit down. Bollinger Band, Pratt. Hey, do I use Bollinger Bands? Come on, you can't be giving me those type of names.
Yeah, that 12 level was obviously something we were speaking about, and it just kind of plunged below it. And, you know, if it starts to reclaim it, then it might be something, but it doesn't look like it can't even get back up there to test. So this is interesting. Obviously, lots of volume came in to the sell side there, but yeah, let's see if this holds up and see where this goes.
Which one are you looking at?
AMC, sorry.
Yeah, AMC trickling to the downside, breaking 12, as you guys saw not too long ago. NVIDIA breaking 180. Are you kidding me, NVIDIA? What's wrong with you today? 180.34 on AMD,
Wow.
you beast. Yeah,
This is
all
like-
I hear is a bunch of wows going around the office right
Because
now.
I think at one point we all had longs and then we all covered because
I
we're
just
like
hear
so far in the
wows
money.
going off right now. Ray Liotta, rest in peace. Oh man, rest in peace, rest in peace. Yeah, rest in peace. But man, NVIDIA, what a monster you are today, my friend. Insane. Do we see 200 today is the question now.
That would be insane. I'm trying to look to see if there's what topside levels there are. I didn't even like prep this far ahead because I didn't think NVIDIA would make this huge of a move, but this is insane.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're looking at like 200. That's a huge level. Brad mentioned that. But yeah, this 180 should be big. If it actually starts to break out and hold above, like this could be something.
Yeah, man, I think the stock is, not stopping its jets anytime soon. These rocket boosters are too strong today, and they are taking off. Like 180 has to be a level, right? Come on. I'm going short. I'm going short.
You're going short NVIDIA.
I'm short.
This
I'm
guy
going
picks
short.
the strongest stock to short.
I'm short. I don't care. I'm short. I don't care. I'm going short. I'm giving it the risk of high a day. 180 has to be a level, a significant level. Like you're telling me the stock is doing what it's doing and it's going to have more room for it when the market wants to come off? Nah. I'm going to take a small size over here and I'm going to give it this risk of the high a day of about 60 cents. It's NVIDIA. Sometimes you just have to give it that much risk on this trade.
I don't hate that trade. I don't hate that trade, but just when when I see all the buying come in, and obviously we know that NVIDIA has just gone up the entire day. All you had to do was just press buy at the beginning of the day and never touch your sell key. But let's see if this works out for Prad. We're looking at overall market as well. The market hasn't broken the highs, so this could work out. I'm probably gonna stick on the sidelines though.
Yeah, I think sideline is honestly the best place to be right now. This is why I'm taking a really small size trade over here. The fact that I have to give it 60 cents of wiggle room, the first thing I'm not liking. And second, the stock is really strong. We've talked about how strong NVIDIA is and how ridiculous this move is so far today to the north side, up 6%, 73 million shares traded. Like, this is not a penny stock to be trading.
No.
73 million stock. This is a big company.
This is huge, yeah.
Trading so much volume on it, and off of a negative catalyst, it's going in a positive direction. So obviously trade your own book. Be careful. Do whatever you're doing. Trade it on your own end side of it. But for me, I'm taking this higher day risk over here of the 180.59. Could be an exhaustion breakout of 180 to the north side, and there's no more buyers coming in above 180. Every buy that we saw came in at near 180 might have just been on the breakout of 180 to the north side, and then everyone else is just working their butt off to punch out right now. S&P 500 and NASDAQ still trying to go back to the downside, but could easily, very easily bump up to the upside and take me out on my NVIDIA short. So just be careful. If you are following me, be very, very careful.
Yeah, the NVIDIA, you got to kind of keep a watch on this because momentum can kind of pick up anytime now. It looks like some buyers are coming in above this 180, and this is exactly what I kind of was talking about, right? So, you got to manage your risk and give it the higher day. Once it hits that higher day, you got to stop out and admit that you're wrong, right? So hopefully Prada is going to manage this one well. And if we're talking about volume, this has done 74 mil volume on the day. Obviously, the earnings came out. It looks like it makes a new high there. Pushes up to 62. This is exciting. But it couldn't really push. Not much buying above it. So we'll see. We'll see if it continues to break out. But obviously, momentum to the top side for sure.
Yeah, tons of volume still going off in NVIDIA over here, but we'll let that one play out. We got about 15 minutes left in the market. Let's see what stocks you guys are talking about. I see Facebook 190 being called out on the chat. Facebook also, made a pretty big move today to the north side. I mean, what tech stock didn't, right? All tech stocks bumped up in a pretty clean way today. 3% on Facebook with 13 million shares traded so far, and holding 190 on the support lower level, which also happens to be the 50-period EMA. I have to do this again. I guess so. I have to go find my turquoise blue line, or sorry, the white line, and make it black, which happens to be the 100-period EMA. There we go. And I have to do this over here too, I believe. Indicators, turquoise blue. Oh, it is black. All right, awesome. So here we go.
Someone said GME buyers coming in. It looks like it kind of held this 125 level, and that was obviously a key level in the morning. We kind of took that break, and then it held above it again. Now it's pushing 128. So if we talk about higher lows or higher highs and whatnot, it looks like it could break out and make a new high. And let's see where it goes. Maybe VWAP reversion and some of my momentum into the power hour there. That would be exciting.
Yeah, this stock for sure going crazy right now, man. Look at Nvidia absolutely going nuts. 60 cents, keep going? 60 cents above 180. So indeed, yes, that's the answer. We got stopped out on the second attempt of the short over there. So it looks like we're just gonna leave this one alone. We tried twice. I know my rule is 3 times, so I don't want to try a third time right here and then get stopped out and then I have to stop trading it.
This is a freight train.
It is.
If anything, this is the definition of a freight train to the upside here. So yeah, don't get in the way.
Yeah.
You want to get on this train and stay on, right, until pretty much the end of the day. We'll see where this goes, but yeah, no, lots of buying momentum to the upside, and obviously we were talking about that 180 a lot, and it never broke below, really, right? So once it kind of showed that and buyers really stepped in above 180, like look where it's at now. If you would have taken that break, you're $1 in the money and you're living life.
Yeah, market moving back up right now. So market taking Apple back to 144, taking AMD back to 100, only 20 cents shy of 100 on AMD right now. So clearly market waking back up. Wakey goes market to the north side, and held 4060 pretty cleanly. We did slight dip under 4060, but held it pretty cleanly so far. And here we go, man. Looks like more longs are back in play right now, for at least for now. But Apple, high day short. We tried it multiple times. We worked for us multiple times. So if it does wants to do that one more time, we'll do it. But more importantly, I think AMD short in front of 100 is something that is more juicy than Apple near 144 or so. So AMD, if it does want to give me a fill closer to 100, we'll gladly take that fill and ride this stock right back to the downside. Has been an absolute beauty of a stock to short today. I think my number one trade today is AMD, and it is. So AMD took over Tesla as my number one trade of the day. Thank you, AMD. I love AMD, so I want it to be my number one trade. Hee hee.
Yeah, so we're talking about the short again off 100, and this is why we got to be patient, right? So obviously the market looks like it could potentially make another push up. So AMD can very well test 100, right? So if you start kind of chasing it now, you might be risking a little too much up to that 100 level. So, if we're going to play it again, we got to be patient and we got to pick our spots and kind of be a sniper with this, especially with the market. Obviously, it's needless to say, it's super strong today, and we can keep pushing. Usually, recently the market has been kind of making a top and then pulling back quite a bit. But if the market can kind of just keep trending up today, then it could be a little bit different. We could have a really bullish day on our hands.
All right, real quick, since we only have another 10-12 minutes left or so, I would like to talk about a couple things to wrap up this segment for us. Obviously we'll have another segment, and you don't have to go anywhere anymore. It just automatically transitions over. Hopefully you guys are liking all the new improvements, new changes that the team has been working. This new desk. We got the 2 ugly guys next to me these days. I'm just joking. But no, so along with that, we have the watch list. So please go check out our watch list. It's at tradertv.com/watch list. I believe that should be the link, right? .live, sorry, tradertv.live/watch list. So go check out our watch list over here, and every day there's a new one. Actually, without Miss V right now, Brandon has been working his butt off, coming in at 7:30. Both the Brandon and Brendan, working their butt off over there to get us our watch list prepared, getting you ready for the watch list. So go sign up for that one. Another thing that I would like to talk about real quick, you know what's coming up, guys. You know what's coming up, right? It's the like count. Let's get the like count going up there. I think we have 2,000 likes so far, and this is not even a whole different show. It's the same show from the morning. So you're telling me we only have 2,000 likes from the morning show going into this show? This number better go up to 3K, 4K going into Sean and Neil. Those guys over there put in so much work on a day-to-day basis. Ayo, I don't even like looking at my own face over there. These guys put in so much time day-to-day, back-to-back for you guys and for us too. I love them. That's why I'm here. But, you know, if you guys love them, show them the appreciation. Show them that they're worth your time by smashing that like button, smashing that subscribe button, smashing that notification button. Any button on YouTube that can be smashed and help us out with the YouTube algorithm, please go ahead and smash it. And for everyone who's already done it, we appreciate you a lot. Thank you for helping us out. And for all the super chats today, I think we had a couple super chats. Thank you. And new members. I think I might have missed a couple new members that joined today. I apologize. You know, I'm still getting used to reading the chat like that. I had Miss Vito help me out with that at all times. So for anyone that I did miss out, welcome to the green side. Welcome to the Trader TV family. We appreciate you for supporting us through that way. And then Mikey Crahan, Laced Up Souls, the homie, coming in with a $1 super chat. Thank you, Mikey. We appreciate that, my friend. Sadly, this weekend, I don't think there is UFC this weekend, is there, Mikey? Let me just quickly go check out if there is while we give over the mic.
You know what there is, though? You know what there is a Formula 1 race this weekend. Baby. So that's going to be super exciting. Obviously, Monaco is something special. You know, we're all kind of looking forward to it. Yeah, let's see what happens on Saturday. Let's see if Charles can kind of break his unlucky streak. I don't think he's ever finished a race there.
In Monaco?
Even in junior series like Formula 2, he's never finished, no.
He always DNF'd?
Always.
Wow, that's a stat that I've never, I don't even never heard of, apparently.
And he even, they did that little show car thing where he drove the older Ferrari. And he crashed it too.
I saw that.
Yeah, that was brutal.
I was wondering what car that was. As soon as I saw the car,
that was like a Ferrari
this.
From like the 70s.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not looking at this. I closed it, but he crashed that.
Yeah, he crashed it.
Oh no, Charles. Dude, I'm supposed to be putting money on you, homie. What are you doing? I guess
you might want to pick someone else.
Charles.
I'm picking. You know who I'm picking? I'm picking the boys in the silver arrows there. I'm picking Lewis for sure.
Let's go for it. Maybe, you know how I always pick Latifi to crash first? This time I picked Charles to crash.
Maybe.
Because it's Monaco.
maybe. But yeah, we'll see. It'll be exciting for sure. Someone said GME's making a push, and it is. Look at this 128 level. The 128 level kind of broke out, and now we're holding above. And, you know, we're going to test 130 potentially, right? So if this can make it back to VWAP, that'll be something special because after the morning, it's just kind of been consolidating and doing nothing. But, yeah, we'll see where this goes, and hopefully we get some huge momentum. I'd love to trade this the rest of the day, and, you know, but we're going to wait. You know, you got to be patient and not start over trading and whatnot. Earlier this morning, it was obviously all about even dollar breaks and, you know, kind of taking the momentum and covering into the momentum to the upside. So let's keep on waiting and see if we can pick some spots later on in the day.
See if we can pick some spots later on in the day. I like that. So it looks like we only went up 100 likes after me asking for that. That's sad. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like you were not appreciated at all for everything that we do over here.
It's tough. It's tough to trade live for sure.
It is, man.
It's crazy because like Prad's been doing it for, you know, a long time now, and obviously
ridiculously hard to do it at the time that we do it.
Oh yeah, and you know, obviously Neil and Sean have been doing it for even longer, right? And you know, I kind of just started trading on the show not too long ago, and guys, it is exceedingly difficult to kind of like keep watching the tape and watch the level 2 and come up with these trade ideas and actually press the buttons to take trades. And you know, put real money on the line, right? So, you know, we really appreciate you guys watching us and smash that like button, and hopefully you enjoy what we do.
So I'm having a mental debate right now. I had an order to get short on the break of 180 to the downside on NVIDIA. I removed that order. If I had that order, I would have been in the trade and I would be in the money right now. But now I'm watching to see if I would have been out of the trade because I would have obviously thrown my stop out immediately for the even dollar break to the north side.
Yep.
I would have been in the money and I would have been cashing out right now. So it looks like that's something I should have done maybe. But no, we're going to hands off right now. You guys know my trades come in from 2:30 to 4 o'clock now. I'll wait for the volume to come in. Without volume, I'm not doing anything. And as you guys can see right here, volume volume has been decreasing quite a bit on NVIDIA, but that 180 level is still a barrier. Happened to be at 181, honestly, but that 180 level is still a very significant level. My loss on NVIDIA, insignificant. My loss on NVIDIA does not matter at all because I took very less size and I took very small hits on that one, so it does not matter for me.
Yeah, and that's why you got to always kind of moderate your size and take care of that, right? Obviously, midday, less volume. You're not going to be taking a full size position and risking your entire day on it, right? So, I just want to quickly talk about that 180 on NVIDIA and how we can kind of, Oh yeah,
you saw that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh,
yeah. No,
boy.
that 180 got taken out quick. I was just gonna talk about shorting it through that 180, but it looks like we would have got stopped out if we taken that short. But it kind of held up 180, and then you could easily just put your order there to take the breakdown, and that's exactly what kind of Brad was talking about. But yeah, I wasn't watching the tape at that time, but it looks like a lot of buying came in and kind of stopped everyone out who was trying to take that trade.
Yeah, that's market makers, algos. As soon as someone threw out an order over there, yeah, as he said, it might have been a stop order, might have been some different order. It actually might have been a stop order. It was an EdgeX order.
Yeah.
And,
You were watching? Okay.
Oh, dude, that's an EdgeX order. Someone got smacked. So it looks like someone was short. Oh, man, I'm so upset right now. Dude, I'm not even in this trade.
Oh, now look at it's coming
Dude,
momentum to the downside.
That's what
about
I'm
50
saying.
cents in, yeah.
Like, someone threw out an EdgeX order to have a stop out, and the market makers just went, we see you.
We saw that, and they took it.
We see you. They took it, and they dumped it right back, man. That's what would have happened to me, realistically. But, I'm smart. This is why I don't throw my orders until I have to. I only throw my orders when I really have to.
It's kind of really coming off hard. I don't know if you want to start looking at it.
I'm not trading it now, man.
Yeah,
I don't know. But, yeah, I think this is going back down to at least 178. You got $2 move off of this one, off that 180. It is coming off. Like I said, the shorts off NVIDIA is here, man.
But you know what? You can't be too mad about missing the opportunity. Obviously, we've been trading NVIDIA all day, and I've taken my fair share out of it, and I overtraded a little bit on it today. But it's still a winner for me, and you kind of just count your eggs before they. What are you gonna say?
Scar Joe Rabbit says tinfoil hats on. No, man.
Hey, it's not tinfoil hats. We see the orders, right?
Yeah.
This is why we talk about level 2 being so important. We see the orders up there, and when we see it get taken out, it means something, right? And look at what happened, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, 180 came off pretty hard.
Yeah, that was for sure stops being hunted, and I love watching that because that could very easily have been me getting hunted.
Oh, yeah.
And then I would have been not happy. I would have been angry and probably smashing my table, pounding the table over here. But no, right now we don't have to pound any table. We don't have to pound anything, thankfully. Oh, Pratt, they give you a better camera. That's right, JD. They gave us not one, not two, not three.
Oh, there's the other one.
Not four.
Let's show the one back there, too. The one back there is kind of cool. Yeah, I like that view.
We got multiple cameras, baby. That's with all the super chats that you guys have been supporting us with. Thank you for supporting all of the shows, the morning show, the evening show, the midday show. We appreciate it. Trader TV Live is only up and up from here, and we can't stop, won't stop. We're about to be on our MC Hammer style.
Yeah, super exciting. Obviously, new kind of style to the show, and new desks, and some new traders on the show as well. And let's see where it goes. And it's exciting to be a part of it.
The bald cam, they call it.
The bald cam?
Yeah, because that puts a highlight over our ball spots.
I still got some. I got a full head of hair, guys.
No, we don't have ball spots, but you know what they're talking about, right?
Yeah,
you know what they're talking about. I don't want to get a slipper flying from the other side of the room, but you know what they're talking about, right?
Now the slipper is in close range. You gotta watch it.
Anytime Arun,
he's like arm's length now.
Anytime Neil or Sean take a sick day, trust me, I'm gonna have to take a sick day with them because I know Arun's gonna be right there, ready to throw that slipper, mate. Ready to throw that slipper. We're about 2 minutes left. I hope you guys had great time. Well, about 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Anyone who did not smash the like button, please smash the like button. NVIDIA is still playing around by that 180. If you can just go to my chart real quick. If you guys can just go to my chart real quick, NVIDIA is still playing around the 180 level, struggling to get above 180 though, but still holding around those prices. Let's see if the market, which is going up right now, NASDAQ and S&P 500.
Look at the buying coming in on Facebook. Someone said Facebook is going off, and it is. Like, it just took 192 like very, very quickly, but it ripped all the way from 191. So a dollar rip in like 2 minutes. This is going off right now.
That's a big volume candle.
Yeah. There's lots of volume coming into the upside for sure.
That's a big volume candle. Big biggest of the day so far. For something's for sure happening on on Facebook. Sorry, Neil and Sean are going to be obviously taking a look at it. You guys are going into the trade of the day, so let me know how the trade of the day goes. I'll be keeping my eyes on the like button just to see if you guys like the trade of the day. So make sure you're smashing it. I see Ian going wow because he's watching
Facebook's just going off.
Facebook. Yeah. You want to say something before we wrap up, Ian?
Yeah, no, thanks a lot. Obviously, it's exciting to be on the show, and thanks again for having me. It's always a pleasure. And yeah, smash that like button, guys. And yeah, let's keep it going, and let's have a profitable rest of the day for sure.
Yeah, let's have a profitable rest of the day. See you guys once again tomorrow, 11 o'clock. Maybe Ian tomorrow first, maybe Luca tomorrow first, maybe Brankos tomorrow. We don't really know what happens over here, but we do know that we will be here live. Have fun on the midday show, guys, or
Thanks,
the closing
guys.
show.
Hey guys, welcome to the close. A couple hours left here in a very, very positive session. Great look for stocks right across the entire board here. Big numbers to show you. Yeah, 2.2% for the S&P back in positive territory. The NASDAQ leads more than 3% right now. Great day for the Dow as well, 1.8%. It did lag a little bit yesterday. 1.24 for Brazil, 3.5% move for crude oil. We mentioned it early on this morning. Very strong move up on an OPEC note, suggesting no cuts to production going forward throughout the summer. That caused that rally today. Bitcoin, Ethereum still negative. Very green board to show you. Wow, I know, it's glowing today. Consumer discretionary stocks leading the way here. Travel's in here, retail's in here. Some of the apparel makers as well, I noted, very positive. Here's AMD. All of the chip makers, though, having a great day. AMAT's here, NVIDIA's here, Enphase as well, all 6 to 7% right across the board. As I mentioned earlier today, I mean, if you have a look at the red squares on here, it's either an earnings miss or some sort of guidance revision to the downside. That's about it. Everything else in the entire market, very, very positive. Good to see. Right back to 4,000 and then some to the upside for the S&P. So we'll see if we can hold up here for the remainder of the day. Hope your day is going well. Welcome back into a couple of hours left in the session. We'll take you right through to 4 o'clock. Make sure you're up to date. Yeah, that Facebook move was on the trade desk, guys, coming out increasing their current quarter guidance. So digital advertising transferring over to Facebook. So we'll talk about TTD. We'll talk about Facebook on a big move up here. But Sean is getting ready to tell us a little bit about one of his trades from this morning. Here comes Sean.
Mamma mia, I stand here as Facebook going crazy, one of my favorite stocks to trade. But today, this is not going to age well, but still, one of my best trades of the month, I think probably for you guys as well. If you took NVIDIA long, NVIDIA came out with earnings. We talked about it yesterday. I was asked, what do I think about NVIDIA? And quite simply, we put AMD was up 18% the 2 days after their report. I consider NVIDIA best of breed. So boom, we wanted to go long on this one, even though it was beat down early. You can just check it out right here on the sticky note. This posted every single day at Trader TV Sean again. And thank you so much for all the love that this has gotten today. I mean, it's been incredible. All the comments, everything that we tweeted out, but there it is right here. NVIDIA, the EPS beat, and they're testing support down at 160. So we liked it. 811 versus 845. Not good, right? But look at the beat there on the EPS currently. They guide forward negative. So that's why the stock was down. They guided 8.1 versus 8.45, right? So not great there. But the EPS was good. So we look back at the chart, and this is pretty simple, man. I mean, honestly, here's that 160 right here. It dips down to about 156, 157. We wanted to play off 160. There's the levels. Here it is. Goes back yesterday. Bounced off 160 a bunch of times. So we're like, hey, if you want to take down 160, fine. We'll hold it a couple bucks against us. But that never happened. So here it is right here at the beginning of the day. We'll make this one real quick so we can get back to some live trades. Boom, there comes the dump down. There's 160, there's the fill, like 160.50 or something like that we got. Came in. Also right there, the pre-market bottom of 160 as well coming into play, right? So here we go. That might have been pre-market or yesterday afternoon after the report, but there it is, 160 again. So we're trying to respect that level going back on the 20-minute, right? That goes all the way back to the 23rd right there. So we liked it, and we're like, if we're going to go long, we got to do something. We also talked about a 164 break as well, and that happens right here. That's the pre-market high. Should have had that. Then we'd really be cruising. But where did we get out? Okay, so we take the long and we make a couple bucks early out on the pre-market high of 164. That's $4. Then we hold a decent amount, obviously not as much as we should off this move, but this is what really screwed me up. And sometimes you just got to hold. I mean, let's first of all talk about the NASDAQ here. The NASDAQ at day's high right now, up over 3%. When we entered this trade, and we have some clips actually on Twitter, I was like, the NASDAQ's probably going to go green today, and is NVIDIA. But we didn't expect this kind of a move. Look at that bump. This is right off the open, bang, and it just kept on continuing. But look what NVIDIA did. This is why I got out, and it really sucks that I did this, but what can you do? Looking back, it does. It bounced off 170, like 1, 2, like numerous times. This is like 20 minutes or so at the open where it was just bouncing and retracing back down to 168. Believe it or not, I actually had a stop order at this 168 level. So thankfully that didn't get hit, or else this would even look worse. So I was like, you know what? Let's see what it does right there. Comes back up. We wind up getting out about 170.50 or so because that high was 171. So I remember we're like, okay, we're going to sit there and take that, right? That's what happens. Bang, comes all the way to the upside. We get out. Mind you, we still had Alibaba long. We had a bunch of different names long. But again, try to hold some. I think we did it. I'm happy with 10 bucks. NVIDIA turned green and started going to the upside. But not only that's where we got out, I just wanted to zoom back over to this side too as well. This is yesterday's trade. So yesterday afternoon, they could not break that 170 level. So when I'm seeing the same action back there at 170, unfortunately, I had no choice but to get out. I mean, we always have the choice to stay in, but I was really happy with the $10 winner. We rang the register a little bit too early, but hey, on a NASDAQ blow-up day like this, there's not really much I can do. We take the longs, we sit in them, and we take that profit. NVIDIA should have been held, but either way, it's your trade of the day.
What an amazing move. Right back. Wait a minute. This one. There we go. Right back through two session highs for, that's my fault, sorry guys. Right back through two session highs for the overall market here. We are ticking to the downside a little bit, but a lot to discuss when it comes to strength in this market. It was a pretty impressive day already for Facebook. Here it is, just taking out day highs and then some on a huge volume spike. If I flip over, I'll show you TTD topping out above 49 there on this note. Focused on this up here. Trade Dash shares higher after they upped their current quarter guidance. Remember a couple of weeks ago we were talking about the possibility of lower guidance, and then Snap happened. Remember what happened when Snap happened? These all got hit back to the downside, but a nice spike here on huge volume. It's worth mentioning, guys, for some of these digital advertising stocks.
Look, man, but the only thing more impressive than the move up on the NASDAQ or even Facebook or what it might be is how epic a movie Like Mike is. And I'm telling you, if you've never seen Like Mike, then you are missing out on an absolute classic. And I say that from the bottom of my heart because I can't think of a phrase that I've uttered on this show that actually makes me feel more disgusted than saying that out loud. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because we had a long conversation before we came on here about Fahad's taste, and I love Fahad. About Fahad's taste in movies. He was trashing Goodfellas. Rest in peace, Ray Liotta, one of the greatest actors we've seen. He's amazing. And then he's on
But he was
about,
never in any good movies.
But he's never in any good movies. And he's on about Magic Mike.
I'm done.
I'm done. Mike.
I'm done. Yo. Well, Magic Mike. Easy there, Neil.
Oh, like Mike?
Easy there.
Like Mike, Magic. Who cares? They both stink. I don't give. Look, first of all, we'll talk about the markets, but he had me, and it's like, I'm
he
a movie.
also said the best rapper ever was Lil Bow Wow.
He did say that.
Yeah. So
I'm a movie guy. Like,
There's
to me, I love good movies. Like, I'm the first person to say, do you enjoy what you enjoy? But I can't. Like, no, not Like Mike, and don't knock Goodfellas. That is an absolute classic. But this market move has been an absolute burner, right? And you got to join this party, and obviously they could have held on to so many longs. I get it. It's like it's hard to do that when you have an overall bear market. But this Facebook.
Oh shit, Facebook.
This 190, yeah, exactly right. The Facebook. This 190 that just ran away from. I figure if there's dips to be bought, it's got a catalyst for it. So why not just jump over to that? So I am going to try to get on that bid. I do have a Micron short just because it had a nice top at 71 even, and that was a level worth working off of. And I got GovX. But if you remember GovX, like it just kind of spiked. Whoops, that's a 15-minute. It just kind of spiked up right to the high from this morning. I missed that. Took the short up here in front of 2, got stopped out, and then it just gave you the high again and did one of these candles that it always does. So it slams down, comes right back, probably going to break out the high. But I didn't want to be buying some Facebook dips in front of 190 to be sure. But wow, I still can't stop thinking about it, man. It's like, there's a lot of bad movies that you can convince me that are watchable, but that is not one of them, like Mike.
He also said Grown Ups was a very, very classic movie there. So Kevin James, the Adam Sandler, Chris Rock, yeah, good one there. A few other guys there. Rob Schneider, I believe, in that movie. I actually just finished watching that with my kids a little while ago. It is pretty good, but come on, Goodfellas. Like, now he's going to say what? He's probably going to tell me Casino's not a good movie, or Scarface.
You don't like Goodfellas?
Yeah, okay. Brad, look, I respect. Look, everything's fine here. Well, first of all, what kind of a camera is that?
Is that a crotch?
Yeah, he doesn't. He said Goodfellas is completely overrated. Not only that, he said Goodfellas is pretty much the same movie as Wolf of Wall Street. So let's just move on from all of this. Yeah, rest in peace, Ray Liotta. I tweeted that out. A great actor.
Field of Dreams.
Field of Dreams and Goodfellas, the 2 big movies for him. But I loved him every time he was on SNL. I just, great character. I don't know what it was.
Too young.
I mean, I don't know how he passed. But either way, let's just move on and rest in peace to that. And we talked crazy year, crazy things. Lots of things happened. So, but okay, back to the drawing board right now. All right, so we talked about that great trade there on NVIDIA, but realistically, I mean, the amount of money that I could have made on this Macy's trade is infinitely more. I am up on both these names, and actually, well, okay, I'm still holding this Macy's trade, but unrealized, it's like only my 4th stock. But once I get out, it'll be number 2. So you can see Macy's just continue to make the move. Continue to make the move up here today. We really loved that 22 level there for Macy's. They came out, it was a great quarter. It was on our sticky note. We really just thought that it was going to take down that 22. A lot of action in there. We were able to dip by early right there in the pre-market. We went down to 21.50. Then there's a punch right there. Maybe I can zoom in a little bit on the pre-market. There it is right there on the pre-market high. This was a big position. So this is why, we're able to talk about how good Macy's was, really. Forget about what happened here. I'll talk about that after. But Macy's right there to the upside. We started to break through 50, and when that happens, it was like boom, 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 boom. Most of our outs right there at 50. Again, an upsized position. We literally had I was going to say maybe 7 or 8 times more shares on that break than we did right here on the pre-market. Then what happened was really strange. So Macy's started to fall down, and it was just like, see ya, came right back in. I had too many shares again. So, we didn't average it until right here, but it was still 21.50, 21.40, and I'm like, retail wreck again? Like, what's going on with Macy's? So we did get out when it broke through the bottom of the day here, which was the pre-market 21.40 or so, which was fine. But then we noticed that, hey, what are we even doing? We wanted to get back in. When we got out here at 21.30, it continued to fall down into 21. And then I was like, you know what? Forget about this wick bottom. I didn't even care about that. I was like, I'm just going to wait to see what happens at 21. Maybe there was just too much of a move down. Too many people got caught long. There's not too many volume candles down here, so it's a strange one to me. So we just punched along again. We punched along, and we took just as many shares as here, one of our biggest positions all day, and then it just exploded to the upside. So these longs is where we're at right now, 21.15. And as you can see where Macy's is, it continues to climb to the high of the day, 22.82, $1.70 in the money for Macy's. What a great trade today, man. Number 2 name on the sticky note next to NVIDIA. So actually Macy's 1, NVIDIA 2, and great trade there. We'll see what we do at 23, but we could get out of this if it takes down this 22.75. That's where the 50 period is, so watch out for that take right there.
So many opportunities this morning. Let's talk about a couple other ones we were discussing in the pre-market. And those are in the form of meme stocks back in action today in a big way. Easily got above yesterday's highs and then some for both GME and AMC. But we are fading off a little bit here late in the day. I guess we can say late in the day. I mean, it's halfway through the afternoon. But a couple hours left here. What do we do with GME and AMC here, guys?
You know what? I'm not that excited to trade them here, to be honest with you. Like, it was basically this is where I wanted to be, GameStop and AMC this morning. And then right now, outside of the volume spike or the little spike that just happened on AMC 2 seconds ago, yeah, not a lot of action. They made a top and then had been falling ever since. GameStop's a little bit stronger because this is the one that, had the higher short interest, or not the higher short interest, but also that borrowing cost going way up. But it was AMC that I think gave some of the cooler opportunities. It gave you this 1150 off the open. It gave you 12 on a pullback. And then there was this top at 1270, and it's been that high ever since. Now, the reason why this is a high that was easier to take was because of what GameStop was doing at that moment. If you look at GameStop, this is 150 on GameStop. It had already pulled back $5.
What is it?
And then you had AMC making its move back in. And then AMC was testing the lows, and GameStop is pushing a little bit higher. The levels I loved on GameStop, we talked about the 120. I missed the 120. I think a few people at least got it there. And then there was just 130, 138, and 150. But it was near impossible to get this short off of 150, but you could get it on AMC. So if we get round 2, GameStop is your futures for the meme space, and sometimes you can catch sort of that sympathy play on AMC, which is the laggard. Now, fortunately, when you miss out on the long in GameStop, you got it on AMC, and that's why I was showing you that chart first. And now we're diddling in the middle on GameStop. I mean, 125 is pretty good. That was a big level. It held that support on the initial short. It held that 125. It looks like that's going to be your jumping off point or your sounding board for this afternoon. So it was wild this morning, day 2 on them, but volume just dying way down. That's with the market booming. And this happens when the market is breaking out through highs and the big names are continuing to go in the afternoon. A lot of times the meme and squeeze names tend to run out of steam. We've seen it happen in the past, so it's not terribly surprising that it's happened again here.
A firm near 28. Wow. Okay, so AMC to me was, bang, we'll do the Ape Nation stuff. Was a great trade today. Back down to 1150. We talked about this earlier on. Even when we took these bids at 12, that was just to get in the game, EA Sports style. Like, you were in there here at 12 against some of this VWAP. It drops back down. We've loved 1150 for a very long time. We actually sniffed this move out yesterday down to $10, but don't have it yesterday, but we made sure we had it today. There's 1150. As AMC was coming back in there, we were like, give it to us, give it to us. So we take an 80, then we take a 60 against that 50, and then it was Rip City after that. We have the lowest print of the day here on AMC. I think the very low was 60. We have a 65 print with decent shares. Run that all the way to the upside, able to hold it. And then guess what? As it was up here, I was like, you know what? I'll take a long if AMC comes back into this high right there, 12.25. So we did that. And then it came in, and then boom, right back up to the upside, 12.60, so on and so forth. We hold about, whoops, I don't want to have this on here. We hold about 20% as we zoom back in on that. So a couple good outs there. And then there's an out into that level. And then I'm still in it. No, I'm out. So it comes back in, breaks through 12.20, and we got out. So we have our last 5% there. What's it doing now? It's a little bit lower, so we can zoom back out. But that's what we are doing on AMC today. And then honestly, I mean, whatever. I'm doing really well today. I can't complain about any of the trades really that I've had on, other than we should have held things longer. But hey, my name's Sean. That's the story of my life. But there it is on GME. We're very, very patient. We waited for the 130. We took a whopping $1.50 on the first bit. It rips all the way up to 135, and we're laughing as we still have a third on. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to get out if it ever comes back to 130, because you're already on a nice move up. If it ever comes back and breaks through 130, I'm out. So we got 129.90 out, or 129.87 out, before making the very bottom there at 129.70, and then taking off directly without any hesitation up to 150. So that completely sucks. Still a positive day on GameStop, but wow, the damage could have been done so much more there on that name. But just for an update right here, we did also go long. I'm going to get some more out here on AMD as we took that bid in. And unfortunately, And I say this, unfortunately, I was doing the trade of the day. I should have not been doing it because when I came back down, I saw AMC, I saw AMC come all the way back down into $99 there and got nervous because we were almost out of this trade. So when I came back, I was like, let me get some out, let me get some out, let me get some out. So we did wind up getting something out here at 99, but there it is, a nice little rip up to the upside as AMD continues some destruction right now. So we'll go bang on that one. We do have a very, very special guest that just entered the building, so you'll be seeing that person very, very soon. Wow, what a great day to trade, man. And I'll tell you, I don't know if Tesla's on the board, but it might have to get on there very, very soon.
Yeah, well, who cares, man? We'll talk about it right now. Well, you just gave away the guess, maybe. I don't know, but I'm pretty excited for it. Tesla's strong like a bull, by the way. Okay, I guess we're supposed to talk about NVIDIA next, but you already talked about NVIDIA.
Yes, sir.
So Tesla up 8% on the session. It's almost like the market knew what was coming here. That's not going to age well for me, and maybe our guest can tell me why I should have held on to Tesla. I did have the bottom on Tesla. I definitely did not get the top on Tesla, but we like the long in front of that 650. I finally rectified that error it'll do better if I look at it like this, right? Like zoom over, like, oh yeah, it looks so much better. Off the open, I was waiting around for it to establish above 650. Forget about that whip around action. It made that low. It's not breaking through the top, and then you can see it sort of consolidate. It's like, okay, now you want the 650 long. I scalped some out. I'm thinking maybe we'll barcode a couple more times. We then broke to the high. And at this point, everything about what was happening in the market told me Tesla was relatively weak. It's just, it was getting to the high of the day. The market was breaking out. Everything else was going berserk. GameStop was going nuts. And I'm like, Tesla is just standing there in front of resistance. Let's just take it out and regroup. The problem is, if you regroup, you got to get back in, right? Like it eventually consolidated and then broke back out. So that was the 675 area that broke back to the upside. And then clean to 700, right? And that's the kind of thing, if you do take it out, you want to get that next leg back in. We're talking about that with Zoom yesterday. 100 to 102. Slows down, not sure what the market wants to do, get out at 102. And then when the market breaks back out, get back in just above 102. Never happened for me on Tesla, and then you can see the rest. 720 is the current, 719 the current high. And not really showing too many signs of slowing. It's just moving with that market. But what a huge day for that EV name.
Yeah, I don't know if Simp Nation's ready for this, but let's go over to Brendan.
I don't know if they're ready for it either, but we have a guest. A surprise to us. Hey, guess who it is?
That's me.
She doesn't have a mic, though, so yeah, she can't say anything. Miss V is here. Hi, Miss V. She had a package delivered to the office, so she came by to pick it up. We always love and appreciate a stop by. From Miss V. Let's talk about NVIDIA because, yeah, I mean, apparently they missed on their forecast, but you would never know by the way that chart looks today.
I mean, look, let's just call it what it is. I talked about this yesterday. I said NVIDIA was going to be a good long trade today. It came in. I was just as surprised as everybody. I mean, I was anyways, that this was down. It's just one of those trades that for me is an easy trade. We wanted the long. It came right in there to 160. We took it. We took $10, and it was a good one. I don't have much else to say about this. There it is for Miss V's in the building. So we'll go Superman there. She's in there like a Canadian tuxedo, so that's a pretty nice move too, coming through today. Yeah, NVIDIA, nicely done to the upside. It just keeps on rolling. It's on the sticky note. You guys can check that. Shout out to Sticky Note Nation as we go. But hey, we abused NVIDIA early. We haven't done it since. But right now, we're just starting to beat up more on AMD. Long AMD there, long AMD here, long AMD again. All winners, right? And so we're really, really on one here. The market continues to go, hey, you know what? Let's take out more right now on AMD as this one continues to climb. Look at this. All the way back up to the upside. We'll see if AMD can get through 100 again. But hey, it's a good day. We get to see Miss V. We got Macy's for the big bangers. We don't have any red stocks today. We have Palantir, and then we'll talk about Apple when we get over to that because that one did break through 142. Thanks, Miss V. Always great to see you. Obviously there she goes. See ya. There she goes. There goes Maggie escorting her out. Because we have that big security now. So Maggie on the escort.
You know what security is? I'm not even making this up. Right now, guarding the door and actually propping the door is Prad's shoe.
Yeah, we're not supposed to be propping the doors, so.
But why wouldn't you use a cardboard, a box, a piece of garbage, anything? They took Prad's shoe. Like, that's cold, man. Like, I don't know. The disrespect for Prad is crazy. Now, if you wanted to use Fahad's shoe because of his taste in movies, that's perfectly fine by me, but not Prad's shoe. And by the way, the Canadian tuxedo that Sean mentioned, that's, of course, the all-jean outfit, for those that don't know. This market is still trying to break higher, but it's worth mentioning, you were just showing AMD there. I almost said AMC because GameStop just made a move. This market is breaking higher, and I am watching UVXY. Look at it, barcode, right? Oh, goodness, if the next move would be to the downside. But this is what's happening. Volatility has crawled to a standstill, and the market is right off a high. So if I'm shorting something, I want to see a little relative weakness, or at least a big level. Micron happens to be up, getting dragged up, and it's at this 71 triple top, so I do have it. And I did just get back into GameStop. I haven't traded it since, oh gosh, I haven't traded it since like 10-13. It wasn't AMC, maybe a little bit longer, but GameStop just reclaimed the 130 level to the upside on a pretty decent volume spike there. So yeah, going to be back into the party with this, see if it can't get up to VWAP. We've seen it go before. The market's trying to break higher here. A lot of times you've had that secondary push. I wanted volume to come back in and to take a big level, and it looks like it's going to try and do just that.
Yeah, we can't use, Randy's not here. Randy's Uxbridge. Hey, did you hear about Lucas Uxbridge?
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, absolutely destroyed. So Randy got destroyed right now. But Randy, of course, has a generator. I mean, this guy's genius. So he's sitting up there. But yeah, houses destroyed. We wish everybody well well, I don't know if it was Northern Ontario, but near Georgian Bay. I mean, they actually had an EF2 tornado drop down there on Randy's neighborhood, basically, in his city. So but like I thought being without power for like 46 hours or whatever was pretty rough. But wow, no. All well wishes to everybody. Ottawa as well. That surrounding area got absolutely trashed. So we had a very, very major event here as far as that is concerned. But everybody's apparently just that's what it is. We'll recover from that. Just infrastructure. So that's the good thing. But I don't even know what we were talking about. NVIDIA. Yeah, whatever, man. The next topic, another one that we absolutely crushed on as well, Brendan. So let's go like this and go back to Brendan.
I mean, shout out to Randy. Like, some of the pictures up in Uxbridge are just unbelievable. Like, the downtown area is just gone. It's crazy. Baba and Baidu, both with earnings, both on beats. I hadn't even looked at this since pre-market this morning. And wow, like a 15% day for Alibaba, guys.
I mean, I would say who would expect that? Miss V's back in the building right now. Yeah, we're getting excited right here for Miss V. I want Miss V to come over here. Oh, she forgot her glasses. Come over here, Miss V.
I for one am not surprised.
Walk this way. I want to say what's up to you. Because here comes Miss V, because, the people's trader got to give the people what they want. Hi, Miss V. How are you?
Oh, my goodness.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Good to see you. I'm so sorry. Weather's so nice.
It's beautiful.
It is great.
Yeah.
Anyways, I love those glasses. Put those glasses on.
Sure, it's,
There we go. There we go.
Gucci.
Oh, Gucci. All Gucci all the time. Thank you, Miss V. Stop by anytime.
Don't be a stranger.
Ciao. All right, there's Miss V. She's in the building, not for long. But there you go, Miss V with the Gucci's on there. All right. Wow, that was nice. Okay, so let's go forward now. I mean, who could have called Alibaba? This guy right now, 86 bid, boom, to the upside. Obviously, getting out at 87 is crazy. Is that even an 80? No, it's like an 85.50 or so, 86 bid actually, out 87. But then good thing we wound up holding to 91. There goes 91 right there. Bang that out. 91 upside up to 95. Same story for your boy again, lack of diamond hands. And I'm not going to take Tony's story, but he was diagnosed with paper hands. So maybe perhaps I am as well. But there it is, a beautiful move. Look, I'm going to take every day $5 on this. Got caught in the same thing, man. Some of these highs just was like, hey, are we going to break it? As soon as we did, though, it was off to the races. There goes Alibaba. Just another one. A big shout out to Sticky Note Nation. I need a sticky. We used to have, Lucas, I don't know, there used to be a sticky note button here. It's not there anymore, but we'll just do a backflip for that that one because, yeah, it was a great trade. It was Alibaba. It's all over the note. Hopefully you guys are now, I mean, we're getting a lot of followers the last couple days. So if you want to hop on board, we're just at 32,000 right now on this. And there's a sticky note right here. We'll take the, I mean, it's literally written right here, like Baba long 86. Like that's, you know, we'll take that long in front. Let's go. We talked about a big revenue, 204 versus 199. Good beat there. China's on lockdown and they're still beating. I like Alibaba. I like it a lot for these levels. And hey, not only am I a shareholder, but also a client.
You're a client?
No, that's that
I know, it's,
hair club for men.
Yeah, hair club for men, I was going to say. You know, not that we would ever use it.
But I'm a shareholder.
Never. I might have a sliver left, but I took a bath on Bob. I don't usually swing stuff, but you know, it was worth the shot last year. Like, I just felt like the valuation was pretty good on it. But we're past that right now. And I think it's one of those names we've been talking about, sort of the names in that bottom end of the channel that had risk to reward on them. I like to dip to 85 a little bit better, so I ended up missing out on Baba in the morning, about like 30 or 40 cents or so on the bid. But once you get out of these channels, there's so much room to the upside in a few of these names, and you just want to take advantage of them. We talked about that with Zoom. Baba, just another one making a power move. I am into a firm here. And this is another one that got talked about a little bit. And I was sort of saying, someone in the chat was like, taking 75s again, or sorry, 2750s. I was short 2750s, so I was with you on that trade. I had it a few times here. The third time it stopped out, but I went to the well because that was a 15-minute level. But then at 28, it's like, sometimes instead of waiting for the level or guessing at which level it's going to be, just take the one that happens. It gets to 27.99, flushes, and then you can short off of that level. Gives you a defined out. It gives you some sellers. It also gives you some longs that are like, ooh, look at that candle. I don't like it too much. I'm going to get out of the way of it. So I am back into a firm here, but I sat it out from 27.50 up to 28, and only now I'm getting back into this. So I like it. It's just, you got to be really particular with shorts. Like, you better have an out when you take it. In this particular case, it's like the 5th time I've had it today. Didn't work earlier on, worked a couple times, and did not work here. The 3rd time we went to the well at 27.5. But I'll be trading a firm probably throughout the afternoon. I mentioned Zoom there just for a second. We're not going to talk Zoom, obviously, so I like it in front of this 107 area. It just had a breakout around the same time Facebook did. If it can make a bounce off that, I want to see if we can ride it to the high of the day. Kind of the same way we did 100 to 102, and then 102 higher, 108 would take you to 110.
All right, just because it's sitting in front of me, I'll show you the chart of crude oil here quickly. Right at 230 at the close there. Huge spike to the downside, guys, for the futures. But a monster day anyway. Still 3.3% for oil, but huge sell volume at 230 there when the pit session wrapped up. Let's talk about Snowflake, not Flop, Flake, because even Snowflake gets rescued today off these lows from aftermarket yesterday on that, miss to say the least. Even this one back to the upside. I mean, it didn't get there yet. We are still negative, but pretty impressive.
Yeah, Snow was a miss. It's one of those, if I wait till the open, the trade that I wanted was there and it was a breakdown, but I took it in the pre-market. And you should never get in the pre-market. I actually got this fill at 8:30, pretty much exactly when the 8:30 numbers came out, and it's like, in position, it's like, a lot of times you don't want that to be the timing of your entry point because you're essentially triggering stops. And then there was an iceberg at that same price. And I was saying that right here. There's an iceberg at 117 that got broken when I got in, and they're right back on the bid. Well, you know what? You can just get out. And then when 117 comes at the open, it just flushes right into our target. And then it comes right back. And that ended up being the bottom. Now, I was never going long at that bottom. I thought that 110 to 112 area was going to be support. And then it's off to the races. So, you get in, you get out. Once it was wrong, I didn't jump back into the trade. At that point, when the market came down, there were really a lot of longs to be hunting instead of going back to something that you'd already bungled. So, I stayed away from it. I still don't think realistically, if you had to pick a name in the space, I don't know if I'm in love with them. But overall, this is a melt-up type situation. It doesn't matter that they weren't making money. It doesn't matter that the guide wasn't good. They were just able to benefit, I think, from the market being super strong. The reality is they got dragged with everybody else. I don't like it for a trade this afternoon because it's not really anywhere that significant. I think if we'd had a shot at this 135, but I wasn't really paying attention to it at 1 o'clock. Or just before 1 o'clock, that clearly would have been a level that is worthwhile. You can see the wick top into the previous high. Just wasn't watching it at the time, and you can't chase a move once it's already happened.
All right. Yeah, I was lucky. I mean, I had Bob in the pre-market, but I agree with Neil. Like, pre-market is very, and this is what I told Baxter as well. I was like, don't tell. Next time that kid shut down in the pre-market, wow, count disabled time for that one. But okay, so you guys want it. I mean, I'm creating segments out of thin air, but this one you guys created. So let's go again right now. Brand new segment, What's for Dinner? You guys want this. We talk about it every day. So again, today my wife goes, hey, Sean. Well, not Sean, but hey, what's up? What do you want for dinner? And I said, whatever, go for it. Let's go for a salad type of thing. So today's dinner is this: honey garlic shrimp, corn, avocado, and bacon on a salad. So it's going to be like kind of, the salad, like a Cobb salad, I guess, but without the egg. We're throwing down the honey garlic shrimp. I like the corn and avocado combo. We'll see how that goes with bacon, but hey, you can't go wrong with bacon. Shout out to Russell Jackson. So right there, good idea for my wife, Marissa. We'll see. Hopefully, look, trying to go a little healthier there. So we'll go with a little Hot Dog Nation. That's not very healthy, but we'll go with that. Honey garlic shrimp, corn, avocado, bacon salad. That's what's up. Stay tuned today. I will tweet out a picture of that. So follow on Instagram. And also, by the way, guys, back by popular demand there. There it goes. Yeah, wow, yummy. Wait till you see the picture of it. And then you'll be like, wow, that's even better. One lucky dude over here, that's for sure. All right, Instagram. You guys wanted the sticky note up on Instagram. So here it is again. Today, you click on this, you'll be able to see it. Bang. Right. How do I pause this? Oh, no, pause. There it is. Okay, so we put it up now on Instagram. Follow me at TraderTV Sean. Every day I'll try to put this up on here, right? So here's the sticky note. It'll be on here. It'll be as a story. I just don't know if I should put it as a story or a reel. A lot of you don't have Twitter. So there it is on Instagram at TraderTV Sean. And please, there's just so many fake accounts out there that you got to try to keep it real. Let's check how many followers we have. I don't think it's very many. 4,600. Let's see if that's gotten a little bit bigger. Just refresh this. Yeah, 46,250. So 4625 right there. So yeah, we'll try to get that over 5,000. Follow me there, and hopefully you'll be able to follow the right one. Remember, Neil, myself, or Brendan, unless we're already communicating with you, very rare that we'll be contacting you, especially to sell you anything. I mean, why wouldn't we just sell you something right now?
You're gonna love this.
So think about that as you go. But we always do get those, people messaging me over and over again.
You didn't reach out to Vic on Insta?
What, again?
So he messages me, one of our friends from high school, I should clarify this. He messaged me, he's like, yo, man.
But how long ago was this?
Today. He's like, Sean reached out to me.
Why did he message me?
I don't know why, but he messaged me. He's like, Sean reached out to me on Instagram. I go, no, he didn't.
Yo, why?
I'm like, dude. I'm like, come on.
Why
you really
reaching out to Neil?
Go flame the guy. Go flame him. Because I don't know why he came to me. B, I don't understand why he wouldn't have realized it's not true. Anyways, I love Vic. He's a good guy. He's not good at fantasy football, but he's a good dude. Sega's making some power moves here, so I wanted to get to that before I go back to a firm. It failed off 10, and I got in and out because I was like, I just chased this move down instead of wasting for consolidation. And look, it would work. It would have worked. I had 10 shorts or 998 short. It would have worked in here to 980, but when I looked at it, I was like, nah, that should be a short at 1010. Whereas this one here, okay, fine. It's now consolidated. It's giving you this lower high out. I can play off the high of the day if I want. It's just and it doesn't mean it's going to work, right? That's the important thing. It's just the structure of it sort of falls within my plans or parameters a little bit better than that original one where I felt I was chasing. This established the consolidation. Now I can work it back to VWAP. A firm which we had just gotten into, that's starting to work into the downside. So you wait for that capitulation candle. It's already starting to test 27.50. I did already bank some of it on the way down. It's the trending market up. So yes, the futures come back, but when it's trending up, I'll say it over and over again, make sure you take profit on these little pullbacks because you want to make sure that you're trying to make that money, guys.
Okay, just waking up here. Hello. All right, so Macy's just fell back through. Let's just get out of this one. I don't know what this market's going to do, but if we can get a 78 or so, yeah, you know what? Let's just punch out maybe at 75. I don't know. I don't know what to do here on Macy's. We'll just see where it goes. Yeah, damn it. We missed that opportunity, darn it. I mean, it was just breaking through there. Okay, we just got, ripped back. Oh, I have another offer out, so that's why it was a short sell, but that's okay. Out of Macy's right there to end that trade. $1.63 It's $1.62 out there. Macy's now popping back up. But the reason why it broke through that 50 period, my rule was going to be let this thing ride all the way up if it wanted to keep going. We did this yesterday with something, and it was a monster trade. Oh, JWN yesterday. So back-to-back retail giants for that. So that was a good trade for us yesterday as we go. But that was Macy's just getting, that looks silly now getting out where we just did. But it broke back. I should have just waited there. I don't know. When things break the 50 period, I get a little nervous about it. So just because, again, the back test, everything I've done there, and it's really been working out for me. So there we go, just like that on AMD. Look, right here, there's the out on the 50 period break, right? Now it's come right back, but look how much that saved me to the downside. We got out at 99.53 there. I went all the way down to 99.20, and I meant to reload it. That's why I was kind of going, oh crap. And then I looked over and saw my Macy's trade was down more than this AMD trade was, but that was a reload long right there. That really sucks. I don't even want to check back my Macy's. Oh, God. We gave up 10 cents there where we didn't need to. But there goes AMD right back up to the top side. And again, look what just bounced off. The 50 period was the NASDAQ. It's not even about the 50 period with the NASDAQ. It just bounced off that level that it's done numerous times. That's 12, well, oops, that's a little low, but we can use that. 12,280 right there, bouncing off of. So, you know, if we take that, then we look for some shorts. Until then, I want to keep sort of reloading these longs. So we look at AMD. Again, it probably wasn't near a reload spot for me, but I didn't even have an order out. Down here, 99 again. If we can get something like that, then that would be great. We just crushed it to the upside there. Like I said, this fill came in like minutes after I started doing the trade of the day. We had our stop order out, but didn't trigger. So then when it came back in, we started just getting a little bit out, and then it was tick, 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 boom, to the upside. I see Fahad over there trying to download some little Bow Wow MP3s. So he's getting ready to go on that. But nice little move there for AMD to the upside. And here comes the market screaming back, man. 3% for the NASDAQ. I said a couple days ago that the bottom might have been in. Maybe it was for the NASDAQ. We already know what the rate hikes are going to be. They kind of reaffirmed that yesterday. So I'm all aboard, man. I've been buying Apple. I've been buying Facebook on these dips. We bought Netflix, and we've been loading up on Google. Absolutely nothing else. I wish I would have looked at something like, I don't wish, I mean, I hate a firm, but the moves that are going upside, I really liked. The one call that I liked, and it's funny because Tuxedo Tony was all over this, was Unity. I mean, I really, really liked Unity call there. This is a name that I wanted to buy a long time ago, man, and super glad I didn't. Like, you know, we stepped up on a couple names, but Unity was a name that definitely I liked coming back in. Again, video games, into movies. There's lots of stuff happening with Unity software. I really like this engine. I think down to 30 makes sense. If we ever get a market dip again, like a dramatic 2, 3, 4% move down, where Unity will drop like 10%, I want to be sitting there and picking this up ahead of 30. For me, this is one of the better names to go through. I also like, and you're going to maybe at me if you want, whatever. I like Roblox down here as well. I think it just gets beat up so much on this side of things. So I like Roblox. This is a 1 minute chart, so whatever. If you're trying to call me, I'm not hearing anything in my ear. I don't think you guys are or not. But Roblox down to 26. Its very bottom was 20. So again, you get once again a 50% move back up. Very similar to Coinbase. Coinbase touched 40, now 65. Roblox touched 20, and then it just ripped to 35. So that move upside was even better than that. But what's up, Brendan?
I was going to mention, guys, we're going to get to Danielle Shea here in a few minutes. One thing I want to mention to her and get her take on is Costco, obviously the big one coming tonight. We'll see what she has to say as far as how to play this earnings report. But ahead of earnings, a pretty impressive day as well for Costco today.
Yeah, well, I mean, what isn't up? Like, that's sort of the thing. Like, I don't.
Snowflake.
If it wasn't, like, if Costco wasn't up, I don't understand what would be going on in the market today. Like, I think, you know, realistically, once we had the second wave of retail be positive, remember, Costco got dragged into the mud with everything else, bounced off of 400. I mean, how gorgeous is that, by the way? Like, that 400 bounce. You bounced off 400 and then was sort of trying to consolidate, broke back out. When the market goes booming, it's not even back to where it was before this wreck started. So it's still underwater from everybody else's earnings. So if they don't fall, I guess, prey to what happened with Walmart and Target, which quite frankly feels like it was a month ago, it was literally like last week, but if they don't fall prey to that and come out with a better report, there's no reason they can't be above 40. I get it, they're still expensive. That's fine. On a PE basis, they're not the best, but they still got beaten up only because of those other reports. And they're not even at that 480 mark where they fell from, let alone 490, $500 where this thing was trading before. So, I think it was a gift when it was down there and Costco. It's just a lot of times if you have like certain rules, like when buying for the long term, when you're dollar cost averaging, you're getting in, it probably doesn't matter. But I never like buying a day or two in front of earnings. Realistically, because the way I see it, it's like, oh crap. But if it comes to the downside, I'm going to be kicking myself if I could have started the position at 370 and you started at 400 or 410. But Costco, great bounce. If it wasn't up today, come on, that would have been a disaster. And maybe somebody would have known something we didn't. I did get into Zoom and then some out. Whoops, I can start with the daily chart. In and out of Zoom just a little bit there. As the market was starting to peel back in, I had to take some profit. This is in the midst of a breakout past the 50 period. That's one of the reasons we still like it above here. But I like that 07. When we got up to 107.50, the ES and the NASDAQ both started pulling back in. It's like, I should probably take some out. I'm not sure if we're going to break out. I feel the same way that I did last night or in the afternoon yesterday, where it might just be a scalp to this level as long as it can hold 107. And then just allow it to break above 108. If it's going to go, you can always catch the breakout above the high of the day. Allow it to make that break. Allow the market to make the break with it instead of trying to be out in front. And if we pull back below 107, maybe I'll be going for a VWAP play at 106.
VWAP, I see her. She's getting ready to rock and roll. Miss Danielle Shea on the show very, very soon. And yeah, we were talking about retail with her, but I mean, retail's been a monster. Even JWN yesterday was an absolute beast. We had that thing the whole way, man. We bought JW. I mean, I don't know if it's going to load up here for me or not, but I am looking at AMD just here quickly. You know what? This market's fading out a little bit. I don't want to get out of AMD. Let's just hold this. I'm now light on this trade as we went long AMD there. But let's check out JWN from yesterday. And then we could talk about Macy's today. I mean, we just got out of Macy's, which was a monster winner again today for us. But yesterday, Nordstrom's, I hope it's here. I don't have any trades today, so let's see if we had it yesterday. There it is right there. Look at these Nordstrom bids from yesterday. 2050, 2060. Remember, the higher end retail, although I say this now, fully well knowing that Dollar Tree and Dollar General just blew out today. But, yesterday the talk was that the higher end, we had Williams-Sonoma come out as well and beat to the upside. So the higher end sort of retail has been working. That's why I actually want to start sliding into some Lulu as well. Okay, look, JWN yesterday, 2050s long. Then we had that pre-market break of 22, which we wound up getting the majority of them out at 23. But then we held for the end of the day at 23.50. So that was a banger. And then you go forward to today, not just because we're talking about Costco, you go forward to today to Macy's, and it was much of the same. Thank you, come again. Same trade, man. Long in the pre-market, took a break there as well. Loaded up when we dip bought. Why did you even go down there, Macy's? Bang that to the upside and then took it out right there on a 50-period break. So we like Macy's there. Just quickly before we go over to Brendan and Danielle, we're gonna have a quick look at Apple because this is a name that if we take down this 143. Brad, what, you didn't like the chicken there?
Oh, it tastes so bad.
The chicken tastes so bad?
Not the chicken, but the pasta.
Oh, the pasta, okay. All right, yeah, we get a catered lunch here, and Brad gets his special little side.
Good for it.
Yeah, I mean, we had a good one. We had the salad there, there's some kale on there.
I love kale. Raw kale
Yeah,
is
I know, I like the
where it's
Freshie
at.
Bowl. Which one did you get?
Tex-Mex steak.
Ooh, Tex-Mex steak bowl.
I don't know, it's overpriced.
Brad, man, making that money in the market and giving it back to Freshie. I like that. Yeah, support your local businesses, Freshie.
Still on salad lunch, dude.
Okay, so right here, I just want to get over this quickly because in case this happens, you know what? I've been shorting Apple today. The only negative stock that I have on the board is going to be this Apple. Right into here, we short into 142. Why did we short the 142? Simple. It's bounced off of there numerous times, but not today. 142's all in here. This goes to 24th. Even if you go back to 19th, the 20th, these are all 140, 142s. We only broke above it one day besides today. So right now, that's what we're looking at. And before I go, I haven't even discussed the trade yet. What I want to do is short through 143.50. So if we break that level, I want to get this down in. I don't want to start now because if we rip back up, then fine. I want to play the momentum. I want this stock to come back in, try to break 143.50. If it does, I want to be part of that one. We are going to acknowledge that there's a 140.40 level there, but I don't think that's going to matter. So I trade around even pennies. So there's the 50, the 75, stuff like that. I don't want it now, so I'm going to take the one layer lower at 143.50. So if you see that trade come in, that's what I'm doing. And I'll probably give it, I don't want to give it to the high of the day, because if I'm wrong, I'm going to be wrong on this. We'd probably just give it to 144. But more importantly, it is our guest of the day with Brendan.
It is our favorite time of the week, and it is our favorite guest of the week. Danielle Shea, VP of Options from Simpler Trading, back with us once again for a weekly look at how things in the options market have transpired so far this week. It's great to have you as always, Danielle. Welcome. I mean, we were talking last week a little bit about retail. We get Walmart, we get Target, absolute destruction right across the board. And then a week later, what a difference a week makes, I guess. Best Buy, Nordstrom's, and we also get Macy's today, all as you were, I guess, back to the upside. So let's dive right into things here. What were you looking at this week when it comes to these retail names? Was there one or two maybe that stood out as better than the others when it came to opportunities?
Well, you know, when I'm looking at retail this week, I mean, I really think looking back now that what ended up happening was Walmart and Target had set the stage for just complete and utter destruction, right? And so then when you had the other retailers coming out and they weren't as bad, that just gave them space to rally. So, you know, for me personally, I did try to short Best Buy. That didn't work out. And then I kind of just waited to see how it was going to play out for the rest of these. And at this juncture in the week, I'm looking at Costco and thinking, you know, Costco's so oversold. I mean, it fell just like most of these other retail stocks. And I say we go long Costco because that's really been the theme of the week.
Definitely. A lot stronger than last week for sure. And I mean, it's Costco, first of all. So what would it actually take for this to be a disaster for Costco? So if you had to look at some levels, if you had to look at an area where you'd like to maybe get involved in this trade, where would it be?
Sure, of course. Well, I can throw up a Costco chart here. So this is a chart that I'm looking at. This is called the earnings hot zone. I like to use this chart because what it does is it shows stats as it relates to earnings. Now, when you look at Costco, they are pricing in the market makers a $35 move. That is completely outrageous for Costco because Costco on average, if you look at these last moves, these are overnight gaps on earnings. Last quarter, it did fall $13. The quarter before that, 10. But for the most part, I mean, it usually only has about a 1 to 2% move. So when you're looking at, okay, you know, how much could that possibly be? I mean, it's already rallied a little bit this week. I would like to think that we could trade it up into about $500. I kind of doubt that's going to happen on the report itself. But what I'm thinking is that, you know, if we get a positive report tomorrow, market opens up, we start rallying, then we can try and trade it up into 500 either tomorrow or into next week.
It's going to be exciting going forward from, you know, some of these positive reports that we've gotten over the past couple of days to see, you know, if there's any kind of follow through whatsoever to the market in general, getting back above some key areas here. Let's shift gears entirely. We've talked about the meme stocks a few times with you, Danielle, in the past. Here we go again. We were trying to figure out during lunchtime whether it's round 4 or 5 or 10. It's hard to tell at this point, but GME and AMC hard to avoid over the past couple of days.
You know, I hate trading these stocks because I think that they're just crazy. I like trading patterns. I like trading stocks that are a little bit more consistent. And, you know, for these stocks, I mean, absolutely. When they start taking off, I mean, just take GME, for example. Whenever you can see volume coming in, especially if it's on the dead lows and you start to break up above candles where a previous high is, that's where people are going to have their stops if they're short. And so, yes, you can definitely come in and trade a short squeeze off the lows. But I mean, for this kind of stock, you have to be watching it and paying attention to it all the time, unless you just want to stay long and wait for the short squeeze to happen. So, I mean, for here now at this juncture, you know, you've had some sellers come in around 148. You have resistance at the 130 price point. So I don't think it's going to keep going unless it gaps up. With these kind of stocks, when they gap up, that's the time where you really want to jump on them because the short sellers are getting out and they're getting out fast. Obviously the options side of this trade and the narrative around that.
There's also this data that came out this week suggesting that the cost of borrow is going back up for GME. Chatter aside here, whether you want to play this from the equity side or the options side of things, it's a momentum trade. It's nothing more. When it's there, take the trade, as you were saying. When it's not, you got to get out of the way.
Yes, that's correct. And when you look at the options side on stocks like these, the implied volatility is massive. I mean, if I'm looking at GME and the options chain, I mean, this week, the implied volatility is at 256%. Into next week and the weeks after, between 179 and 219%. What that means is that the options are incredibly expensive. And so if you're buying them, after, for example, it already started rallying, the IV is juiced up even more and it's going to cost you even more to get into that trade. So typically I don't really like buying options on stocks like these, but what you can do, if you know how, is you can sell that premium. I really like to look for stocks like this that have really high premiums so you can come in and sell options on them. And then ideally what happens is the price of those options go down over time and you can collect premium instead of trying to buy it.
I want to get your take here on NVIDIA. Let's go back to the chip makers here a little bit. Right at day highs, I was just having a look at NVIDIA off of this report that, in the pre-market this morning, we were saying, okay, so the forecast was bad. We're down a little bit here this morning, but what was going to happen? And wow, pretty impressive. Was there a trade for you leading into the report? And if so, what did that look like? And where do we go from here? Is it back to the upside?
NVIDIA was such a make or break time for the market. And with NVIDIA in particular, it was down on the lows. I really like NVIDIA. I think it's a great company. I'm definitely a shareholder. But because tech has been so weak, I did go ahead and take a small short position on it yesterday because I thought, everything in tech has been falling. Pretty much everything until this week on earnings has been falling. I ended up covering that this morning for exactly break even before it took off. And I have to tell you that honestly, I'm really happy with how it ended up playing out because last night, it was down after earnings and it was bringing the NASDAQ down. And the semiconductors and the NASDAQ needed NVIDIA to do well. They needed NVIDIA to show everyone that it may be okay for a rally higher. So I covered my shorts this morning. At this juncture, I have a lot of NVIDIA stock. And I hope it keeps going because right now we're at a key area of resistance at 180. One move after earnings in this market is great for a day trade, but it has to follow through. It has to get through 180 and it has to continue carrying the rest of the semiconductors higher. Because if you look at AMD, AMD reported earnings, it gapped up 7%. It was up 10. And the next day it gave almost all of that back throughout the course of the next, 5 days. So one day move is good. I would like to see some follow through, but I'm still not entirely hopeful just yet.
It's a great point in the sense that, we're in a bear market. Typically in a bear market, bounces get sold. On that note, let's have a look at where we are in the overall market. Key levels here for both the NASDAQ and the S&P. We've had this conversation over the past couple of weeks with you, Danielle, in the sense that you've been kind of pounding the table on the short side since the beginning of the year. What do you need to see here as far as something holding to give you that sign of, okay, maybe we are continuing higher?
So, when you look at the NASDAQ futures, I really like to use the NASDAQ futures because, they trade overnight and there's been a lot of overnight gaps. Currently right now, all we're doing is rallying into the 21 EMA and into a key area of resistance. If you look at the way that the market has rallied the past few times, this is pretty much all we got. And then it rolled over and died again. So we're at the make or break juncture. I would need to see the market, NASDAQ futures through about 12,500 up through the 21 EMA for me to change my mind. Right now, you have Apple rallying, but this is a weak rally. It's not like it's, a life-changing rally. You have Microsoft that has at the minimum traded up to the 21 EMA, which is better than it's done in weeks, but it still hasn't shifted trends. So I'd need to see an actual trend shift. The S&P futures, I would want to see it through 4,100. Right now, I'm watching for the rally to fade. If I'm wrong and it keeps going, I'm perfectly fine with jumping on the other side, but I'm not going to get too excited about a bear market rally at this juncture.
And I think that's key for a lot of traders and a lot of investors, a lot of people in the market, maybe for the first time seeing these conditions. You have to be willing to be flexible and go either direction. Amazing information, as always. Danielle Shea is VP of Options at Simpler Trading. Have a wonderful Memorial Day weekend, and we will see you again real soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
There we go. I'll look at some pretty impressive moves, guys, on the earnings front so far this week, and heading into what should be maybe finally a little bit slower conditions next week once we get past the long weekend, guys.
What, you want slow? The bald cam, really? Anyways, no, but Memorial Day weekend coming in, I don't know that we want things to be slower. Is that what we actually want? I know in the summer, markets tend to slow down, but that's not desirable for trading in any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, I mean, one of the great points there that Danielle made is some of these names need to break out of these channels, right? Like you don't just want to have a good update, right? We get that. You want to have continuation. I'm using Micron as the example because I'm in it, but it fits this perfectly. It gets bounced so well off the 66 level. And look, if it breaks and I'm a day trader, I'm going to go short. Shout out to Brankles because we've been talking about that one at 66. But, you know, this 71, oh, I don't want to draw a line. Get that out of the way. This 71 has just been a pretty solid level, and it's been bouncing up. It can kind of break 70, and then it can't get past 71. Forget about 75 up here. You want to get to resistance, past resistance, consolidate, and then break out again. Like 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, not 1 step up to a level and then just come right back down. Like that's no good. But these steps are huge. So you'll get these massive days because in a bear market pulling back in, you will have extreme down days. So that the bounce days look absolutely fantastic, right? Like you get like a 4 or 5% day on Micron, and you're like, wow, yeah. But you're still, like a week ago, we're up at 75, right? Like this is not, it's not that crazy. So that's what we're talking about, and that's what it's all about here. You know, sort of seeing if we can get that continuation and play the patterns. So, you know, this afternoon, I just took another leg out on Micron. It's been a slow grind for this one off the high, but it's been a pretty solid top at 71, so I'm going to stick with it. Affirm did one of those, I guess, false breaks where, I was sitting in front of 95. I had 93 short. It took out 28 and then went literally nowhere, so I just jumped right back into the trade. I did get a scalp out at 80s. I'm just going to see if I can't take the 10-15, but it's still testing that high. This feels like a stronger one to me, and somehow Zoom never stopped out. Market pulled back, and Zoom just held that 107. So, like the longs haven't really broken the bottoms and, the top bottoms of this range in the afternoon. And the shorts, a lot of them haven't broken these highs. So we're waiting for that next shoe to drop. I just think you want to be geared up and ready to go in either direction when that happens.
Shout out to, we're short AMD right now, and so the cannons are going off one more time. We only have one negative trade today. It's the Apple trade, and we'll talk about that. We are slightly down on Palantir. I don't really consider that a thing, but hey, Apple, we actually did take a beating on, not a beating, but we did take a hit on that one. Number one stocks, NVIDIA, followed by Macy's, followed by AMC, followed by Alibaba, and about to be followed by AMD, as we're short on AMD here, trying to make the new move to the downside. Shout out to Dustin. What's up, Dustin? Thank you so much there. Talking with Miss V on the phone. We do that daily. Really? Maybe never. She asked for everyone to hit the like button. Look, if you steal my phone, you can have Miss V's phone number in there somewhere. But we do want everybody to hit the likes. Yesterday, we did get to 3,000, I believe, near the end of the day. It looks like we're going to get to that even quicker right now. Let's turn this to 3,000. It's 3 o'clock. Let's go 3,000 right now. If you guys can hit the like button, that would be greatly, greatly appreciated. We've gone all day full stream. We're changing the midday show, and we are looking. Speak of the devil, we still have Miss V right here, and she was here today. This is the Kinder Surprise Miss V that we have, so we're always going to have that there. We saw her here today, and it was great to see her, but we are looking for a co-host. So if you do have any experience on that front, marketing, you can hit here. Bears versus supposed to do this, ! Apply in the chat. You can find that. Thanks to Prad for setting that up. ! Apply, and you will get the right email address. So we can put it on there. Thank you. There's Fahad. Fahad is in the building right now. Thank you so much for that one. Marketing at tradertv.live. If you did want to become a co-host, mamma mia, right now as AMD, adios, ciao. As my mic goes ciao as well to the downside. But right now, there goes AMD. Your boy's doing it again right now. AMD to the downside, 40 cents in the money. I said scratch that Apple trade. Why? Because we're already in AMD. So I don't want to be short Apple and AMD. Let's just ride this to the downside. Man, oh man, we don't have too many shorts today, but when we got them, they juicy. Let's see where AMD wants to go from here. We'll take out another 85 bid if we can get it. That bid right there was 90. If this can come down through 85, we'll take it. We're sitting here right on 85. It's going to hopefully run us over. Not only are we making money gross, but we're also making money on fees because remember, we're doing the maker-taker model. So if I'm bidding with ARCA or NASDAQ or EdgeX or something like that, boom, there it is again, face slap. This is what's happening today, man. We're almost at 4 times daily goal now. We didn't do any trading virtually throughout the afternoon, man. We're just back testing, we're studying, we're chilling, we're doing work on Twitter, we're doing various things. We put up a video today as well for you guys. But here we go, man. We're back live, we're back ready to rock and roll. There goes the NASDAQ to the downside. And of course, we have it, I have it. Not only that, this is the funny thing, man. Like, in the chat, when we had Daniel Shea on, I was even telling you guys, I know you can see it in the bottom there, what we had, but I was like, hey, we have AMD short. I don't know where it is. It's in here somewhere. I posted it. It doesn't matter. Oh, there was. Someone said thanks, Sean, up there. But anyways, we were posting our trade as it was coming through. So now here we go, man. And again, like I was posting this trade when it was against me. So that's why I'm really proud of everything that we're doing on here. We're giving you trades before they happen. That's the sticky note. Sticky note nation, long and strong. Let's keep this boat rolling, man. The shorts are printing here right now.
Yeah, this market just finally rolled over, right? Like you're talking about a consolidation that was just like just forever long. I mean, can't even go back to see how far that is. Like we've been sitting on this top, and if you had a good short, sit on it. It's been sitting in Micron now essentially since about 150, and then now it's finally starting to give up the ghost down to 750 here. That GovX, by the way, was also sitting on this. It just keeps on doing this. You see, like it'll get up 215. Flush. I didn't take anything out the next flush, and then every time these little capitulation candles, it's like take a little bit more off, but it won't get through that 215. So I'm just gonna rinse and repeat, and then it'll do that little drop into VWAP so many times here, over and over and over again. And of course, a firm which we're also into the short side started to roll back over. So there it is, heading back into that 27.5. It looks like the market was on that level. So be prepared to go either direction. Had some ideas for the short side of the trade. I had to take off Zoom. That'll still be a positive trade because it came to the upside. And when the market was weak, I was like, yeah, I got to scalp some out. But then adhere to your stop. It gets through that 107, I'm out of it. Could we have reversed? Sure. But we already had a few other shorts that we liked a little bit better. And heck, I actually don't mind the idea of trying to grab this one at VWAP at 106. I just like what Zoom has been doing lately. I feel like we shouldn't be ignoring Tesla. I know this is one from this morning. Yeah, it's not really doing anything that I love here. It didn't give you a shot at that high. Like the difference is I was able to get Micron at the high, a firm at the high, tight stop. Tesla, you're at 713, and if it had popped through here, like you're either going really tight stop or you're giving it $7 to $10 to that top. So I'm not really a huge fan of that one.
I don't know what it
but
is.
There's lots of other opportunities out there, and you don't have to swim with the sharks on Tesla if it's not giving you the good entry. Sometimes you can just get what you want and then say forget about it. I'm not taking any other price. This might be the only day that I haven't looked at Microsoft, haven't traded Microsoft. Ooh, and you can tell why, because I haven't cleaned up any of these wicks. I'll try to fix these up for you guys if I can. But Microsoft has this interesting support level that's hard to see because of these wicks, I apologize, at about 264. That could be a big level as we come back in. If the ES tries to hold 40.50, can Softy be holding this 264? It's relatively weak. So that matters. Like if that one starts to go to the downside, it can drag us down. Softy hasn't been participating as well.
We are still in a bear market for all U.S. indexes. In those conditions, it's very important that we're maximizing both long and short side trades today. We're going to focus today on short trading in a bear market, guys. How do we not only take advantage of overall momentum in the market moving to the downside, but how can we maximize those profits when it is?
Yeah, so the first things first, I think one of the best things in a bear market, if you're going to be shorting, is when you break a floor, right? Like what'll happen is you'll get, look, in a strong market, you go upside and then it's just booming, breaking through resistance. Now, I'm going to show you one that hasn't happened, but this is the one I'm looking at in this bear market. It happens to be Micron. So you look for these monster levels where you might have had previous support. And look, we can talk about resistance and shorting in front of it. We do this all the time, but I like these a lot better. Because you look at this 66 on Micron, and it got back there in October last year, and then retested the high, right? Like it got there and ran away from it. I'm not talking pulling back to the 200 period moving average. I'm not talking pulling back to the lower high. Like it went all the way to the top off that bottom. And then now 1, 2, 3 times we've tested off of it without breaking out of the bottom end of the range. So could it break the top in the next few days and then we're up at 86 and I'm not thinking about this anymore? Fine. But once it gets below this, there's air below. I mean, it's just, the gap is gigantic, and we've seen this work time and time again in the bear market. You allow it to trade below. Sometimes it gaps down and you don't get the trade. Other times, you'll get it dragged down intraday, and you can just simply take a break of the level, or at the open, it'll fail that price, and you can be short below it. These are the opportunities that you want, and ultimately, they're easier to spot. However, unlike every single day, you'll probably, on an up day, you'll find resistance that you want to be short in front of. These ones you have to be patient for. You've got to set your alert. It's like if Micron gets below 67, I know it's close enough to it, an alert pops up, and I'm watching Microsoft. And maybe it breaks, maybe it doesn't. But when it does, I'm going to be there because that's the kind of thing that I like looking for. They're the bigger opportunities that are for you out there when these floors break, because there's a lot of stops at a level like that, trust me.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's, breaking floors is definitely a great idea, as well as what I think is very, very common here. You're going to hear the terminology a lot, and it's just a bull trap. Like, you're going to get days where the market just goes for a run, right? It's like a bear market run back up to the upside, just where there's some relief getting taken off of the market itself, and you can find that in many individual names. I'm just going to use the NASDAQ 100 here, and unfortunately the Qs, I don't know what's going on with the chart here, but it's only loading back to December, which is fine. If you just said at the beginning of the year we're going to start to enter a bear market, I mean, I think we entered it around here-ish, late April maybe, where the NASDAQ finally went down that 20%. So what I'm saying is that you're going to get these big moves down, but then when you zoom in, like, there are opportunities here. Like, this is how to maximize profits in a bear market, right? That's what we're talking about. So here you go. Like, this NASDAQ falls from 370 almost in a straight line all the way down right here to 311. Like that right there, 370 down to 311, that's $60 taken out right there. That's almost 20%, right? But then look what happens. Then you get a nice bump up here from 312 up to 330. This is 3 days of nice upside moves. You could just start building your short. You believe it's a bear market. It is a bear market. Wait for these up days. You get another one here. Boom, right up to the update. This just happened. Goes right back up. And again, as long as you're not breaking the momentum to the upside again, right? So here comes a move back in, there's the move up, but you got to find some levels. So just like we do it here on a daily chart, it doesn't take out this last little bump here, right? So it doesn't take that out. So what you can do is absorb this. There's the move. If you're wrong, you could get out right here at 335, right? It's the bottom, it's the floor that it already broke. So sort of cherry picking on Neil's, there's the bottom breaking. So that's the short. But then if you're taking this bull trap, then you can take this short against that same level, right? It works again right there. And right here it works again because here is the other bottom. So this is one group right here. I mean, this ellipse, I don't know if it's going to work. Let's see that. Let's see if this works. So here's one level there, and here's the other level there. And both times we didn't get back above. So your short on this bull move upside has worked. So if you short it again right here, then you get that big move down. That's a 305 tick. It went down as low as 280 right there. So that's another almost 10% down one more time in the market. So it's about 7 or 8%. So, and you might be having one again today. If you use today's little move there as a bull trap to the upside, well, you could see go short at the top. And even if you wanted to get real conservative, maybe you use that level right there, 308 or so on the Qs, right? But that's just another one. So find Find these levels where you're saying to yourself, hey, we need to take this out for me to be wrong. We need to take that out for me to be wrong. Now we're into this level. So if you play that, you're in a brand new level. If you go back above, then you can get out. Maybe it's a reversal, right? There's also the 50 period that you can kind of watch. That's another indicator for me on a daily chart. If there's a 50 period moving average, you want to make sure you break that to change direction. And look, we haven't broken that. We broke it once in March. That was a beautiful move back to the upside. But since then, it's kind of downward moves here on the Qs.
Make sure you're capitalizing on the downward momentum days, but in the same sense, when the overall market does bounce, be aware it's going to be violent. So you have to get out of the way in a hurry, guys. Great tips there on how to short in a bear market. CRTD created, just popping up. A few people mentioned this, breaking $1 there on volume. This was, looks like an offering on the option side of things for stocks. So heads up, 50% move there for CRTD.
Yeah, I was just sort of looking at that one. I wanted to double check just to see how big the float was. But it got pretty close to this one. Actually, it got to 125. What am I talking about? It went to 127 there. 150, probably a bigger level on Create ID. I can't even see what the float is. Shares outstanding is only 16. So, I mean, if the shares outstanding are that small, then it almost doesn't matter what the float is, right? Like some number is smaller than that. So I'm looking at this top at about $1.25, and the dollar break is already come and gone. So if it pulls back in, can it hold $1 is always a big question. Oh, that's a big spread. That's a decent spread. I just saw it open from 120, $1.20 to 125 with a 127 stop. So when I see that, a lot of times I'm like, when it breaks above a level and it's trying to take out a high, one of the things I like to look for is, does the spread open up? And if the spread opens up, I'll usually jump into the short, thinking that the bids weren't falling. Of course, the second I say it and get into position, the bids decide to fall to the upside. But I'm in at 23s here. You can already see I got my stop thrown above 30. If it breaks the high of the day, that just means I'm bidding to 131, not that my stop is at 131. So there it is. That's where my stop is. If it breaks through that, I'm going to be out. I like the pullback, but not past $1. Certainly about 112 would have been midway. There it just ran the stop, but it didn't carry through. I'm going to give it a couple of counts here. Because this stock, like, yeah, the volume's not huge. The bid again just opened up to like a 3-cent spread. It's basically telling me I should be back in again, but something about this has me wanting to be a little bit more patient with it. 150 is a bigger level. So I almost want to wait to see what happens at this 130 offer before jumping back in.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You take so many shots at those names, right? I mean, eventually you're hoping that one of them will come through, and they probably will. And you saw that on GME, right? Who could have predicted 150? I mean, it's a nice round number. But I want to do this because Luca the other day was talking about a new website that I don't even think Brendan or Neil maybe even know about here. It's called Float Checker. Look what it does. It checks all of these for you at once. So you could just check, so let's just check, for example, today, Macy's. Well, there, I actually checked Macy's, so that's not a good example. I just did it again. But right there, you type it in Macy's. It gives you Yahoo, FinViz, Ameritrade, Morningstar, Wall Street Journal. It also gives you the float. So let's check out CRTD.
Because FinViz doesn't have them.
Right now. So there it is right now. So short float, no FinViz, but this one also showing you the float. So 17 to 19 million. So Brendan, add this one to the check there because, he has Icon, so a little bit of a better terminal, but it's, again, not associated with this. I haven't double checked any of these numbers or anything like that. I'm just going to assume they're right. There is advertising all down here, so we'll stay away from that. But 5 for 1, that's all. So we normally do check FinViz. It's been pretty respectable, but at the same time, sometimes you get that 0 right there. So CRTD, created Inc. right there, nothing. And then you can also check out the outstanding shares and the float. So, pretty interesting website there. I just wanted to bring that to your attention, Brendan. Had you heard of that before?
I was actually watching. I saw it when you guys were talking about it, but prior to that, I have not.
Because it's a weird thing. Like, there's so many times I'll go to FinViz, and it's like, that
Luca,
stock's doing
man,
volume. Like, how do you not know what it is? It's like
these Italians are just so smart. It's crazy.
Well done,
I don't
Luca.
understand on that one.
Pratt doesn't like. What do you have against Italians, Pratt?
Nothing. He loves Italians. This guy. Come on.
He doesn't.
Give me a break.
He's hating.
He's hating on Ferrari.
That's why. Yeah, Pratt has a weird thing against Ferrari.
Pratt has a weird thing against a lot of things.
To the point where he likes Palantir, but Palantir gets a contract with Ferrari and he gets mad.
Yeah. He's making Palantir making them win.
That's money for the company of whose shares you own, right? Like, that's a good thing. You want that to happen, buddy. Like that's, anyways, that doesn't really matter too much. I'm gonna keep looking at this name. It just made another fake out at the 130. I'm just gonna sit it out. Like it either pulls back and holds below and consolidates below, or it's going to that 150. And of course, now it's gonna probably fall because that's usually what happens. But the market's coming back in here. Apple just started working the money. Like as I'm sitting there diddling on that stupid stock, I could have had an opportunity. Chart. Yeah, sorry. On a consolidation, like Micron was just consolidating at 70.75, and I'm wasting my time over there, and I could have reloaded on Micron, and that's starting to roll over again. And it'll probably be the same thing on a firm. Man, these charts are slow. There it is. It's actually still consolidating off this 27.8. So some better opportunities maybe to get into ones that are working and put in some reloads at some key prices, definitely. GovX still isn't really moving. I might have to get out of that one just because if it's not making a move here, we're about 40 minutes till the close. You want to just get out of those ones. Like some of these names are starting to come off with the market. Let's get over to them.
I mean, look, Apple, like I canceled that order. On Apple, but give the kiss of death to it, my paisan right there. As there goes Apple. The short was 143.50. For no reason I canceled it other than the fact that I was already mucho exposed here to AMD on the downside. So there it is. Where I have $1 in the money on AMD. So yeah, a couple good ideas coming through over here. I'm not trading those big time runners or anything like that. Like I said, we're just literally on fire again, and it's like day after day. We're approaching now 4 times daily goal. I mean, we say this, and I can stop saying it. It's just I'm letting you guys know like where my day is according to where I have been at, like if that makes any sense. Like you guys want to know what kind, we don't share our P&Ls, but I can always tell you that, net positive, things like that. But net positive means up $1 or $2. So I don't even want to say that. So I'm just letting you know that, it's an upsized day for profits. And I'll tell you the same thing on the downside, right? So it's a good day here today. We have no losers. We're trying to turn that around with Apple was being the only one that we had lost on here today. But there it is. We just started an Apple short right now. We didn't take the break of 50, which we should have, but instead we got 40s, or what do I have, 37s. We are waiting to get it back in here. If it does start to rally back up to the upside, obviously shorting these names in, like this takes, I don't know, but I feel pretty like, sometimes you feel pretty brave shorting names into, an up 3% day, and up AMD, up 8% day when we took this short, right, at through 99.20. But we took that, it bounced around, now it's come back in. So a lot of the work that we've put in here, paying off on some of these positions that we've had. I mean, that's why I do this. I do it for you, but I also do it for myself, right? I mean, we're cashing in on here every single day, so it's been a good one. But watch out for this Apple. And again, I don't really want to be short this name. I just feel like if the NASDAQ does fade out, then I'd be crazy not to be. So we have this there. Apple's pretty strong. Ever since it broke that 142 today, it's just been upside. And this is really my give up. I didn't want to short anything above 142. I actually wanted to try the long, but we've averaged into this position now on Apple. It's power hour. Let's see if we can make some power moves. But really the move that's really mattering right now is AMD, because that's the carnival stock today, man. We were long again, big shares long here, and now we're short. So we don't have so many shares left. We only have about 30% of this position, but here comes AMD. Looking at, like, it'd be awesome if we got a 98. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but if we do get a 98, then we gotta hold something for this 97.50. But there goes Apple on the reload. So yeah, buddy, all the pins lining up today, Neil.
Yeah, I'm actually out of Micron right now. Like I got on the bid there in front of that 70 even. That was sort of the target. Now we're all done with it. I did have a fill in Facebook, and I actually left this one out there. So this is one of those situations where I liked this trade maybe at about 145, and the market conditions at that time obviously changed with us making a top and rolling over, but I neglected to cancel my bid, which is a bit of a mistake as we're going through a lot of things at once. But I got in a position where like, oh shoot, Facebook? Did I want? No, didn't want it. So I just got out of it. And if the market bounces from here, that's fine. And, like I can live with that. I didn't like that trade. I liked it when it was doing this, and if I could have got it at about 2 o'clock when we're still consolidating, I 100% would have liked the trade. But you never hold on to something that you didn't mean to do. And you can get paid, even if it pays you off. It's just a bad habit to get into, because the market is more than willing to reward you for doing the wrong thing. And what's going to happen? You're going to do the wrong thing the next time through. That's a lesson I tell my daughter. It's not that bad for trading either. There was a huge So this CRTD, I want to say create ID, but it's create D. I don't know. CRTD. It made another, but a more glorious wick top there at 130 off 135, and you'll see what happened here. Like, this is a real 3-minute candle. There's your body down at the 125. It basically shot and then just died right back down. So I was able to grab some tops there and then work out back in. Now that's, when you talk about being patient, if you just wait for it to make a better high, put in a red candle, and then do a fake wipeout top, like, it's so much different shorting it after the weakness as opposed to into it. I say this all the time, but I'm partly saying it for myself too. Like, sometimes I'll sit there saying out loud in a move, don't chase, don't chase, don't chase, don't chase. And that's so that you don't get an entry price too far away from what your stop is. It's so easy to do in the heat of the moment. I was there with GameStop today. Like, there was a point where I almost chased it $5. And then 3 minutes later, you're getting it $4 better off of your price. And that's what you do want to do in that situation. It's patience definitely pays. And to give that example and sort of show it to you real time, come on, GameStop. Load, load, load. Just to give you an example of what that looks like in real time, I was sitting up here thinking to myself, okay, I want this 130, 138 short, and it pulled back. I'm like, chase it, chase it. It bounced off 138. And I could have been short at 134 easily. Instead, it goes to my price. We're able to make $2 and then only lose $1 on the way back up. Now, the longs are what paid on GameStop, but that's an idea of saving yourself some money because you could have lost on that trade if you got the entry price away from the 138 that I talked about all morning long. So don't chase. Try to follow your rules. It's easy to get caught up in the moment, but you never want to do that. The market's going to punish you in the long run.
Salute. We're just chilling now. I mean, I don't know what to do anymore. We're $1 in the money on AMD. The more I sit here and trade, the more money I cost myself because the calls are just like look at this Apple right there. Shorted it into 143.50. Just took a piece out right now. Let's see if this can fall down, man. I mean, the NASDAQ is now breaking lower. We'll see if it can go. I don't think we get to 12,000 again, obviously. But there it is, man. Apple with the move to the downside. And I just said, like, would we get 98? Look what AMD just did. Look where we're short, man. 99, what's my price? 99.25. That bid is 98.04. Like, okay, we're just sitting out here chilling out now and just watching this market fall down. So yeah, this has been a really, really good day. If there's any symbols you guys want me to trade, that is great. But we'll do that. Yeah, what's up to Frank Jones, man? Thank you so much for all that as well. This has been a big, big day for everybody's. Thank you, Keith. Thank you for watching, man. Trader TV MVP. Yeah, you're definitely right about that one, man. The most valuable podcast, which we should do a podcast actually. We talked about that. You want to be on that with us, Brad? Yeah, but no, I work too hard. We'll do a podcast another day. But we are working on more things for the show, possibly a podcast. Shout out to Justin. What's up, Justin, in the chat there? Day Trade the World marketing guy. Why don't you come on? You want to come on, Justin, for 5 minutes? You're more than welcome to do that right now if you'd like to. But yeah, right now, let's just watch this, man. I mean, we're out of AMD. I mean, look at all these outs. We have 10% left. That was my last. That we had 20%. We took some out there. Now it's starting to go back up to the upside. So Apple's trying to retrace a little bit. And as I get excited now, I almost hit bid enter again and got out of some. But there it is. I want to give a big shout out to Bears versus Bulls as well. And a big shout out to everybody. I mean, you know, our team here has really gotten us the opportunity to make all this happen. I mean, it's Lucas, it's Fahad. Thanks, Fahad, for the tip there on a lot of those things. But there it is, man. 300K subscribers. Almost 32,000 followers on Twitter, man. Lots of engagement. Thank you so much for everything today. Thank you for the kind words. I mean, a shout out to one of our good friends here, always on the show, trader formerly known as Jude Fernando, called it. NVIDIA bounced, caught an incredible short on Snowflake as well from 120 to 114. Thanks to the genius at Trader TV, Sean. Okay, that part's getting a little out of hand. But how does he do this? I don't know. Neither do I, man. It's called hard work. It's called back testing. It's called studying. And I said this earlier, and it's actually, if you want to watch this video, it's only a minute long, but I said this earlier, and it's just about when you're trading well, things become easier. I can't say that enough to you. We've had 4 red days this month, I think, and it's been a great day. My red days, you know, well outnumbered by my good days there. No, the good days outnumber the bad days. And it's just been, you know, things just start to open up when you're trading well. So I think you should, at that point, increase your shares, do things like that, up your risk management. These are the days, man, when you have to make the cash, because we actually had Lewis on, and I think it was Luca as well earlier, talking about when he was trading for us. I think it was a year or so ago. I can't remember when he was here, but it was really slow. He was saying, must have been pre-COVID, really slow trading where you would scalp out 10 cents, 15 cents. That's part of my problem is I've been here so long and seen everything in the market. But these days, like this is day trader haven right now. Like you gotta be cashing in on days like today. You have AMC, you have GME. Yo.
What's up, Justin?
What up, man? Congratulations to the Oilers, by the way. They're doing really
thick,
well there. Very sick. They would have got dealt with by the Leafs, but we'll move on that one. But you got to get a mic. Go over with Brendan if you have something to talk about. But there you go, Justin, now in the building for us as well. So, hey, ask and you shall receive, baby. Justin coming through. We'll see what he wants to talk about. But yeah, that Day Trade the World newsletter has been kicking off. The opening bell newsletter. So, make sure you subscribe to that one. We'll get the link up for you very, very soon.
And keep in mind, right, like that's a newsletter that, it's valuable to the thousands of traders in the Day Trade of the World family, which is what this show was actually all about before we came to YouTube. It was really just about teaching professional traders, preparation, the ideas, just the process, because it is about the process. I mean, trust the process. I know that's a bit of an iffy in basketball, although I believe in it. Didn't work out for Philly, although it's still a great, fantastic team. Things just didn't work out. But Justin is locked and loaded and ready to go. And he even has the hat in there, the Oilers hat. Yeah, okay. I see how it is.
Yeah.
Rub it into us. You guys have a great play. I mean, whatever, man. You got the best player in the NHL, I think. But,
Edmonton is...
Well, one of the best, too, I should say.
We'll talk about that after. We'll talk about that
What's
after.
up, Justin? So give me, what else is on your mind these days, man?
Besides hockey and besides watching the Edmonton Oilers slowly make their way to the Stanley Cup final, what's going on today? Working on the next edition of the Opening Bell coming on Tuesday morning. So make sure to sign up at daytradetheworld.com/opening. We'll send you the latest insights, pictures of Sean, some of the YouTube videos.
Don't say that, they won't want it.
No, they're definitely going to want it. We're going to figure out something else too. I have an idea. We're going to talk about it afterwards.
Oh, God.
But make sure to sign
Why
up.
did I bring this
you
guy
get all
on?
the latest day trading insights and content from the Day Trading blog, as well as the Trader TV YouTube channel. Again, daytradetheworld.com/opening. Next one goes out on
What
Tuesday.
pictures are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't know where this is going.
An
But
autographed picture of Sean with the next one.
I spoke to the producer already, and I was like, I was telling him some new ideas, like, I'll do it. He's like, no, you just stay on the show and do you. So we're going to have to do that. But come over to my screen, full screen now, guys. I do have that up, so let's talk about it right now. It's daytradetheworld.com/the-opening-bell. So here it is right now. It's a completely free newsletter. Sign up every other Tuesday. There it is right there. The show is kicking. Oh, we still have Miss V on there. But yeah, there's lots of articles coming through on here. Look at this. 4 investing mistakes to avoid the bear market. How to successfully day trade. Crypto versus stocks. Which is better? You tell me. But send me the newsletter. Sign up. It is completely free. Justin, thank you.
Yes.
So much. It is the Power Hour. I know I invited you back here. I want to say a big thank you for coming in, but we got to give the people what they want.
Absolutely.
And they want trading right now.
Yeah.
I know you're a super, super handsome dude. I really like having you on. Lumberjack Nation. Me and the only 2 members right now.
It's true.
Me and you and Lumberjack. Luis, too, from Barcelona. He's part of Lumberjack Nation.
That's not fair. Greg is kind of.
Oh, Greg could be. Greg could be part of it as well. Greg, maybe we could make Tony an honorary member.
Why not?
Don't you have to have a beard?
We'll have to vet him.
You kind of have to
first
be
as
a little
member.
rough around the edges. I mean, Tony would be there. So I think that we have a few Lumberjack Nation members, and hopefully you guys enjoy Justin coming on the show. But yeah, we'll bring your segment back, man. I like that little tech kind of stuff that you used to talk about. So let's get together afterwards, have a couple pops, and we'll figure that out. It was funny because when we were celebrating, thanks Justin, by the way, when we were celebrating the other day with our 300,000, and then we had that Miss V celebration, and then we all went to the Blue Jays game as well. And Justin messaged me. Get that away from my head,
Look,
bro.
man, I get it. They're good.
We
get it. They're good.
They're not that good.
Leafs are out. They're good.
Get that away from me. No, shout out to Canada,
It's
man.
kinda cold, man.
We want Canada to win. I mean, I'm down with the Oilers right now for sure. But you saw what Tampa Bay did to the number 1 team, Florida. So the fact that we were able to go 7 with them, this is the story of a Leaf fan. But what I'm getting at, though, is Justin messaged me. He's like, hey, can the Day Trade the World people come for beers? And I was like, I'm surprised you're not here already. Then he came through.
Always.
We took down some beers there on Friday. That was a fun day. And then we had the cameo for Miss V today. Back to trading.
Did Mookie Wilson ask who is Fahad again?
No one's ever going to know who Fahad is.
You don't get to
that's
know.
the difference.
You don't
so
get to
you
know.
do not get to know.
Yeah,
I tried.
knows.
What do you like, Prad? Number. Okay.
Oh, it's 3-3.
He's getting ready. Yeah, everyone's getting ready for the imbalances.
I want to just very quickly there in Flame Boy, good luck. And one of the reasons why I was sort of going in there saying, and you actually even heard me say I would sit this one out, and then I got back in before the real flush. Take it after it shows you failure. So good luck on that one. So I'm glad you had it. I got out of most of it. I still have 10%. It flushed only to 115. So I was able to get some out of the CRTV there. And it might put in a lower high, but I just realized how close we are to the close. And with only 30 minutes to go, that puts the imbalances in play. Why am I still? Oh, I know why, because I took an out there. Yeah, I don't know why I was just long in Affirm. Affirm just took out the high of the day. And that's what the market it's still in that little bit of a pullback, the overall market. So, yeah, Affirm showing some signs of relative strength there. So it was working for the rollover. I looked a gift horse in the mouth. Should have done that. I wanted like 27.20. It got to 27.50, and now it took out the high of the day. I'm still in that GovX. Those just the small caps right now as the market trying to catch a little bit of a bid. And if you're looking for an interesting level, you in Apple right now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at my chart. Yeah, does your chart have this going on? I have this. You got to look at your chart.
I've already edited them out.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I mean, am I in Apple? I mean, yeah, we're in Apple here for a bit, and we've been wanting to short that one. The funny thing is, the market's in a rebound, not Apple. This is the thing I'm talking about. Like I said, when you're really reading things and you understand the way these are working, this is why I'm still going to be negative on Apple, but like look at these reads today. AMC long, right? I mean, that was easy. We had that at the bottom of the day. AMD longs. And then short right now into AMD, so that's a good one. Alibaba today, boom. I'm just going through alphabetically all my trades. You're going to be able to see them on the board whenever you want. GME had this before that. Still positive. This is the one that really upsets me the most, but whatever. Positive day on in GME. So is what it is. Macy's, just show this chart out there. Macy's long today. That's going to work out. The biggest and the baddest of them all, NVIDIA to the upside today. The lowest print of the day again on NVIDIA. Only took $10. Wah on that one. And then the loser of the day is Apple. But one trade that we should still be in that we weren't in, but I was pretty happy getting out of it, was Palantir, where we pushed 20s. Our best out is 24, and our worst out is 17. But still, after fees and we didn't get out of everything there. So after all that, we are slightly down a coffee on Palantir. So yeah, that's the review of every single trade I've made today. As you're going to notice, no like ins and outs real quick or anything. Just GME was the trade that we kind of screwed up. And then other than that, man, AMD, we just run that name. We had to go on another show, so I had to get out of this AMD. Otherwise, we probably would have had that to a hundy. And then we went back and took that long, out, and then into the short again. So, yeah, man, I mean, big time success throwing down one more time today. And then as Prad just said, $1.8 billion on financial juice to buy. So that's a B number there.
That's not small.
Get ready for the market on close and balance. I'm short two names, which is why I'm trying to get out right now. Apple, any sort of dips down in, you don't want to be short. It's a buy, right? Yeah, 1.8 to buy. So I don't think we really want to be short anything here. If anything, we may reverse into a long on the TQQ. But I'd hate for that number to come out of sell, and then it wipes everything out that I've done. So look, man, I'm already on one as far as stock calling and shot calling. So we'll stay with that one. We'll try to get out some more Apple here and then hold a little piece just in case that imbalance flips.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it, we're also at the high of the day. Like the imbalance, even if it comes to a bid, you are still running into the top in the absolute market. And I think there's some context to be put into that. A lot of times, like if you're on the lows, like that's pretty intriguing. But we're rolling over off of these highs. And we are in the middle of, I'm looking at the NASDAQ, by the way. I guess the ES for some people might be more important, but we are still in the middle of no man's land on this breakout. Like you've got room to the upside, you've got room below. It's not that bad on a pullback. But if we were down at 12.1 with a huge buy and balance, it's like, wow, you get pretty excited about where we could go because you're in front of potential support. But we'll see. We've seen these imbalances come before, and sometimes it's about the individual names. Like there'll be a one-off, and you want to be tracking that one over there. So I'm thinking maybe the chip space, highlight to a couple of those, and maybe they can have a bigger imbalance. Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be shocked, given the action that Twitter's had, if it had a bit of an imbalance today. It's on a bit of a run to the upside, squeezing some people, and it doesn't look like much of a squeeze, but in the buyout game, I should say, it definitely put a squeeze to the upside, although almost to that 40 level, right? Like, it definitely trapped people to think it was going to be a weekday, and then broke the range to the upside with a bit of a squeeze. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw something on Twitter to the imbalance side.
Yeah, no, I mean, this should be a really, really juicy imbalance here. So we'll wait to see what's happening. But again, I'm not really. Is Amazon a good watch for tomorrow? I don't know. We can look at that.
I guess post Costco, maybe.
Because well, I mean, we can look at Amazon. Look, I mean, I've been buying Google. I haven't been buying more Amazon. I haven't really bought Amazon since a break of 1,000. So I've just been sort of sitting on this Amazon trade, and I also didn't get anything out either on the upside. So we're gonna have to wait out for that one. Just quickly here, though, I will talk about Amazon. I just got to get over to another trade. So we did just get out. Now we have a very, very small piece, one piece left on Apple, and I think for this one, willing to give it back to where we're out. That's 143.50. So let's put in a stop order right now for 143.51 or so. And I don't care. Run this stop. It doesn't matter to me because right now I don't have that many shares left. We're literally out of this stock. Very, very small. As soon as I saw that imbalance number, plus we already went down to these levels before, that we're going to get out of this, man. I told you we didn't want to be short Apple. It was a trade that I took because the NASDAQ started breaking down, but I'd rather be short AMD, and I think that we've already cashed out on that as best as we can on that short, man. Like, really proud of that trade. And now we're coming up to the 50 period again there. I'm going to hold this one. I mean, I don't know, it's 50 cents in the money. Like, I mean, I don't want to throw this one away. Let's not use the 50 period. What is this level right here? 98, what's that bottom? 90, yeah, okay. 98.90, which isn't too far away right now. We could just use that as our route, so let's do that right now. The only reason I'm saying this, like, if I didn't know about this imbalance, and again, I think that's like another big benefit here of tradertv.live. I mean, nobody else even talking about imbalances. I mean, let me know if there is, and I like to watch them, to be honest with you, just to see what some of their ideas are. But I'm going to get out in front of this number, and then there it is. So we just got out of our Apple right there as that broke up. Fine, completely fine with it. It's actually a great trade for me on Apple, man. As I said, we're just stacking up. Even if I get out of this AMD trade, we are at the complete highest spot we've been at all day today. So AMD for the win now, Apple for the win, and now we can just literally sit back. I'd probably take no more trades today and count our blessings, because only real loser today is Apple in what was such a crazy day. Really lucky, man, to have a perfect week so far. Oh no, actually one of my red days is this week on that. No, it's not. I think this is going to be a 4 for 4 week. I'll double check that, but we'll see if we can make it 5 for 5 tomorrow. It's Friday. Maybe it's a sell day, but hey, I'll make that call in the morning.
And someone asked about Amazon there, and there's nothing specific happening with Amazon. Like, they're not reporting or anything, but I guess they moved huge when Walmart and Target got beat down. So I guess Costco earnings are going to probably weigh on them a little bit. But if we talk about things that are breaking channels, hey, it's broken out once. Well, sorry, it's bounced off the bottom, that 2,000 level, but then it's now breaking above this 2,200. Not bad. Even in the afternoon today, well, I guess late morning, I suppose, better. It pulled back to that 2,200, making another leg up. So that's not a bad base of operations if Costco comes out and then is a celebratory day, and then they're going to have a strong earnings, maybe gets back to where they were before. Target and Walmart got destroyed. Then you got room in Walmart. And I'm not just talking about the 2,300. I think 2,380, 24 is a bigger level. I just don't think that's the front of where we're looking tomorrow. I'm pretty sure we're going to look at Costco and maybe even some of the other retailers from last week before we look at Amazon. That's just a guess, right? Like, I think there might be bigger fish to fry. I haven't really done much with Amazon either. If it broke 2,000, I was stink bidding the other 2,000, which was Google. I just think that they're in a better spot. Like, if the market takes a few legs down, there's going to be places to pick up Amazon. It's just still a little bit pricey and a little bit more risk when it comes to that R word, right? Like, a little bit more susceptible to a recession than Google would be, in my estimation, if you're going to compare some of the big cat names. But yeah, there's some levels to watch, especially if Costco reports well. If they don't report well, then we're back to thinking about 2,000 maybe.
All right. I just gave that task to Brendan, so he's going to find out more about the Amazon split date tomorrow. You have to be owning the shares by tomorrow to be involved in the split. I don't know. I don't know if that's true, but if you guys are posting that, then I guess that would make sense. So whatever. I'm not buying more. Honestly, whatever. I don't like. Amazon delivers to my house like 12 times a day, but I really like Amazon, and we actually just started watching. And shout out again to Canada. I never watched Kids in the Hall in the beginning when they came out like 20 years ago, but they're back, baby. And honestly, the first episode was pretty funny. I think I fell asleep midway through the second, but that was because it was late. It was about 11:30. We just kept watching. Like I put it on at about 11, and then we kept watching. I don't think I did. That's kind of a joke, but the second episode was pretty good as well. And then now we're going to be on the third. But Kids in the Hall, great Canadian content for sure. Try to check that out. They talked about North Bay, where my wife is from, which was really hilarious. So that was pretty funny. If you guys don't know about North Bay, don't. But it's a city about 3.5 hours north of here and about 60,000 people. But hey, that's that. I'm allowed to make fun of it. I'm married. It's
bigger than Deep River.
To there. Yeah, exactly. And I just did look it up. So, and again, just to be honest with you, and again, a lot of people, whatever, you can ask. We don't share our nets or anything like that, but I'm proud to tell you, and I can do this all day if you want, as many times as you want. I have 4 negative days this month. I have my broker statement up right now, and one of the days was the 23rd, so that was to this week. So we were negative on Monday. So Monday, I thought so. Monday was a negative day. Besides that, nothing there. It's kind of crazy, like over 4,000 trades this month alone. So yeah, good to go on that one. But yeah, 4 negative days so far. And again, that's just, it doesn't really matter. It's just talking about when you make calls and you put on risk. Like I'm putting on more risk right now. We're running into it. And I think that's what you do. It's like gamblers, right? You guys know all about this. I'm one. Hopefully you're one as well. But it's like sports gambling. Or when you're at the blackjack table, whatever, when you're on a heater, this is what you do, man. You do that. When you're on a heater, you go for it. And so that's what we've been doing. And that's what I was just saying is like, when you're on one, and you just keep on going with it. So this could completely fall apart. I mean, we could be negative tomorrow and then Tuesday as well to end the day, to end the month with 6 days. But, we're pretty confident. And guess what? Ever since we announced that was going to be a big buy, the market has ripped to the upside right there. So big kind of day. Brendan is confirming that date. So it is confirmed May 27th tomorrow. You need to be a shareholder of record to get those Amazon splits. So I don't know. That's interesting to me because it seems early because I thought it was like June 13th or something.
That's why I was a little surprised. Yeah.
June 3rd.
It's a third.
Oh, it's only the
I thought
3rd.
It was middle of the. I thought it was middle of the month. That's why.
Okay. It's
so good
Google.
Luck, guys.
That's middle of the month.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Right. It's Google.
Google's July though. July 12th or something.
Yeah, 12th or 13th. But look, realistically, I still think most of what we were saying is sort of valid. I'm actually surprised maybe that it wasn't a tiny bit stronger there. But the market is definitely strong. 5 minutes to go until those imbalances come out. And it's looking like, we are going to maybe test those. I'm still on Amazon because that's what we looked at last. But it's looking like we just made a pretty solid bounce. Sorry, there's a NASDAQ. But still below that high of the day. Imagine we're able to break out here. What's crazy about this is we're up 3%. When you actually look at the chart, right, like there's room above. And if you look at the ES, it's maybe not exactly the same. So if you're watching the Qs or something like that, like you have a little bit more room in some of the tech names. The ES is right at some of these highs. And I remember I was talking with Arun this morning, 41.15, I think is the upside resistance level back where it closed on the 6th. So if you're thinking about if we run, think about that as a potential top. That's just a number he threw out to me. That's what he was looking at. I think he might have mentioned it this morning. Maybe we didn't think we were getting there, but certainly that is the next level up. And hey, if it breaks out, maybe that 1.6 is like even bigger when it hits 350. You absolutely never know. But we're going to be watching some of the bigger names. I like to watch, specifically in addition to Twitter, some of the semis to see if they can come up with big imbalances. That could be the space to be.
All right, I'm starting to get long right now into the Qs, so we'll see if this comes through or not today. I'm going to do the TQQ because I'm trying not to play around. So this is a triple levered ETF right now. So let's see where we go from here. Now we could go lower, and the reason why, again, look at the TQQs up 9% right now. So this is like infinitely more risky than just trading even the futures. But remember, it's about share size. I prefer to trade. Arun trades the futures. I just prefer to trade stocks. So here we go, man. We'll see where this wants to go. We are just now minutes away from the imbalance, which could be a big one. And this is what we're talking about. I got to get rid of ARCA because that's the NYSE American. That doesn't matter. At 350, this is going to start to load up. And we should see a bunch of Bs here with a bunch of size there if this number is going to be what we think it's going to be, right? So let's see if this goes, man. We will review this. You can see maybe we'll just keep it. Like, I want to be able to show you the NASDAQ as it's starting to still continue its climb northbound. We're just going to punch into more. I just missed out. There it is. The problem with TQQ is no problems, actually. 155 million shares, but it's algo and ARB based, right? So most of these are HFTs. There's actually no humans other than your boy trading this right now. I mean, there's some people, but that's the 154 million people using this for leverage, right? I don't need any leverage here. I have. And again, we won't say our account sizes, but like I could buy the futures. That's not a problem. It's just a matter of more comfortable with the level 2s, more comfortable with reading this. So we're going to take the TQQs, which is a triple levered. That's why you're seeing it up 9 and the NASDAQ's only up 3. So triple levered to the upside. Let's see if this move will come through. If we're wrong on this, we're going to know about it real quick. So I don't really have a target. I just want to trade this as the number comes through. We will put some stop orders out because it's silly not to do that. Probably back down here around $30, man. I mean, if it comes back and wants to take out that bottom, then we can do that. But hey, today, another good day. I don't want to ruin it with a wrong call on the imbalances, but we'll wait for that to come out. Same numbers from both. Brad just told us there. So financial juice is what we're talking about. Yep. Brendan gives us the same update. So it's 1.7 or 6 billion to buy 8 or whatever it was. So
we're at the high of the day, though, right? Like
for what?
No, the market's pretty much on the high.
Close,
right? Like, it's close. We're pretty much
but it bounced back. I think you missed the long, to be honest with you, but that doesn't mean that it won't come out big and then spike for a couple minutes. And then we have the 355 update. Do not forget about that. So we'll see, man. It's only a minute and a half away. Neil, what are you doing with this? Are you long anything?
I'm going to look for a little bit of the MES there. It's been the stronger of the markets. I do want to watch Twitter, but that's just because, look, I used to trade buyouts. I still do it on the side. I still trade those buyouts a little bit. And I'm always curious when there's a squeeze on those to see if it's going to have some interest in it. So I am going to be on looking at Twitter, but I am in, I'm going to show you the SPY, but I am in the futures a little bit here on the 66. Futures doesn't show up on our.
Well, that's part of why I'm doing this.
That's a good point because it's the name, it's too long. So it doesn't show up as a symbol. Right. I keep forgetting that. It's actually, I know Arun goes into that, but I have the SPY. And it was this consolidation that I took right there. You're not going to be able to see the trade. It was this consolidation that I took and got in on the ES, right? So we've taken out these highs. For me, I've seen this party before, and I know, Sean, you remember this, because this is one thing we used to always watch. I'm taking some out going into this because I don't want to get rug pulled when you're right in front of that high of the day. I want to make sure I'm banking some profit, and in 30 seconds, we're going to see whether it actually comes out the big buy that I think everyone is looking like it could or should be. I don't know about should, but could be.
Well, it should be. I mean, the numbers that we have are buys, so let's just see if it comes out that way. But like you said, you never know. You never know. That's why I don't love this trade, but we'll take it today because it's a bigger number into a strong, strong day. So with only 10 seconds to go, we are sitting here. We'll hopefully take a decent winner on this if it can go upside here as we are long TQQ 60s. So 64, 65, here it comes. There it is. It's trying to blow up to the upside. I don't know. Our quote's having a little bit of a problem there with that. It came out, I don't know what it came out as, but it looks like it's probably a big buy. But yeah, TQQ there, it's not going up. So I don't know what's going on with your MES there, but TQQ not going up at all. But let's see what happens now with this. As you can see, Visa buy, Pins buy, they're all buys, man. CCL a buy, WFC, but I got to address this trade. It looks kind of mixed. I mean, it looks buys, but the market's not really doing anything. It was already up 3% before we came out.
So for me, the reason I got some of it out in front of the high is just like you're making a wick top. So if it's going to break out, you want to see it break out. I saw not an overwhelming buy imbalance. So when it hit the top, it's like, just get out of the trade there. And apologies, I could just trade the SPYs, I suppose. But these are not overwhelming. It's not the names I necessarily wanted. We see Apple 1.5. Oh, my head's in the way. Yeah, you don't want to see me. Apple 1.5, we see Apple at $1 million a lot of times, right? Yep. So on a day like today, I'm not really overwhelmed by that number. BAC 1.5, CCL, Visa always pairs off. Pins was big the other day and did absolutely nothing. But Carnival, that's a little bit, I mean, somewhat interesting. Carnival has been really strong the last couple of days, but I'd like to see it actually react to that.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on? Like, Carnival, what did it go? 3 cents on a 1.7 buy-in balance? Is that even right? Like, yeah, it's almost as if so much buying had come into the market already, and some of these names had put in these massive power moves. Like, this is what Carnival done the last 2 days. 11.40 to 13.50. Like, it's already put in a pretty monster move, like 8% today, bigger move yesterday. So it might just be there's some exhaustion to the upside. Yeah, like, how does it literally not even move with that imbalance? That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, we'll give some back here today. So we were just buying it. You know, again, we're here for the ride, not a big trade or anything like that. But we'll give back. There it is. We get out now as it breaks back down below. I was going to hold it to 30 if the number came out the way we thought it was going to come out, but it did and went down. So that's why that trade is kind of, it's a good trade. I like it, but at the same time, you got to watch out for these imbalances because they can flip on you. And not that one did, but the market just faded out. I mean, sometimes they're pretty obvious, I guess. A nice run from the bottom and then boom to the downside right there. So yeah, kind of sucky there. We did give some back. So we will not finish at the high of the day, but instead, AMD was a decent out because that started to go back to the upside as well. So I couldn't be happier with the trades today, man. It's a big day, but Brendan's got something. What's up?
AMRX, quickly here, just popped up on FDA approval for one of their drugs. Also saw a note on SoFi. Guys, apparently one of the major student loan creditors in the U.S. Just announced a whole bunch of layoffs. So a lot of people just suggesting that might lead to something in the way of Biden's bill to cancel some student debt. So just heads up on SoFi.
Okay.
Did SoFi move on that?
No, SoFi's not doing anything. That's why I was like, I just went right over to SoFi. We can have a look.
Yeah.
I mean, unless that news is old, it's not doing anything. So SoFi there. Look, layoffs is good news for SoFi, not bad news. It's the other way around, in my opinion. They need to cut some costs. And if things aren't working out, man, this is what you got to do. So SoFi right there, tried to get going maybe the last little while, but they continue to get beat down. I mean, we've recommended this name down at $5-6. We also were recommending it in here, 13-14, once they got their banking license rate. And it's not right there. It was even before then. I don't even know anymore how far back I have to go to find some of these news pieces. But they did get that banking charter somewhere in here, which created a pop. It was either this day here back in late January or right here in late February. Either way created a pop, or it could have been this. But yeah, nice retracement from the bottom. And again, I don't want to say SoFi has been a disaster because it hasn't been in the last week. Our bottom was 5, our top was 8. That's 60% move up. But again, we're cherry picking there because it's been nasty on the way down. You need like 100% moves to get this thing back to some respectable levels. So we'll wait to see on SoFi, but that sucks, man. I own shares in SoFi as well. It's absolutely disaster to the downside.
And all of fintech
all fintech has been a disaster. So, but whatever, honestly. I've already told you when I'm piling my money in. I feel like I've got them in hopefully at the bottom on some of these names. So let's just hold our shares right now and get going there. Can we check out Snap? Yeah, I don't know.
I want to just quickly go to Twitter. It's like, I went to the futures and it's like, I should have just paid attention to Twitter. I had a feeling, it was a little bit of a gut feeling that someone is getting squeezed today in Twitter. It didn't come out a huge buy imbalance. It was a couple of 100,000 shares, but you saw that. Like, Pins was a 2 million imbalance and didn't move. CCL was a 2 million imbalance, didn't move. But Twitter, on a small imbalance, a nothing imbalance, spiked back toward the high. I'm going to watch this tomorrow because I almost feel like there's a decent chance that someone really thought that this was heading back to the downside after the whole, sell the news, Elon gets more financing, and then maybe got burned off the open, because that was a pretty big volume spike. And when it happens, remember, a lot of people do arb trading, think it's not going to move a lot, so they can be levered up in their trades and have a little bit too much on, and that's why you get a squeeze, because they're anticipating a tighter range. Someone could be caught in Twitter.
My wife just said, I don't know, I'm not a Depeche Mode fan, but Andy Fletcher from Depeche Mode also passing away. So
I know who they are.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I'm not too familiar with any of their names there. But yeah, not a great day for that. But okay, let's just check out here. Apple going. Let's just see what's been going on here in the last little bit. Apple did like that imbalance, so that was a good out, man. Apple to the upside there on a futures move back to day's high for AAPL. That's been a great buy, man. We bought this at 137 and told you when we did that. Hopefully we never see that level again, but we could see it tomorrow. And I remember earlier today on our watch list when it said Apple, or maybe this was yesterday, Bloomberg, Apple said that they're having problems with their iPhone supplies. Give me a break, Bloomberg. You watch. Tomorrow, Brendan, Bloomberg's going to come out with another one saying all clear on that one. Fake news for sure, Brad.
Bloomberg's having a bad year.
I called that fake news when they did it last time, and then like 3 days later, it came out. Let's see if we're right again on that one. But what's up, Brendan? I guess it's earnings time?
Yeah, a couple minutes ago here. Let's get everyone up to date. If you missed it early on, we've shown it a few times now. There you go. What's to come tonight and tomorrow morning?
Costco. But don't sleep, I should say, on Gap. And we talked about Pinduoduo, if only because you saw how some of the other Chinese names ran today. Pinduoduo did as well. It was pretty strong, but they didn't have their earnings yet, and they could definitely be a bit of a runner. You know what? You looked at the cannabis names. I didn't. Canopy's in there.
Oh, are they?
You said they were up on the day. You said weed was up on the day. I have no idea because I wasn't even watching that space, but probably just up because everything else was.
I don't know, man. I took all my cannabis shares and rolled them up and smoked them. So I'm not even following those prices anymore. We'll see where that goes. I'll check back in that in 15 years. Okay, so Gap. Gap's been getting killed. This is the daily range on Gap. I would say that they're going to get destroyed tomorrow. But the other thing about Gap is that, the dollar stores came out today and were big. So I'm a little bit nervous about that because Gap with Banana Republic and Old Navy, they have different brands there. I'm wondering if the Old Navy brand is going to take a hit. We saw Walmart come out with some problems, people not spending money on some of their discretionary items. So to me, that's clothing. I just worry about Gap coming through there. I know they have a big, huge online presence. So a little bit nervous about Gap earnings. And then we can check. I know there's always a short float situation on GPS, so we can look at that. I like the name, don't get me wrong, I just worried about it. 11% short, so this could be another one of those banger trades for me where it opens up lower and then we ram it up there near the end of the day, so I like that play. And we've already talked about Costco. The other name that's on there is Pinduoduo. I guess that's a NASDAQ name. Okay, I went over to New York because of Baba. We destroyed Baba today. We'll look to do the same thing tomorrow with Pinduoduo. If these numbers can come out anywhere similar to that of Alibaba, I think these Chinese names have been beat down so much. But then you look at Pinduoduo, and it's right in this range. So, if they come out and say similar stuff to Alibaba, you could get a monster move here for PDD back up to even $50 tomorrow. Excuse me, this level. You're taking out the 50 period right now, so watch out for that one. PDD about to go nuts tomorrow for sure, so that has to be on your radar. But yeah, it should be a good one with only a minute left.
And with a minute left, one of the names on that board, Dell, just rolling over a bit here. Going into their earnings. And you see this happen. You know what? You'll probably see at 4 o'clock, at least one of those names on that board. There'll be a fat finger. It happens every single day. Like one of the names that's reporting, somebody gets into a trade a little bit early in the first minute after the close, jumping the gun. Never be that person. It's already dangerous enough trading earnings, let alone having your finger on the trigger. And then if you have to do it, don't do it. But make sure the release is actually out. It's painful to watch sometimes. To see and know somebody actually made those trades. But Tony is on the bell. You'll be excited to see that. Get the camera on him so everyone can see him dance going into the close. Because we only got just over 10 seconds to go, which means I got to hit that button for you. The countdown is on. It is Thursday. I almost said Wednesday. It's been a big day in the market. 3% to the upside. 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Tony.
All right. Yeah, great day. I stole Brendan's job the other day when we were having a problem with the screens. Don't want to do that again. So let's go over to Brendan. It looks like the board's all ready to rock and roll. Only 2 red items on there, Brendo.
Yeah, and they have to be in the crypto side of things. But I was just noting, guys, pretty heavy sell volume there right at the end of the day on the futures. So we're, back off the highs anyways. But here we go. 1.99 for the S&P, 1.97 there for the Dow, the NASDAQ. Almost 3%. Remember when we started, this was over 3%. So again, off the highs a little bit. But hey, we'll take it. Yeah, big day for crude, 3.3%. As I said, red for both Bitcoin and Ethereum, but it's been that kind of week.
Yeah, I mean, remember, Ethereum started the day smoked, right? Like, it's in retrospect, it's actually not that bad. There was at least a tiny bounce, but yeah, it was a bad day for Ether overnight. But I'm not really seeing anything popping off just yet. I don't even know what time Dell is. It was just that it was rolling over at the end of the day. That's why I was watching it, but nothing just yet.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, it's been a big monstrous day. It was great to see Ms. V back in the building again. So shout out to her if she's watching. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Daniel Shea today from Simpler Trading. That was great. Thanks to Maggie. Thanks to Lucas, Fahad, the man, the myth, the legend. Does Fahad exist or does he not exist? I mean, that's the thing. Someone had a great idea there as a marketing idea. I got to take this out of my ear, but as a marketing idea, they said we should have a T-shirt that says like, "Who is Fahad?" or "Where is Fahad?"
I'll wear it.
Something like that. We can put that out. What is Fahad? What is up with Fahad? Anything like that. Brendan, any notes or anything you want to talk about?
I mean, it's impressive, to say the least, what happened today. We'll see if it continues. We'll hope it continues. We retook some key levels on the NASDAQ and the S&P. So, as you said, Sean, maybe a down day tomorrow, but can we hold?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Someone asked me, like, are you shorting tomorrow, Neil? I'm like, I basically do what the market gives me, man. If Micron breaks 60, 66 tomorrow, I'm shorting that. But I don't see it happening because the market was up too far, so.
Yeah, I mean, we already know what we're checking out tomorrow. Hopefully the sticky note, the watch list as well. Thank you to everybody for helping out. Thank you to Brandon, the other Brandon, for helping out with the watch list as well, as that's we're working on some changes here. Don't forget marketing at tradertv.live, and you can apply for the co-host job. But for everybody here, stay tuned for the trade of the day. It was a good one on NVIDIA. Stay tuned for that. It's great to see a green board. Tomorrow, I suspect more of the same. So we'll be here tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you for watching. Thank you for everything, and we will see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Ciao, guys.